All right, we are calling this council meeting back to order. If I can have roll call, please.
Carlson. Kurtak. Here. Clendenin. Henderson. Vieira. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we are going to take up item number 83. Yes, sir, Mr. Baird.
Well, good afternoon, City Council. Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. I'm here on item 83, the McKay Bay Waste to Energy Facility Improvements Design Build, and which is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Charles Perry Partners in the amount of $63.7 million. Just a reminder, it's up for discussion today since it's over 20 million, so it will come back November 2nd for approval. The project consists of 10 sub-projects, if you will, a main and auxiliary transformers, scalper building repairs, ash building replacement, pumps and equipment, refuse cranes replacement, turbine overhaul, cooling tower, condensate circulation water system replacement, stack repairs, instrumentation and controls, and auxiliary burner replacement. So it's GMP 3 is what's before you today, and it's considered to be a composite addition with GMP 1 and 2 for a total amount of $99.9 million. GMP 1 and 2, of course, have already been approved by City Council. I have with me today the key players on the Waste to Energy team, and we are here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Carlson? Yes, sir.
Preface my questions by saying I'm not arguing for or against an incinerator plant, and I'm not arguing for or against any kind of repairs that need to be made. My two questions and concerns, one is I'd like to have line of sight to the 5, 10, 20 or 30 year cost that we estimate on this facility. And number two, I would like to know what the impact is to the business model for this. As I recall, just off memory, the running cost before the capital improvements were about 18 million. Was it a month or a year? And then must have been a year. And then the revenues back from Seminole Electric, like 6 million, so the net was 12. I'd just like to know what the current impact is of all this, because we're going to be paying, either we're going to amortize the expenses or we're going to be paying bond payments and interest. And so I'd like to know what kind of impact it has. Is there a possibility for recovery for anything else from Seminole Electric? I understand that we need to make the repairs, but I just want, what I've seen with a lot of projects in the city is scope creep. You know, Park goes from 5 million to 18 to 41. Hannah Avenue goes from 100 for 2 buildings to 108 to 121 million plus interest. When I had asked for the study of the consultants going back 3 or so years ago before we took this over, as I recall, what they estimated was that I think within 5 years it was going to cost something like 62 million. But this item, it's several items underneath, but it's 64 million by itself, and you said, what, 98 million total? I'd just
99.
like to know, I think we need to be able to explain to ourselves and the public how much we expect over 5 years, 10 years, and either 20 or 30 years. And then if we go over that, we need to be able to explain to the public why it costs more. So we got inside some piece of equipment, we found out it was worse shape than we thought, so instead of restoring it, we're replacing it, you know, whatever it is, just so we can explain to the public that we just don't have scope creep.
Understood.
And so I'd like to see, you know, what is the budget, and, you know, over those periods, and then how has it changed since you all talked to us a few months ago, and then what is the impact to the running business model of this operation?
Right. If I could provide a little history that maybe has been missing in the past, going back several years, we performed an alternative study on, you know, which direction should we go? Should we have another contract operator come in? Should we take the plant over like we did? Or some other option, you know, haul the landfills, which was, you know, not really a good option. At that time, we decided to come up with a plan to take over the plant. And we developed a transition plan that included a 10-year CIP. And the numbers showed that we were going to save about $5 million a year. Now, this is going back 5 years, between what we were paying Wheelabrator and what we could operate it for. And the idea was to take that $5 million and invest it back into the plant, using that 10-year CIP. We, since then, have taken over the plant, and we're, have condensed that work into one major design-build effort, instead of doing those projects over 10 years. As far as the escalation, as far as the price increase, it's two major components. One is we've had significant escalation, especially in the instrumentation controls and electrical parts of the project, due to the period with COVID. And we're seeing that on all of our construction projects. And then the other thing is we, when we did follow-up inspections, some of the equipment, and especially the ash building, was in much worse shape than we thought it was. And so that is going to cost a lot more money. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Dennis, if you'd like.
Could I just add, all that's great info. The thing I would like to see is in a chart. And ideally, we would compare it against the other two models, not so we can, the last time I asked this question, somebody created a 10-minute video about why it was stupid to send it to the landfill. I'm not proposing that.
Yeah.
If we can, first of all, Pasco probably wouldn't take it, but when you compare, and when I did a back of the napkin talking to you all privately a few months ago, it seemed that it was the same price or more expensive to send it to the, net of the Seminole Electric payments, it was the same or more expensive to send it to landfill. And so if it's environmentally more friendly and it costs the same, it's just good to track that from a business point of view. If we were a nonprofit board or a public corporate board, we would have to have all those kinds of disclosures. And so I think we need to show, what it was compared to the case. The same thing on Hannah Avenue, we talked about showing what it would be to rent. We know what it was before, it was artificially low, but if going forward somehow with Hannah Avenue, maybe 20 years in the future, we'll be able to say, well, if you had to rent the square footage that we're doing now, because of inflation that we locked in by we spent maybe too much on the building in the beginning, but in 20 years, because inflation's gone up, we would have paid more in rent. And so there's a break-even point where the business case makes sense, just so we can understand it. There are other reasons why we maintain things, like maintaining control of certain garbage pickup allows us to respond more quickly, as I understand, after events and hurricanes and things
Yes.
like that. So there are other benefits besides just the money, but I think it's important to look at, what it would have cost compared to the other two business cases, but then also if it's 93 million now for whatever period of time, what was that number before? Was it 62 million or something else? And just so we can be clear with the public and council, here's what it was, here's how much more it was. On Hannah Avenue, they came to us and said the difference in the increases because of the solar and some other things that we added. And so it would be good for us just to disclose all that, understand it, but then how does it affect the running business case from operating point of view?
All right. Okay, understood. You want to add anything?
Yeah, if I could just add, no, I think, thank you, it's a good sanity check. I think I got a lock on what you're looking for also, Councilman. I'm here primarily, kind of further to your point, sir, and Brad referenced it earlier, and I'll take you through just a very, very brief history. Brad referenced GMP1, that was about $17 million. We paid cash for that. You'll recall GMP2 was just under $20 million, and we approved that predicated on anticipated debt issuance, just like we're doing with this one, GMP3. So when you combine GMP2 and 3, you're looking a little over $80 million that we anticipate funding from a solid waste debt issuance. I just want to, GMP1 was cash.
But it's still, you're still gonna amortize it, right, over the?
No, not number one, not number one.
You don't do that in the accounting, if you buy something, you don't depreciate it or amortize it over a certain period of time, no?
No, not in the way you're referencing.
Okay.
We had the cash on hand, so we went forward with that, GMP2.
So you
and 3.
expensed it, you would have expensed it in that year? in a
Yes,
way,
sir,
yeah.
yes, sir. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I know that, like, there's the tax thing, but I just want to know, we don't pay taxes, but I want to know what the business model is, what kind of impact it had if you looked at just the incinerator as a business.
Yes.
How's it doing? And that affects rates also, plus we know we need to maybe double the size of the incinerator in the future because we're running out of capacity. So you and I can talk offline about how to do that maybe for the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno, saw your hand first.
There's a lot more that goes along, and I agree with Carlson, Mr. Carlson, to a point. There's, if I remember, the last contract we had was originally with TICO. However, there was something that had to do with the transmission line, there were two contracts in one, that we had a good deal on, or better deal than what we got, because there was a couple of council members that were debating it. What happened, it went up to the Public Service Commission, and they turned us down on the good deal we had with TICO because of the rate structure that they were charging the general public. I may be wrong, because
Yes,
I'm going back
that's
in
going back
history, and I
decades.
haven't been talked to you or anyone else here. So my little mind tells me there was something to do with that. However, then we had to sell, part of that deal went to who? To the other electric company, what is it?
Seminole.
Seminole. And that deal gave us less money than it would if we had one deal with one vendor, which was TICO at that time. Am I correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, you can say no to me, that's no problem with me.
Our current
If I
revenue,
remember that, I'm not saying that it's 100% perfect. And I'm not here to bash anyone from any company. These are all contracts that were bid out at the way it was. So I'm just having a conversation with you on my memory, and it may be not 100% correct, but I remember something like that. The second thing is, when you had a vendor there, I believe it was Wheelabrator, all right? Good or bad, it doesn't matter, we're not talking about that now. However, no vendor is gonna take something and run it and say that we're losing money, give us more. I don't know what happened there, I'm not involved in that, but I can tell you that something had to happen when we wanted to take it over. When we wanted to take over, you had what, generators that's supposed to last 20 years that are now in the 30th year. And we only have how many of those? One. If I remember all this, because at my age you're supposed to forget, but my problem is the older I get, the more I remember. So then that one generator, if that goes down, you're gonna have a complex of issues going on. First of all, what are you gonna do with the garbage that we collect? How many tons a day, how many tons a week? It takes how many long to replace the generator?
Please
At
mute
least
yourself.
1 year,
Sorry. No.
at least 1 year, am I correct?
Yeah, we're supposed to overhaul it every 5 years. We're at 9 right now.
Have I ever talked to you about this item?
I'm sorry?
If I ever talked to you, anyone here about this item today? Well, I'm asking you now.
Yeah, no, we briefed most of
Yeah, I
you.
know, we went
Yeah.
to the thing and looked
Right.
at it. And I went there and got a tour from the gentleman who was running it, not from you guys.
Yep,
So what I'm saying is that there's gotta be a way where we can pretend to the public, and I agree with Mr. Carlson. Here are the facts. The cost is gonna be the same whether they're there or not there to buy the equipment. For them or us, it's gonna be, if the cost is different, then we got a problem. But if the cost to build and bring the plant up to current operation standards of today, 2023, 2024 standards, then the cost is gonna be the same, I suppose. And whatever the cost for them is gonna be increased in the cost of what? Of the contract that we have with them. Because all they're furnishing is management and operational. Maybe I'm wrong,
that's correct.
I'm not saying I'm right. So when you have all those things, would you rather own or lease? That's what it is all about. Is that operation making money now?
I would have to defer to maybe Larry Washington, the director, or Dennis.
I want to know, I think we ought to start there. Are we making any funds that go back to the general fund or back into the improvement of the operation?
Back to the general fund.
Well, just,
Go ahead, I'm ready.
Okay.
If you lead off and out loud.
So Larry Washington, Director of Solid Waste. And your question is, do we make,
is that operation producing
money.
general money for the general fund or any fund that we have in the city?
so the money that is generated, which is right now, is roughly 1 million, 1.4 million per month, and it goes up and down, it varies. So it
So-
does go back into the operation.
If it's let's say 1 million, so we can go that variation. So we have 12 months, it's running about 10 to 12 million dollar profit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that ought to be done, it's the same thing that Mr. Carlson is asking for. What about if you're leasing it to somebody to operate it, will it turn the funds over, yes or no? Covering all the manpower and everything else, on both sides. That's what Mr. Carlson is asking about, I believe, yeah. And so I'm not saying he's correct, no. We want to know, all of us, but there's certain expectations of the components of this deal that have to be brought out exactly what we're doing. That with the operations you have now, whatever you're gonna spend, 100 million, and then you say, well, 100 million would have been expended here or here on the rate that we had with, if somebody else was operating it. But thank you very much, I'm sorry, I'm going for 5 minutes, I apologize.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we could all just take a moment and figure out our phones. Thanks. So I agree with Mr. Carlson, but he said something at the end that I disagree with. And he said, we're gonna have to expand the plant, and I 100% disagree with that. And what we have to do instead is get a handle on the trash and the amount that people throw away. We throw away way more in the city of Tampa than most municipalities do, per capita. And so actually, you know, once this is done with, I would really love to get those numbers. The cost of increasing the plant versus the cost of reducing waste that we put into the plant would be ginormous difference. And that is a huge issue that we have in this community that we just simply haven't addressed because we like the ease of throwing things away. It is very easy to do that, but it is not in the best interest of either the cities. It's just not in the best interest of the city. It's going to cost a ton of money. This is $63 million of a $99.9 million refurb of this very important thing that we all need, because if trash were to stop being collected, we would know right away. That's a huge quality of life issue for our city. So one of the things that hasn't been brought up, because the other, my other concerns had been discussed by Mr. Miranda and Mr. Carlson, I want you to also make sure and to explain to us how you're going to and I know that there can be a difference in whether or not we think we should be telling the public about how this shutdown's going on, but the fact that we're going to be shutting down the plant for how long we're gonna shut it down, the length, the time we're gonna shut it down, and what's gonna happen to that garbage when we don't have the plant, and the cost of that. I think the cost of that, although I believe it's tied into this already, the cost of taking that garbage to whomever is going to take it and put it in a landfill, I just think that the public would like to know where their garbage is going. I believe it's that 8 to 10 weeks, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
And that's a lot of money. So, maybe working, I know Mr. Washington has a really great social media team, getting out the information so people know how much it's going to cost to do this. And why we're doing it, first of all, so that if we don't have a breakdown and then have to have these increased costs. So it's just the increased cost by day or week to take all of our garbage to a landfill instead of burning it in-house. And I think those are the kinds of numbers that the public doesn't have and doesn't understand, not to mention the time it will take for our trucks to go all the way out to wherever it is and come all the way back with only one load of garbage. And that sort of stuff that the public just does not, and I mean, I didn't understand it before I joined council, so I just can't imagine the general public understands that. So I would really love when you come back in one of these, maybe next in the first week of November, just to kind of have that information for the public so that we get it out during this council session. It can be just a chart, a graph, just telling what dates we're going to be doing, what the time expected, and the cost increase that we're expected to have to take that garbage to a landfill.
We will do that.
I greatly appreciate it. Again, appreciate all the work that went into this, and I know how long we've been running on a shoestring, and so we just hope and pray that the shoestring lasts till
Yeah,
February.
this is a culmination of a 4-year effort.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a lot of work. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Councilman Clendenin?
Yeah, I think Councilman Hurtak said a lot of what I was going to say. But I want to say, one, thank you, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Washington and your entire team for what the efforts that you do. Again, city employees, unsung heroes in these efforts, I think. And I believe what Councilman Hurtak has well said, and I think that applies not only to your line of business, Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilman, Councilwoman, okay, non-binary. I think that it really goes across so many of our lines of business and the amount of work that you guys put into doing what you do. I agree, prior to serving on council, I didn't really understand the scope and the scale of what you guys were doing with the waste energy plant. I don't think people understand. I think it's an amazing story that probably should be shared a lot more intensely so people understood what a great facility it is, two, how much love it needed when you all took it over. And I think that you guys are doing a great job. I think that the amount of resources that we put in are proportional, and it's good return on the investment of the taxpayer of the city of Tampa. I do want to, and I know we spoke about this because one of my concerns about pouring this much money into a facility that needs so much love and attention was how much use we were going to get out of that facility to justify versus starting from scratch. But knowing that in probably 20 years, we're going to need a new facility, and we need to have a redundancy, in the new facility and knowing how long these things take to design and plan and all that, we're going to be on top of that. And I think that's part of the story that you should share too with the city of what's going into for future proofing to make sure that we have this and that trash isn't being driven for hours in a single truck to a landfill far, far away, and what that would cost, not just the environment, but the taxpayers. But thanks for what you guys do, and I think for anybody that's listening from the residents, you guys are well served. The city of Tampa and the people that live here are well served by the men and women that work in these departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? If not, I'll ask for a motion to move the resolution. Wait, I'm sorry?
It's for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the second discussion will be held on November 16th, 2023.
No-
Okay.
November 2nd. Yes. That's 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's fine. It meets the 2 weeks. All right. So
All
we'll
right.
continue this discussion November 2nd, and no action will be taken today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have item number 78. May I have a motion to bring this back November 2nd for the second discussion? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. This is just to continue the discussion to November 2nd. All right, Mr. O'Hara, item 78.
Thank you, Chair. Dennis Rehara, Chief Financial Officer. This is item number 78 on the agenda. As you just said, we are seeking approval to enter into debt not exceeding $40 million for the Central and Lower Basin Stormwater Improvements, affectionately known as the CLBSI. Of course, we've provided staff reports and we have briefed most of you. Thank you, as always, for your time and interest. I'd like to give a brief introduction with some slides, just highlighting what's already within the agenda package. It is a pretty thick agenda package, and this is up to 40 million of debt that we're asking. And, as we go through this, this is in furtherance of our stormwater efforts for over 7 years now. It started in 2016, and we think the financing plan that we have in place for the future and the financing we've already done in the past are the best way to go about pursuing these stormwater goals of the mayor and the city council. If I could have the Elmo up, please. There you are. Council has seen, and the public has seen this slide before, but there's a subtle difference you'll see on the second row. I've said it before, I'll say it again, this is by no means the Dennis show. I am backed by professionals both inside and outside the organization, just world-class, and I don't use that term lightly. Based on input and discussion with our financial advisors and our underwriters, we, for the first time, went out and sought a second credit agency's opinion for this particular debt. You see stormwater bonds over to the far right, and it is better than our last one. It's AA+. That's the second highest that you can get. The previous one on the left, you see, was AA2 by Moody's. That's the third highest, still very, very good. But everybody on the team, internal, external, has done a great job, and I think you see that here with an even better credit score. It's going to pay off very, very much. So congratulations to council, congratulations to the mayor, to the team inside and out. Just a great win all around. So my compliments. I'm going to go over real quick, why is it such a strong credit? And you've got some bullet items here. Oops, excuse me, let me get above that closed caption. And if you can't see it, I can bring it in, or the controller can bring it in. You got it? We're good? Let me know if you can't. Thank you. Well, first off, just very successful planning and management, both from the operational side and from the financial side. This, by all accounts, has been an overwhelming success since we started this years ago, and it's reflected. It's reflected in how the program is viewed, either running the program or financing the program. We've gotten some significant grant funding, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail. When other parties are willing to put, some big skin in the game, millions and millions of dollars, that speaks a great deal for their confidence in what we've been doing and what we plan on continuing doing here. It's very reassuring to the markets. The rates associated with paying this debt service have already been approved by council. You'll recall very, very similar to what we've done with the PIPES program. The necessary funding to fund this debt service going forward is in place. Add it all up, our debt service coverage is even better than it was before, and I'll talk just a very, very brief period about that in just a slide or two. So you add that all up, very strong credit. Just wanted to give you a little context as to why S&P chose to give us such a fantastic credit rating. To refresh, the total stormwater program is anticipated to be nearly $400 million. That's what we've done in the past and what we think we're going to do going forward. Just over $200 million of that will be debt service. About $125 million of that will be grants. So again, that's significant other people's money, or Councilwoman Hurtak, as you've said, getting our money back. We've said it before, and it's true. We've been very aggressive, and you're seeing it paying off here. So $400 million-ish project's pretty significant for the city, not only now, but historically. This particular portion of the program we've discussed for about a year now. From last year's, about a year ago, our reimbursement resolution for these expenses, up through our presentation in August, of the fiscal year '24 budget, and then the public hearings in September. So what exactly are we asking? And again, this is all contained within the, back to the Elmo, please. Thank you very much. This is all contained within your package, but I do want to highlight some of these things. South Howard flooding relief and streetscape. I won't read every one unless council would like me, or if council would like to highlight particular projects. The Lower Peninsula flooding relief, Lamb Canal rehabilitations, and hate to miss that citywide watershed master plan. And there are more. In-house flooding relief and failed pipe replacement, the annual Cured in Place rehabilitation. At the very bottom, I'll highlight that. We talk about that quite often, the efforts going on within each Tampa's district's neighborhoods, the comprehensive infrastructure for Tampa's neighborhoods. Just again, providing a little color, a little context to how extensive this project is. An itemization of the components, if I could add, thank you very much. An itemization of the components within, again, your very thick agenda package. You got the bond resolution, you see that right there. Purchasing contract, or purchase contract with the underwriters, continuing disclosure agreement. You've got forms of the preliminary official statement, and the reason it's a form is because there is still information to be input into that based on what happens in the future. Paying agent and registrar agreement, the financial feasibility report, and the engineering report. I mentioned those last two because that financial feasibility report, we're going through the same process as you all know in the solid waste department. We need an independent third party to say what we've got planned is, well, financially feasible based on what we're planning on charging, what we're planning on charging the ratepayers, and the engineering report. Just to highlight a little bit of this other people's money, or getting our money back. We talked a little bit about PAYGO, or cash, with the waste-to-energy plant. You see we're doing the same thing here. A little over $40 million from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Also, about $11 million from THEA. And then we'll use whatever excess we have in cash to continue paying for these projects as we go along. As we've discussed before, really trying to balance that cash versus debt ratio. And the balance includes not only how fast we could complete the projects because we have the money, but also establishing that intergenerational equity that we've talked about. How many of the current users are paying for these services, and how many of the future users are going to pay for these services? It's a repeat. Yeah. That's what I wanted. A quick refresh on the debt service. And you can see here in 2018, which we've already done, almost $85 million worth of debt. In 2021, just under $37 million. And then what we've put before you here, 33 and change, maybe 35, again, not to exceed 40 million. Really like to point out here, and we mentioned this in our briefings, because we've been so successful in getting grant funding, what we're asking to borrow today is substantially less than what we thought we need to ask for, and we don't think we'll need another bond issuance in 2026. And you see at the bottom right-hand corner there, we anticipated it was going to be over $60 million. It's about half that now. So, I mean, literally good for us. And then again, that may be too small.
Hey, zoom in.
Yeah,
Should I zoom in? Here we go.
there we go.
You know, we love our charts, at least I do. This is how I love looking at things. And you see here the compilation of the funding sources from now through 2028. Over on the far right, there's that $51 million worth of grant funding I just discussed. 37 and change thousand, that is simply cash. That's what we'll use over the next 6 years on a pay-go basis. And then the 35.8, 35-ish, not to exceed $40 million of the bond we're asking you to approve today. As council is aware, I do want to mention our mitigation credit policy and hardship program. Oop. There we go. We established this at the program inception. If you've got a property that already mitigates its stormwater runoff, and you see we have over 400 equivalent stormwater units or ESUs taking advantage of that now, and we anticipate that those will increase in the future. And from a hardship program perspective, again, we established this. The city pays for it out of the general fund. Any break or discount we give a user, we cannot pass on to the other users, so the city pays for it. And again, you can see the numbers here. Nearly 150 were approved last fiscal year. We've approved nearly 160 so far in the current fiscal year. We anticipate these numbers will also increase proportionally as we go forward in the future. Just want to reiterate to the public that there is a mechanism there for those that find this program difficult from a financial perspective. There's a lot of information on this page. I just want to point out what we had previously identified as our debt service coverage levels. Oh, I'm sorry. These are the new ones. Yeah, I'll just leave it on there. Oh, no, here we go. I apologize, mixed up the slides there. The takeaway from this, and again, we've got all this information for you, is prior to receiving the additional grant funding and the additional performance of the stormwater revenues, our debt service coverage was good, but not as good as it is now, again, contributing to that stronger credit rating. So the system is good shape, it's performing well, and we look forward to a very successful bond issuance. And I'll show you the anticipated timing for same. We received the ratings earlier this month. Tomorrow, pending City Council's approval, we'll print the preliminary official statement. The day before Halloween, we anticipate we're going to price. That's the day before the anticipated Federal Reserve meeting. That's good timing. Things can get a little squirrely on the day of or after the Federal Reserve meeting, and then closing mid-November. That is my final slide. I'll just wrap up with a quick market update. We have periodically assembled the team over this time period as we've prepared this issuance. It's a volatile time. I don't need to tell you all that. I don't need to tell the public that. It has been made more volatile with the events in the Middle East of the last few weeks, so we're watching that closely. Our last market update was yesterday, and it doesn't get too much more recent than that. Rates are high, at least considering the recent history. Those of us who are old enough remember these rates would have been considered low at one time. So does it cost us more money? Yes, but in these volatile times, you're seeing what we've talked about before, some flight to safety. Those that are looking to house their funding in a lower risk asset and receive a return, and that's what makes a very strong, and that's us, very strong municipal debt issuance attractive. It doesn't get much more secure than that. So we look forward to an aggressive participation as we go through this process. And that is all I have for my brief presentation. I have our financial advisor, our underwriter here, Mike Perry, our budget officer, and we've got participation from the Stormwater Department, and I believe Vic is available and we can answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Excellent presentation. A few questions. Can you pull up the slide with the bond ratings?
Yes, sir.
And congratulations on the higher rating.
Thank you.
And I'm not asking this question to be critical, just for information. What do we have to do to go up in the rating on that? So it's excellent. What are we missing that we need to do to go up?
Well, the higher you get, and again, our financial advisor can speak to it maybe better than I, but I'll lead off. The higher you go, it almost gets exponentially more difficult to get even higher. For instance, this issuance right here, it's the second highest you can get. I don't know what specific criteria we'd have to meet, and if that's your question, let me know. I'll defer to the financial advisor.
Yeah, maybe that's a discussion for another day, but I think if there are things that you all think we should be doing, we've been aggressive about adding to the reserve fund. And if there are things that you think we should be doing to make sure we can hold the position, but if we can go higher, what else can we do? That would be a great conversation maybe for
Okay,
another day.
I'll mark that down. Thank you.
The other thing, and I know government accounting and nonprofit accounting and corporate accounting are all different, but the way I'm used to looking at numbers is more like a P&L where you have revenues minus operating expense minus principal and interest on payments. Is it possible we could get a chart like that? What I didn't see in any of these slides is how are we paying these off and by what time? You have the start dates on all of them, but I don't know when we're planning on paying them off and what kind of impact that has on the rate in the future. Does a chart like that exist, or can you help us with one?
It exists from an estimated perspective, and we can provide that to you. Once we print the official statement, it'll be more definitive, but I can get that to you. I can tell you right now, the anticipated maturity of this is 2046, so 33 years. But we can get, and I think I know, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think I know exactly what you're asking for. Every single year, what's going to be the principal payment, what's going to be the interest payment, and then complete over time. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out the cash flow, like what's the net impact on rates. So now if you have your normal, you have the stormwater tax, then you have the operating expenses, then you have principal and interest. And so what's the impact of it? Did we have a surplus before? Just if you looked at this as a business unit, and then are we taking away that surplus to pay the debt?
Understood.
And then at what point, considering our growth projections, will the cash flow continue to be above that? And if you're talking about $200 million in stormwater repairs, I presume somebody has a map that probably has a couple $1 billion sitting around somewhere that we could do. So as we're doing longer term planning again, what are the possibilities, and how does it affect our cash flow?
Yes, we can get that to you. That's actually a contributing factor to our debt service coverage. And in fact, the budget officer and I were talking about just earlier today. We do have, as you saw, and I'll just round, $6-ish million every single year, for instance, for PAYGO, for cash. And that would be after our debt service payments, after our operating requirements, things like that. And as we progress and as we chart that over time, we can show you where we anticipate being in terms of what I'll call flexibility, in terms of what will fall to that cash and what we can pay with PAYGO, with cash every single year.
Because as you know, this is a huge issue with constituents. They want us to be fiscally prudent about it too, but it's a big issue that across the city, especially in South Tampa, there's a lot of flooding, and people have hope that this is going to fix it. But I think at some point when we're done with this, then we're going to realize we got to go back and do some more. So how does all that fit together? I also have to ask the question. My colleague, Councilmember Vieira, a year ago made the motion to fund a $15 million fire station, and we found out a month ago that it didn't even start. How do we know that these projects? What guarantee do we have that these projects are specifically tied to this funding, and that the mix of projects underneath it won't be changed to pay for something else?
That's a good question. This is actually a great example of how we reassure City Council and the public we're doing what we said we were going to do. Gene Duncan's shop publishes, I think it's a quarterly, somebody can correct me, a quarterly stormwater report for the entirety of their projects. And you can see it again every 3 months, what's happening.
But is it like in the bond covenants to the investors, does it say specifically these projects? And so if we change the projects, we couldn't do it within this agreement? Is there some guarantee to the taxpayers and the
I'm going to
bond?
defer to the financial advisor on, what, you come up, Molly? This is Molly Clark.
And my related question is, you said we're approving up to 40 million, but you hopefully only need 33 million.
Yes.
What assurance do we have that somebody's not gonna go pay for some other project that they want with the 7 million difference?
I'm Molly Clark with Public Resources Advisory Group, serving as financial advisor to the city on the financing. In the legal documents that are put in place for this transaction, the projects are enumerated and they are clarified. It's limited to those identified projects that these funds are legally available to be used.
And if are we gonna get all 40 million, and then what happens if we have 7 million left over? How do we decide how to allocate that?
The bond yield and the total project funding amount is 35.8 million. On top of that, there are costs of issuing the bonds and the fee to the underwriter. Altogether, we anticipate that'll come in around the mid-30 millions. Right now, we're saying about 34.4. It changes daily with the market, but there will be funds available to pay for the projects and the costs of issuing the debt. It fluctuates with market conditions because municipal bonds are priced with a coupon and a yield that's not matched.
But considering there's a list of projects there, if there's money left over,
Yep.
then does it have to be applied to those projects, or can we decide to do something else? And then maybe a question for legal is how do we decide? Are we pre-approving that the administration can spend this 40 million however you want, or are we agreeing with the future bondholders that only these projects can be paid for with the
From the proceeds of the bonds, the identified projects can be paid for. If there are, for some reason, additional remaining proceeds, those can be used to pay debt service on the bonds.
And nobody's here from legal, but can I assume that you all would have to come back before city council to get approval on how that money would be allocated? Mike's shaking his head.
It's limited to the provisions in the bond documents, so it's really just for project expenses. To the extent there are any available additional funds, those could be used to redeem the bonds.
And then
that's the
can
limitation.
Can I have maybe somebody from legal confirm to me, we are not today, all we're doing is approving the allocation of the 40 million in debt. We're not approving the underlying projects. Those are separate votes of city council, correct?
Justin Baskey, Legal Department, that is correct. These projects have not been.
Okay, I just don't want somebody coming back and say, well, you approved that project, and we're not even discussing the projects. We just have a list of them. And then, Mr. O'Hara, you mentioned the hardship fund. So the bond covenants say that we have to get the hardship fund outside of the bond money we can't
Yes, sir.
use? Okay. And how much was that? You showed how many people, what was it, like 123 people? How much money is that?
It's, from our perspective, very, very little, maybe tens of thousands
Tens of thousands a month or a year?
a year.
Okay, and, yeah, thank you for advertising that. And then, can you tell us why, since this project only goes back to 2018, is there a reason why, looking at the markets, somebody didn't just take out $200 million in debt in 2018? Is there a financial benefit to having waited?
I'll give that to the expert.
The moment you issue long-term bonds, you begin to pay interest on that debt. And so from a cost perspective, you don't want to be paying interest on debt that you're not ready to use.
So it's the staging. We weren't ready to stage all the project. We could only do it in pieces anyway, and so it made sense. Even if the
Right.
interest goes up, we would save because we didn't pay 5 years of interest now.
For bond proceeds
yeah.
that are just sitting there. Additionally,
thank you.
there's a spend down requirement. You don't want to issue bonds. You want to spend them in 3 years. So
Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
it's sort of a second.
Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you. Thank you for this very great presentation, and the questions were very good. And I want to thank the administration for starting this entire project and process. I believe we're one of the very few cities in the state of Florida that's preparing for climate change and responding to climate change in the way we are by really trying to harden our stormwater systems. And I believe that that's how we probably got so many grants, showing the work that we had done and the work we have to do. So I also want to thank the grants team. $51.1 million for this project alone is amazing and astronomical, and they should be absolutely applauded for it. That is a ton of money. For the fact that we're able to get over a quarter of the entire project funded by grants is just amazing. So I want to thank the team again for that. Obviously, a lot of work that had to go into it to work together to get that to happen. So I'm hoping the grants team is listening, and just really our appreciation from both the DEP and THEA. That's really thinking outside the box, and I really appreciate that.
If they're not listening up, we'll definitely take it back.
Yeah,
Thank
please
you.
do, because I mean, over a quarter of the money we projected for this project is
outstanding.
very, and it truly helps our debt as well. So we're not having to take as much debt, and then having to take less debt now than we did when the rates were lower is really wonderful. This is a huge project that the citizens are very, very focused on. Everybody wants stormwater to get better. They've seen some improvements from the projects, so I know everyone's looking forward to this next portion. And I just want to say thank you for the diligence with this. I love that it is not as much as we thought it would be. 40 million is still a lot of money, but it's nice to see that it could have been 60-something.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for all your hard work with this.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. Just to go back and find out exactly, so the public can get a correct understanding, this is the money that comes in from the trim notice that we haven't added to the taxes that the assessor gave us? When you have your storm water to run off into the,
No, this is not contained within the trim notice. The stormwater has two different assessments, a service assessment and an improvement assessment. So was that
yeah,
your
this
question?
one, which is this the improvement or?
This is the improvement, sir.
Okay. How do we, on the improvement, what percent after we finish with the expenditure is it going to be corrected? Is it 100% of the problem on stormwater issues in that area? 90% of the problem? 10% of the problem? Can anybody tell me that?
I
Or
cannot.
us that, or the public that?
I'd have to defer to the department.
And the
on
reason
that.
I'm asking is for a lot of financial reasons. Sometimes we do a stormwater project, and this is in the south, so if the water's gonna go north, it's gotta be pumped. So if it's gonna go south, it's gotta go into the bay. Am I correct so far? I don't know.
Again, I thought there was a department representative. There he
I
is.
see Gene is online.
Oh, okay. And then we've
Yeah.
got,
Good afternoon, City
There she
Council.
is.
Apologize for my voice. I hope you can hear me. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. We do have some stormwater representatives in the room there. I just wanted to say that for stormwater, there's not an exact science such as Mr. Miranda is seeking. We do have some maps to give you a perspective of the impact that this set of projects is going to have. And these projects are in our CIP.
Okay.
They're in the stormwater quarterly report that you receive every quarter. So if you want to take just a second to look at the two graphics that we brought with us, my team, I believe, has those with them, we can show you the impacts that these projects have.
there we go.
They address a big flood footprint within all areas throughout the city, south of Fletcher Avenue. And we're about 75% complete with the first improvement program that we started back in 2016. So to answer your question, there will always be stormwater challenges. Our rain intensities change. As you know, with climate change, it's not a predictable situation. But we take the science that we have and engineering judgment and financial realities and public concern and put those together to make the best programs that we can to address the most critical needs.
No, I understand. I appreciate your answer, but what I'm looking for is to find out, the storm water is something that nature controls. If it rains, you have a problem sometimes. If it doesn't rain, you have no problem. You just can't drink water. You have another problem. So if it rains a lot You got more than the capacity of what you can handle. My question is, what's the capacity of the system as far as rainfall or a no-name storm or something like that, that I'm not asking to come here, don't get me wrong. And where is it, if you have a hurricane, is it gonna work? And the problem that I'm looking at, if it's gonna drain back into the bay, instead of going somewhere else north, which is not here, because that takes an enormous amount of money, enormous amount of energy to move the water north to something we don't have, which is called a reservoir to store the water. So all I wanna know is, how are we facing an unknown future? We don't know what's coming. We can only assume what we have based on the history up to that point. And based on those assumptions of facts, I'm only thinking out loud, saying, what happens if you have a storm? If you drive down the Bay Shore, you see the pipes are about 16 or 18 inches. You can see them when you have low tide. When you have high tide, you can't see them. And then my question then becomes, what happens if you have something that comes in that's much greater volume of water coming in than the volume of water going out? The water's going to come back where it came from. That's all I'm asking. That's
And
enough.
that's excellent question. We take historical data and we use that to make a decision on the best design that's feasible and reasonable. We cannot design for force majeure. We can't design to ensure a hurricane will do no damage. But there's a sweet spot of what we can do to mitigate those recurrent situations that we have historical facts on. So it's not a real quick answer to your question, and I apologize for that. But there is a method to making the decisions of what we are spending our money on, and we can show the benefits of those.
I understand that, and that's not my point of argument. I'm not arguing, I'm just asking. If they have a torrential rain, it'll clear it out within so many minutes. That's all I'm asking. If you're not having any pipes going north, you're not gonna pump water south because the bay's there. It's gonna come right back at you. So I would imagine that the only way of solving a problem, not only there, anywhere, is to have a billions of dollars expense and pipe the water north, because you need pumps to go north, and dump it in a reservoir that we don't own any land in. That's the only way you're gonna help solve the problem, in my opinion. And I'm not disputing what you gentlemen and ladies are doing. I'm just saying that in order to have a system that really works, much more than this, it's not it. But I agree that it is needed. That's what I want to say.
Councilman Clendenin.
In your presentation, you talked about the PAYGO money that available in each year. Where is that money coming from? Is it unbudgeted money, or where is that? I'm kind of piggybacking on some of where Councilman Carlson's questions were coming from. So we have this. The question was asked and answered about bonding money is set, because that can be spent for debt services and repaying or buying back those bonds. Well, so where is this other PAYGO money you're talking about? Where is that coming from?
Let me just put this chart back up on the Elmo. This is one of the reasons I love this chart. You see the particular funding sources there and the debt service. This is the wrong chart. So I didn't want the coverage. I didn't want the coverage, but without going to the chart, I'll ask. As we project into the future, whether it's the current fiscal year, next fiscal year, 2028, we look at the sources of funding and we look at what those uses are going to be. If council approves this bond issuance, well, then we'll have a trajectory for what we're going to spend on our debt service, both principal and interest. And then you have the other uses associated with the department, whether it's day-to-day business, special other projects, things called. And as we chart that course, we anticipate identifying about $6-ish million every single year to pay for these projects every single year from just cash. Rather than put the entirety of these projects in a bond issuance, again, we're very similar to our PIPES program. We're spending some with the debt service and we're spending some with cash. So there's a balance there.
So my question is, and I think I already know the answer, but I just want to make it clear, because so we don't get back in that situation that Councilman Carlson referred to as, oh, you voted for that. So I just want to make sure, so those projects, so this cash that we have, those projects will come back before council for approval, correct?
Those projects, they are within the capital improvement program,
Okay.
but again, especially when they're funded by debt issuances, council gets many.
But the PAYGO stuff I'm talking about, the debt issue I'm
Yes,
pretty clear with, the
yes.
PAYGO stuff I'm talking about.
Yes, because council still will have to approve the contracts associated with providing these services.
I just want to make sure that wasn't something out there that is under an umbrella that we're not seeing, that wasn't
Understood.
transparent.
The
that-
other.
Yeah, that other pot.
Understood,
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah, okay, very good, thank you.
And might I add, and again, this is a great example, this particular program, because as you see these quarterly reports from Ms. Duncan's office, if you have a concern or you have a question, of course, reach out to her
Right.
shop, my shop. Because if it looks like something is not being spent on what council approved, well, we want to know that, if for no other reason than to clarify.
Very good, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, may I have a motion to move the resolution? We have a
Second.
motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Let's do a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Because,
Viera, Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Perset. Yes. Clendenin,
Yes,
Henderson. Yes. And Maniscalco.
yes,
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
all right.
Thank you, council.
We now go to item number 84.
Let me get out of your way, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Schmidt, Assistant City Attorney, here on item 84. I'm going to provide City Council with copies of two PowerPoints. One is going to be from USF and one is from TPD. USF, Dr. Brianna Fox is on the line, and she will present her PowerPoint. And then Sergeant Greg Van Heist is here with TPD, and he has very short statistics just based on TPD. We'd like to present these two things and then answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
We'd ask Dr. Fox, who
Yes,
is online.
if we
to
can
be-
bring Dr. Fox on, yeah, there she is. Very good.
Okay, hi everyone. I actually know several of you from previous city council encounters, but I'm here today to talk. I was asked to speak about this. We have been collaborating with the city and TPD and FDLE to do an analysis of sex offender recidivism, specifically to address some questions that I believe city council was specifically interested in. If my PowerPoint is not up on the screen, can someone let me know? I have to share my screen.
If you could share your screen. Let's see, there you go, there I go. There I go, there you go. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there you go.
So are you guys at my screen now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So this study was done in collaboration with my colleague Tom Laughlin from the University of South Florida and our graduate student Jackie Berkeley. So obviously, I'm sure most of you are familiar with SORN, the Sex Offender Registration Notification Act. It was implemented in 1997. It was a national policy, so every state is participating, and that's going to be important later on for public that are interested. There are several goals of SORN, obviously preventing sex offenses through offender restriction and deterrence, increasing public safety, and helping with police investigation. This is a very broad law. Anyone who's convicted of a sex offense in the United States has to register. There are various offenses, and this could vary from state to state. For instance, in some states, public urination is considered a sex offense. In others, it's the more traditional sex offenses. The FDLE list is provided on the right. I can provide that to anyone who's interested. There's actually been a lot of research on SORN and how effective it is. It focuses on two separate topics. One is whether it actually defers offending and reduces recidivism. And the other is the impact of the additional housing restrictions on the individuals that are subject to them, as well as the community. I'm going to review a little bit of that before I get into my study. So first, whether SORN decreases sex offenses and recidivism. There was a 2011 study that used 20 years of FBI data, so it's across the nation, pre and post SORN. So they looked at sex offending before SORN was implemented and then after. There was a similar study in 2015 that focused only in Florida. I took a table from there so you guys can see it. This is slide 5. But essentially, rates of sex offenses and arrests did not improve after SORN. So they didn't find any results, no change. Further studies were conducted on sex offender recidivism rates, which is slightly different than the base rate of sex offending and sex offense arrests. A 2015 study looked at with sex offender recidivism rates, again, here in Florida. They found that before SORN was enacted, there was a sex offender recidivism rate of 4.9%, and after SORN, it actually went up to 7.5%. A similar study in 2019 found that SORN had no effects on sex offender recidivism rates. So again, we're seeing this similar pattern. Now we're looking at the impact of SORN housing restrictions. I'm not going to review this in too much detail, but essentially, they found that these housing restrictions reduce access to employment, treatment for all kinds of issues, mental health, drugs, job skills training, things like that. And all of that contributes to future offending. Not surprisingly, then there was no effect of these housing restrictions on offending rates. It was ineffective at predicting crime or offender locations for police investigations. Essentially, just having the awareness of where someone says they're going to be located actually doesn't predict where they're going to offend or even where they're located. And even though there's been this benefit seen from the community standpoint of, I know where sex offenders are registered and living, and I can change my living and my behaviors because of it, it really doesn't have an impact, and it actually increases the rates of registrants, which means we don't know where they are. So it's actually having almost a backfiring effect. So just to summarize, sex offenders generally have a low recidivism rate. Registries do not seem to contribute to a reduction of future offending. For those that do reoffend, the strongest predictors of this reoffending are lack of employment, treatment, loss of their support systems, such as family and friends, wherever they were living before. And the housing restrictions actually contribute to those barriers. And then add an extra burden to police, because now police are trying to service all of these registry violations, which we'll talk about in a minute. So in sum, registries and housing restrictions appear to have no effect and actually may appear to be making offending worse. However, you'd ask, why does this still law? Well, one, because it seems like the public feels safer, okay? We feel better about it. Policymakers, maybe Tampa City Council aside, usually find it difficult to take this on. So this leads us to the current study. We received data from FDLE on 1,368 people convicted of a sex offense. They range from 1968 to 2022. All of them were registered as having lived in VME-Board. The zip codes are 3602, 33605 in 2012, 2017, or 2022. We just picked those as snapshots just to make a manageable sample. We received a wealth of data such as the names, their age, the type of offense they engaged in, the status as either offender or predator, their home addresses, the index offense, which is what got them onto the list, and then any future offenses they committed since they were essentially identified as a sex offender. We had a few research questions to help City Council here. First, how many sex crimes did these sex offenders commit pre-SORN and post-SORN, trying to assess, essentially, do these restrictions make a difference? What type of crimes did sex offenders commit pre and post-SORN? Where are these registered sex offenders committing these crimes? So essentially, are these housing restrictions preventing them from committing crimes, where we don't want them doing crimes, if at all? What is the sex crime recidivism rate of sex offenders who are living in this period, living in VME-Board in the post-SORN period? Does this rate of sex offenses differ compared to if we have no SORN? And remember, I can't compare Florida or Tampa to another state because SORN is nationwide. So we can really only compare pre-SORN, post-SORN. But there's a few other differences which we'll talk about. And then finally, the ultimate question, can we infer a reduction in sex crimes? due to SORN or SORN-like policies. So the first question, how many sex crimes did sex offenders commit pre and post SORN? Well, in total, our sample committed 2,274 offenses over 54 years. And it sounds like a lot, but when you actually look at it per year, it's a little bit less. But when you analyze it by pre-SORN and post-SORN, you notice some notable changes. First of all, there were 523 offenses pre-SORN, but I will note that's over 29 years. Compared to post-SORN, which is from 1997 to 2022, which is 25 years, there's 1,751. So we're not comparing apples and apples. Okay, there's 29 years in the first period and 25 years in the second period. But they're also not exactly close, right? In the pre-SORN period, there's 523 crimes, and there's 1,751. And those are just sex offenses. The last thing I want to bring your attention to is there are now these things called SORN registry offenses after SORN comes into play. This is the police having to monitor, where are people being registered? Are they actually there? Are they registering? Are they violating the policies? Are they moving and not telling police? That accounted for 922 additional offenses over 25 years. So you're seeing the burden that is now on law enforcement, and that is actually more than the total number of sex offenses that was committed in the first 29 years alone, pre-SORN. For anyone who's interested, these are the most common crimes that the sex offenders committed, and that I do a few things here. I show the pre-SORN total and the post-SORN total. Obviously, the most common crime was failure to comply with SORN registries. There were 611 of those offenses. The next most common offense was lewd and lascivious act with a child under age 15. And those at the peak, there were 191, right, post-SORN in total. So you can see there are far more of these registry offenses compared to the actual offenses. But you can also see there's about small uptick as we go from pre to post-SORN. Some offenses obviously did not exist pre-SORN. These are more like computer-based offenses or crimes that were only legislated in the post-SORN period. So I just wanted to demonstrate this for you guys on a graph. And again, visually, the light blue is the post-SORN period and the dark blue is the pre-SORN period. And some things to take note of is, again, how many more of these kind of status offenses there are than any other offense. Additionally, post-SORN, most of the offenses are actually going up. So, it's trending in the wrong direction. Then we get to the question, where are these people that are registered as sex offenders committing their sex crimes? I just took a random sample of these sex crimes at 2,000 odd, and you can see it's not like they're happening, only in a constrained area, or thank goodness they couldn't go to that playground or school, or they can only live in this zone. The sex offenses are being committed everywhere. In fact, only about 60% of all of the sex offenses post-SORN were committed in Hillsborough. So that means they're even going outside of Hillsborough County 40% of the time, let alone down the street. So I would say, if we're saying you have to live in this block or this street, they don't even care about county they're in and they offend, let alone what block or street they live on. So it's really not that effective. Beyond that, what is the sex offender recidivism rate as those who are living in the unborn post-SORN period? This is really interesting and actually was surprising to me. When we looked at the overall recidivism rate, just full, everybody who was in our entire data set, and we took out those failure to comply and failure to register, those kind of status offenses, this is just an offender committing another sex offense. And we had decades of follow-up period. Their recidivism rate was 23.78%. When we look just pre-SORN, this is 1968 to 1997, 96 out of the 404 people that committed sex crimes committed another offense, which is 23.76, which is not quite identical, but pretty darn close. And then post-SORN is, again, 23.78, which is almost statistically identical. So if you're thinking that having these additional restrictions and housing, where someone can live or they can register, it's basically made zero notable impact on sex offenders living in Tampa and BME4 based on the data we were given from that PLE. Now, the last questions are, does this sex offense rate differ from places that have no SORN policy? And remember, everywhere in the United States has SORN, so we can't compare Florida to, let's say, Connecticut or California. So using this rate of 23.8%, and you compare that rate to modern day, so if you say, well, there are differences between the 1960s and 70s and today, are we able to compare apples and apples? It's a fair assumption. I would agree with that. So if you compare the sex offender recidivism rate of Florida now to other places that don't have SORN, like Canada and the UK, again, their sex offender recidivism rate is almost identical, 24.7% to 25.7%. So, I could have found more. I didn't have a lot of time, but if, a deeper examination, I'd seen those first world countries are about in the 20s. So there's really no meaningful difference from the US and what we're doing in these other first world countries. So ultimately, can we infer a reduction in sex crimes due to SORN? Well, obviously, if you were going to say that there's a policy effect due to SORN and the things that come with it, such as housing restrictions, registration, you would want to see that there's an impact, reduction in sex crimes that are committed, or the recidivism rate from pre and post SORN. We are not seeing that. And as I just presented to you from other studies, as well as right here in Tampa, sex crimes have largely increased post SORN. Now, there's some things to remember with this. Number one, so has the population. Those are just raw numbers. So I wasn't able to look at the number of sex offenses per, let's say, capita. The population of Tampa, as you all know, has dramatically increased since the 90s. So that could make a difference. But so has access to the internet, proliferation of child pornography, law enforcement tactics to identify sex offenses, the culture surrounding reporting and interviewing. Children and victims are more willing to come forward. Law enforcement know how to talk to people in ways that can elicit information about the crimes in more effective manners. So all of this contributes to maybe more sex crimes being identified and also solved. So we can't say SORN has reduced sex crimes, right? There's no data to show that. But we also don't think there's any reason that it's increased. There's so many other factors, so we can't, maybe that's a bridge too far. We should also note that sex crime recidivism rates are almost identical in Tampa from pre to post SORN and to similar nations that do not have SORN. So we can't say for sure whether the sex crime recidivism rate would have been higher if we didn't have SORN. We'll never know. This would be like what would have happened in the United States without the TARP bailout. We'll never know what would have happened. We can maybe assume what could have happened, but there's no counterfactual that we can actually study. We can do more sophisticated research with better data, more sophisticated modeling. If the council is interested in this, we are certainly interested and available to discuss. But at the moment, these are the conclusions that we can draw from the data that are available. First of all, SORN and related policies requiring registration and restricting housing for sex offenders do not appear to statistically reduce recidivism or prevent crime across multiple studies, including here in Tampa. Second, housing restrictions appear to be iterogenic in that they add barriers to successful reentry for people that are coming out of jail or probation after a sex offense. It actually increases the likelihood of recidivism. They do not seem to stop offending either where they're supposed to or really anywhere. And they added considerable burden for our police who are already understaffed. They are now tasked with monitoring sex offenders where they're registered and living, as opposed to fighting these types of crimes and solving them. So it seems like they're actually, this could be a policy that's doing more harm than good. So that's the end of my presentation. I was told to make it quick. So like all good policy presentations, if you have questions, please ask. And this is made possible by the USF Center for Justice Research and Policy, which I am the director of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schmidt, never mind. Yes, sir.
I probably will have a lot of questions, but I just have one main one. As a parent, the 25% as a percentage sounds small, but if you think of 1 out of 4, that's a lot. And it's pretty terrifying because you could have, on average, 4 people on a street. They were talking about 30-something, but you could have 4 people on the street and one of them goes back. So is there anything that does impact recidivism? I know that wasn't the core of your study, but if SORN doesn't work, what does?
That is such a fantastic question. And I should say, I don't want this to come off like I'm late on sex offenders. I study gun violence, crime, and sex offending. So these are things I take very seriously. But because I take them seriously, I want to put money and effort into things that work and not things that don't work. So SORN does not appear to be working, but things that do appear to work are treatment and reentry services. We have a project actually that did receive a grant I'm doing with my colleague from USF, as well as Safe and Sound Hillsborough. It's supposed to address recidivism of all kinds here in Tampa. We'll be working with TPD on that over the next 5 years. Those are the type of investments that seem to pay off over the long term. These types of things like registry and housing restrictions don't seem to work.
Anybody else? Yes, sir?
So on the recidivism rate, was there a study of like the circumstances of the recidivism? I mean, in other words, is a densely packed boarding house more likely to create an area of somebody in our public comment talked about you have all these people together, they're just going to get better at what they do, versus are these, I mean, so are the circumstances, how does that affect recidivism?
Yeah, that was outside the bounds of this study, but from all the research that I've reviewed, it basically showed that if somebody is going to commit an offense a second time, they're at dramatically higher risk of committing offenses third, fourth, et cetera time. But most people are not like that. So it's not like the councilman's example where you have 4 sex offenders, one at random is going to reoffend. It's actually not that random. It's the person that's had the longer history of sex offending and has done it at least once before. Most people will desist and they have almost no risk of reoffending. So it's also about prioritizing those people. And there's a host of risk assessments that we're doing in jails at intake to try to identify these people, to give them resources and not just have them sitting in a jail cell, but essentially try to rehabilitate them, treat them while they're also serving time for the crimes they've committed.
So are they crimes of opportunity, or are they more calculated, when they repeat, is it calculated or crimes of opportunity?
Again, that was outside the bound of this study. I didn't have any data on any individual sex offenders. All I had was their names and date of birth. So I really didn't have any circumstances of the crime. However, having studied this for many years, I could tell you that in most cases, it's unfortunately somebody that the victim knows. So it's not a crime of necessarily opportunity. The person who's most likely to commit the crime against someone is somebody known to them. This could be an acquaintance, a family member, relative, teacher, coach. So unfortunately, these are not the things we like to think of, like a bad guy jumping out of a bush. That's very rare.
Okay, yeah, and there's data that supports that? I know I've heard that anecdotally as well, but is there data that supports that? Okay.
Yeah, that's the sort of the overwhelming majority. Similar to domestic violence and homicides. Most of the time, you're going to get assaulted or killed by someone you know.
Very good. It's the one that you said I do to that's most likely to kill you, correct? Yeah, very good. Thank you.
That's exactly right. Yeah, unfortunately, but yes.
Thanks.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Fox, thank you for your wonderful presentation. We really appreciate your hard work. Your name and reputation obviously precedes you, and you're always impressive and professional and thorough. So we appreciate you 100%, ma'am. And we appreciate everybody that came out to from VNM, Ybor, and different folks from different groups, including religious groups, to shed light on this issue. I've been through the affected areas with the neighborhood association and had talks with folks, and there's when I say a lot of emotion, I don't mean that in a paternalistic way. I mean that in a very frank and understandable way. And there's a major problem here that the city needs to get a better resolution on. I understand the very legitimate concerns of the neighborhood here, and we have to do better on this policy here in Tampa. We really, really do. The number one issue, well, there's an old saying which is be tough on crime, but also be tough on the causes of crime. and I've always believed that, which is that when you have an evildoer in the community who wants to harm the vulnerable, harm the young, harm the defenseless, you have to, and they get caught, you got to pay a price. That's just the way it is. You got to be tough on crime. But you also have to be tough on the causes of crime. And that's why I'm such a strong supporter of returning citizens programs, something that over the last few years, thanks to somebody mentioned Abraham Ministries, that's a wonderful organization. I always say if Jesus was on earth, he'd be working, volunteering at Abraham Ministries. That is a wonderful organization, and they do so much work and whatnot. But the number one priority for all of us with this issue is to protect the vulnerable. That's the number one thing. And if we can have intervention programs that help, God forbid, prevent this, or prevent, God forbid, more instances of what's addressed here, that's what we should do. If it means having recidivism programs, if it means saying 12 Hail Marys and 10 Our Fathers, whatever it is, let's get the job done, because it's the number one issue is protection of the vulnerable, protection of the young, protection of the old, protection of people who can't protect themselves. And who are victims of people who would do them wrong. So, for me, I take it upon myself to engage more with individuals like yourself, Dr. Fox. You're always such a wonderful source of knowledge. People who came here on different sides of the issue, including the neighborhood, Tampa Police Department, et cetera. We really need to do better on this issue, but with the number one goal being protection of the vulnerable. And that means, again, being tough on that terrible, terrible act, but also taking a look at the causes of recidivism and doing better in that regard, because in the end, what we want to protect is, what we want to prevent is more of these terrible tragedies. That's something that I think unites us all. So thank you again, everybody who spoke, and Dr. Fox, thank you, ma'am, as always. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike, Mr. Schmidt, did you have another presentation?
Yes, a brief, very brief one from Sergeant Greg Van Heist.
The Elmo here. Yeah, guess it'd be
There
right.
you go. Turn it the other way.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. Just a little bit of information real quick. Sergeant Greg Van Heist, I'm with our Criminal Investigations Division of the Tampa Police Department. One of the units I supervise is our Criminal Tracking Unit. We're responsible for the monitoring and law violations related to sex offenders, sex predators, and career offenders. Specifically, I think we're here a little bit today to talk about these rooming houses, just a little context. 2818, 2820, and 2821 North Nebraska, just to show you. I'm sure you most are aware, but there they are with some pictures. Some quick numbers regarding offenders. You see that?
Yes.
This is citywide, so this is as of yesterday, and this fluctuates every day depending on who's in and out of prison, who's on probation. But right now, I have 844 offenders and predators. Within District 3, which is where VM Ybor is inside of our District 3, is 352, which is 42% of our total offenders. And then within those 3 rooming houses, 57, 7%. This is really the bulk of what we do at the police department, and that's address verifications, and that's just verifying that the people, the registrants, the offenders where they report where they live, they actually are there, and then are within the following all the restrictions or all the requirements they have based on their status. Again, the numbers speak for themselves, but that's just an idea of what we do. This is just some data for the last 8 months, January 1st to August 31st. And then finally, again, similar, just to give a little bit of context on difference between offenders who released is they are no supervision, so they're not on probation. They are just a designated sex offender or sex predator in the state of Florida, and then the ones who actually have conditions who are on probation. And then also the number there, in regards to those 3 rooming houses, how many are in that location. Go ahead.
Yeah. City Council, we've been here for several years on this issue, reporting back to City Council. As some of you may be aware, we've given these presentations in the past, and so if there's any questions, we're happy to answer them. But that's what we have for you today.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Shelby, I saw that we have a 10 o'clock public hearing as well. Did you see that? Okay, Councilmember Carlson, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't know if Dr. Fox is still on, but if you look at the percentages that you all just showed, it looked like somewhere between 5 and 10% of the prior offenders are in VM-EBOR versus the whole city. I think, so like, what I read is kind of the point is that they're distributed all over the city, although you could say that a bunch are concentrated in that one neighborhood. The question is, the neighborhood is concerned, if to try to prevent this conversation from happening again, is there something we can or should do that would protect that neighborhood and protect others?
That's a, okay, I thought I was muted. That's a really great question. And I actually was thinking about Councilman's question about what does work. And I'd be happy to provide some suggestions to all of you if you would like that. But I'm thinking to a colleague of mine who did a study in VM-EBOR specifically, and it was about a bystander intervention program, and it showed positive effects. So essentially putting signs up and doing training of bartenders in EBOR. She had napkins that they gave out that said, if you see something, intervene. Essentially encouraging people to intervene on others when there were these more acquaintance-based sexual assaults, which I'm sure all of you guys know is extremely common. The second thing would be having more training for our child protective services investigators. A lot of times there's some warning signs and red flags that come up, especially for the cases involving children. And I've seen this firsthand. I've worked with a lot of child protective services groups across the Tampa Bay region, and they're understaffed. There's a high turnover rate. They don't have a lot of training on specifically red flags relating to human trafficking and sex offenses. So a lot of times people say things and maybe it's not interpreted in the way that the child means it. And that could be something that could be done to be more preventative versus, once somebody already commits a crime, how we can address it and make sure they don't recidivate.
I wonder, I don't remember who made the motion, but maybe somebody whoever made the motion on this would want to have a follow-up motion to have you and TPD come back sometime soon to talk about whatever the task force might be do to protect our citizens. But the issue that this neighborhood has raised is they don't like the concentration in their neighborhood. I don't know what power, if the problem is 3 boarding houses or rooming houses, I don't know, they're not doing anything illegal, I guess, so we could offer to pay to relocate them, or I don't know what are the solutions for that neighborhood. Anybody have any ideas?
I can speak to, as far as the police department's, law enforcement actions, we are constantly doing address checks there, so we're there very often.
Really, it's a housing issue. Maybe we should bring the housing people next time, because there's also a code enforcement issue that the neighborhood said that there should only be like 30, is there a law that says there should only be 30 people to a building and there are 50, they say in some cases?
That, I can address that, because I'm familiar with the history of these locations. I think the confusion there was years ago, the fire marshal went into a couple of these places, inspected. Code inspectors have constantly been in these places. There are no code violations that I'm aware of at this moment. They were historically had been in compliance. The issue was the fire marshal had gone in at one point and initially started to bring a case against 2 of these properties, the FSJ rooming houses, when he was applying a standard under the fire code. It turns out, after having a conversation with the state fire marshal, that the standard he was applying was considered he had some latitude, and he was actually using a different definition. So it was, in the end, the fire code says 16 for the definition of a rooming house, but we have learned that you use the definition, just because a city calls it a rooming house, you don't necessarily, that doesn't equate to the same definition in the fire code. So when he applied the definition in the fire code, it turned out that 30 people were allowed, and that was legal, and so the fire marshal walked through it. He did a full inspection of the place. He made sure it met the fire prevention code and determined there was no violation. So after a full thorough inspection walkthrough by the fire marshal, he determined that 30 was a fair number for them, and I believe they stipulated later to 30 in one location, if I recall, and maybe 28 in the other, something right around there. But they eventually agreed to a number based on what the fire.
Did somebody check to see if they have 50 instead of 30?
Yeah, that's been checked before.
And Dr. Fox, I don't know anything about this business, but if there are 30 people to a rooming house, are they providing some services where there's economies of scale to have more versus if we created a distributed system where there were 5 in a house distributed throughout the city or something like that?
So from the data that we were reviewing, it essentially has no relationship to where people are housed, to any relationship to crime reduction. So I think my general takeaway would be, if that's unsafe and it's harmful to the community, it's actually harmful to these individuals to force them to live in certain areas, and there's no associated crime reduction. So my stance would be that there's no benefit to this, and if there's downside, then I would be listening to what the downside is and trying to ameliorate it.
Okay, and I mean, we vote on things throughout the whole city, but this is Councilmember Henderson's district, so I'll back out at this point.
Oh, that is so interesting. You love talking about these things.
I'm happy to.
Were you recognized?
Wow.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'm happy to propose something, but if you have a better idea, I will defer to you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I really appreciate both presentations. All of this data is really fascinating, and I had no idea this map that you did, Dr. Fox, of all the spots where the recidivism is occurring it's a picture worth 1,000 words. So thank you for that. It's very clear that it doesn't matter where people are living, and people will offend anywhere. But what concerns me is that the Department of Corrections has 3 spots within the city of Tampa, from my understanding, with which they can drop people off at. And it concerns me that some of these addresses are just 2 streets, the corner of a street. We are not helping people. That's absolutely the opposite of what Dr. Fox said needs to happen. It's actually the opposite of what several folks who spoke during public comment today said that is the best way, which is to give support. So, and then looking at this data that the TPD shared is also very enlightening, because it shows the total offenders and predators in the city of Tampa is 844, yet 57 of them are in the rooming houses, but there's only 3 places they can live legally. Like, how does that work?
I don't know if that's actually, I think there are maybe a few more in Hillsborough County if they're coming to this county. I'm not sure if is that your question, or?
It says count of offenders by location, and it has 844
Right.
in the city of Tampa. But as someone stated earlier, there's only 3 legal places those people can live.
No, I don't think that's accurate.
It's the difference, that's a number of offenders, but that's not the ones who are limited to the 1,000-foot, with the 1,000-foot limits them to the 3 places in Tampa. So that would be, the number of 1,000-foot people would be 214.
Okay, where's,
That is on page.
oh, supervision status, okay.
You have to be on, yeah, only
okay.
the supervised status is limited.
Apologies, now I understand, thank you.
And my understanding of it, excuse me, sorry, is there is a few more locations within the city. I believe Florida and Hillsborough is maybe potentially one. There was a location in unincorporated Tampa, I believe 50th Street, maybe south of the Causeway there. So there are a few more options from what I understand from Department of Corrections.
But none of those really provide housing. like stable, safe housing.
I guess that's by definition, right, is, I think Florida and Hillsborough maybe is commonly a transient area. believe
Yeah,
there was
I
a
mean, I live right there, so yeah.
Dutch Motel has been a location also. And then I think there's a hotel that's in the county that is, again,
So what this tells me is that the recommendation of Dr. Fox to that we really ought to revisit these rules is something we should look at more cautiously and carefully. Obviously, there are some places where folks could not go back to family if an offense occurred that way, but obviously being supported by friends, family, having somewhere to go when you get out of prison is much more preferable than being dropped off on a corner. And again, we heard that from folks in the public today who said that that's exactly what happened to them more than once. So I think what we're looking for here is how do we go forward? How do we change a rule? What are the recommendations that we can do in the city of Tampa to protect both the public and to provide the support, which we have found, or as was testified today, is actually the best indicator to reduce recidivism.
who's that for? Is it from a?
Yeah, Dr. Fox, if you want to go for it, or how do we change these rules? What do we do?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak. I know that this is one struggle is you can't be out of compliance with SORN. So, I understand that. That's what makes this so maybe frustrating and difficult when you know something isn't working and it's still the law of the land. One thing that you said that pricked my ears was being able to find people housing. When we've done surveys of people that are leaving our local jails, and actually most of the time they're returning from jail versus prison. That's the revolving door. That's the most common place people are released from every day. And they literally say they walk out with whatever they came into jail with, and they have no idea where to go. They have no money. They are often not allowed to go back to where they were. So they have no idea what to do. And obviously a less than legal option is often the most available path forward. So one thing that we've been doing with the assistance of the Bureau of Justice Assistance and the National Institute of Justice, which we've collaborated on with the Mayor's Office and Tampa PD, is getting funding, grant money, so we can provide reentry services for these people. So starting to plan before they get released. Where are you going? Who are you staying with? If you don't have money, how are you paying for this? Things that all of us would assume is just obvious and available, but for people that are leaving jail, especially in these circumstances, they have no plan, no ability to do it, and yet we expect them to not commit another crime. So being able to do that and planning before they get released is one of the most effective things you can do to reduce crime.
Thank you. And I assume that TPD, you have connections with some of these reentry services that, there was a woman today who spoke about it.
I believe we do. I do not have a direct, probably, relationship or correlation with that. They're probably more some of our either behavioral health unit or a lot of that comes from probation, though. When they come out of, say, prison to probation, we really have no involvement with that piece of it. That's between Department of Corrections. They kind of give them a set of conditions, make sure they're compliant.
But it sounds like they provide the set of conditions and you are stuck making sure they're compliant.
Yeah, we are bound by the Florida statutes,
Yeah.
and we make sure that we try to make sure the offenders and predators are following or abiding by those statutes.
Okay, so I think we're all trying to find a solution here.
Would you like to set it up for a workshop?
I don't know about maybe a workshop, maybe just if TPD can reach out to some of those reentry services, and maybe we can all come together and talk about what our next steps are in order to fix this. I guess I don't know enough about the history of SORN. Well, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know what the law specifically says. So I would, I hate to ask for, you to do more work, Dr. Fox, although you probably have this memorized by now. But if you could send us, just I'm sure there's a lot of places that have some brief definitions of exactly what SORN does and what the limitations are. Is that where the 1,000 feet comes from? Like what is, yeah, it is, okay. So maybe figuring out what our limitations are and what our reentry services could possibly do from TPD, maybe coming together, and then also working with code and or maybe the property owner. Yeah, real estate division, housing. Yeah, I guess this does sound like a workshop then.
I was going to jump in and suggest that.
November 30th only has 5 things, or we would have to
Okay.
go to February.
I think November 30th is not a bad idea. I mean, we don't need to have all the answers. I think we owe it to the community to continue the conversation as soon as possible. They've been waiting a really long time.
And I think the subject matter experts on housing and
Yeah.
the police, I mean, everybody needs to be at this workshop to really brainstorm ideas.
Yeah, so this is more of a brainstorming session. I don't think we're asking for
Round table.
anyone to come with answers.
Yeah.
I don't know if Dr. Fox might be available at that time. If not, maybe just provide some more background information that after listening to us, you think would be helpful for us to read ahead of time. Or provide, I know you're always in contact with TPD, so I'll make the motion that we do a workshop on November 30th that includes real estate, housing, code enforcement, TPD,
Dr. Fox.
Dr. Fox, if available, our reentry service liaisons, whatever that. If there's possibly someone from the Department of Corrections who could come as well, I think that might be a great partner to discuss different ways we can go about this. I think that would be wonderful. But I really do appreciate Dr. Fox's ability to allow us to truly understand that that this is not the way we need to go moving forward, to have only 3 legal spots.
Could I just add to your motion that, cut me off if you don't like this, but the goal of that discussion is to look for housing solutions to reduce recidivism, and solutions to reduce density in any one neighborhood.
I think that's a great suggestion.
Councilman Miranda, you did the second?
Mike,
May I ask also you include the individuals that might be giving food away on certain days or week or whatever?
Yeah.
That might be an indicator why there's
so maybe to have some folks from, that's a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother one we need to bring forward. Maybe with reentry services, talking about people who are, Good Samaritans, I guess, would be the terminology.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak setting the workshop with a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Did you have to say?
Yes, I have my microphone on to speak on the topic. Do you want to, how do you handle that now that there's a motion? Dr. Fox, thank you so much for the report. I want to ask you a question regarding the options that do not currently exist when it comes to housing, which is, what is the name of it? I just had it on my, halfway houses. Sex offenders do not have that option currently, right?
To my understanding, that is correct, and it has to do with the restrictions that SORN imposes.
So the issue for us really should start in Tallahassee. Do you believe that? That's what I'm thinking. If it's the Florida statute that really is tying our hands. Well, that too, but where do we start in terms of changing the rules? Workshops are fine, but really we have to get to the root of the problem. And it's such a painful problem because it's kind of like a not in my backyard for everyone would feel that way.
Exactly, and this is one of the frustrating things as a criminologist, when you see that policies aren't working, but yet they're staying in place because it's the way it is, and you're thinking, I actually want to prevent crime. I want to reduce crime. So I want to do policies that work. And so they exist, and I want to put money and energy towards those. But this is a U.S. policy. So unfortunately, it would be in D.C. And I don't know what the likelihood of having this being altered is. But that being said, there are a lot of grants. The grant season is starting to come up in the new year. So there are a lot of opportunities, especially to put community-based interventions in place, reentry services. My team has been very effective at collaborating with various agencies throughout the Tampa Bay region to go after these grants and secure them. So we would like to continue doing that. And of course, with City Council's support, I'm sure we'd be more effective at this.
Well, okay, so it sounds like to me this is a lobbying issue as well. So is that, we pay lobbyists obviously for other things in the city, or even on the state level, where we're gonna have to get some support, because I know that our hands are tied to a certain degree. And I was looking at 8 Brown Ministries. Their rule is you can't have a sex offense in order for, when it comes to the housing part of what they do as a ministry. So yes, they're great, but it wouldn't apply to them in this situation. Tampa Bay Academy of Hope had some restrictions. I think they actually, do help in some of these cases. There is a church, but I don't have the answers. This is just a difficult issue for us to tackle on the dais. The workshop will help, but it will not solve a problem when it comes to how do we get such congestion out of BME board. So I just want to say that publicly, even to my constituents that are listening.
To take on. It's a huge issue to tackle, so
Yes.
I'm very grateful that you guys are willing to confront it and being so brave with this. Suggestions for interventions, and I'd be happy to provide some ideas. Sorry, my main issue is diagnosing the problem. Now I'd be happy to help you guys come up with treatments.
Okay, well, thank you.
Councilman Carlson, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, just one last question. One of the comments made this morning was that there's a perception, reality that there are people that have been assigned here from other counties or other cities. In the data that you looked at, do you have any idea how many people are here that committed a crime in another county that were somehow assigned here? And do we have any control over whether the people assigned here are from here? And do we have any control of not being the place where everybody comes from other counties?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Actually, committing a sex offense in another state was the 3rd most common offense after failure to comply with the foreign registry. Lewd and lascivious behavior with a child under 16. 3rd most common was sex offense committed in another state. And
Do you know what percentage that is?
Yeah. So that was the 3rd most prevalent offense. So then that goes to what we were talking about earlier. We can do things that are doing interventions in Ybor, but if someone's committing a sex offense in another state and then moves here, there's not much we can do about that. And I don't know the law well enough to know if there's any legal avenues. That would be a great question for DOC and TPD. But I am not aware of anything that can prevent people from moving.
Do we know what number that is? So but that's just.
Yeah, there are 172 that occurred post-Thorn. So 172 sex offenses that were out of state. Now they live here.
That's about 10% or 8%?
Yeah, 9%.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully somebody can have a solution to that too. We need to figure out how to address that. We don't want to be the place where everybody in the country comes.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you at the workshop. Yes.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did before.
did vote on it.
No, we didn't, no, we did not vote.
No, you have the motion and second by Miranda.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak setting a workshop. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. We're gonna go to the consent agenda, then we're gonna go to second readings, and then we're gonna go to the 10 and 11, and 1:30 PM public hearing. So Councilmember Vieira, if you would mind doing items 15 through 21, we pulled the others for later discussion.
Yes, sir, I move the aforementioned items.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Yes, ma'am. Oh. Councilwoman Henderson, 22 to 25, except 23.
Or 24 has to be.
Yeah.
I move item 22, 24, and 25 for first.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right, Councilwoman Hurtak, 26 through 35. 36 was pulled.
I move items, 26 through 35.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Miranda, would you mind moving
Move
37?
item 37 through 39.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Carlson, 40 through 54.
Move 40 through 54.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Clendenin, 55 through 59.
I move items 55 through 59.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, these public hearings for the second reading.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may, with the, I have to leave today at 6 o'clock for a city, related issue. I have a question. Should we, just really quick look at maybe on some of the end items? Like, for example, I can continue item number 87 to next week.
It's a workshop next week,
Oh, the next available week.
November 2nd.
If I may, I want to make that.
All right.
Yeah, and this will take 2 minutes, I
All right,
think.
Councilmember
It's-
Vieira has a motion.
Okay, I just say that and then how about, I don't want to spend a lot of time on discussing this if council doesn't wish to, item number 88 on the low-income, low-access areas, I think Ms. Moody. Oh, very important, but in other words, are we going to have enough time? That's what I'm saying.
We will, because actually, there's some news that's come up. We've gotten a
Okay,
grant,
good.
blah, blah,
I'm
blah.
just
There's
putting
some,
it out
there's some
there.
place we can go with that doesn't have to necessarily be a full-on conversation today.
Great,
Yes,
good. I just
Mr.
put it out.
Shelby?
Mr. Chairman, I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cotton, who's here, who's telling me that those hearings may very well be lengthy.
That's why I
The
said
10 and 1:30, that's why I'm doing second readings, and then I'm going to the hearing.
Yeah, we're doing that for
Yeah,
the.
yes?
Let's
Oh,
go,
I know,
Chairman.
I know, I'm trying my best. Yes, sir? Yes?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, on item number, I had pulled item number 36,
Uh-huh.
but based on the conversation we had earlier about the waste energy plant, I'm okay just approving that now without.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson for item number 36,
Second.
and we have a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we'll go to, may I have a motion to open the?
So move second
public
reading.
hearing? We have a
Item
motion from
63
Councilmember
through,
Miranda. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
And this is to open
71.
all the public hearings.
All of them.
The first few are gonna be non-quasi judicial, so we don't have to swear anybody in, but then we will, starting with item 67. So item number 60, this is second reading.
Good afternoon, Council. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Ross Salmons is off today, so I'll be handling the next two items. Item number 60 is the second reading for VAC 2205, which is a request to vacate the alleyway located at or near 3215 40th Street within the Highland Pines neighborhood. I have an aerial shot to refresh your memory,
Yes.
highlighted in yellow. This request was unanimously approved by City Council on September the 21st, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Wigington? I see nobody. Do we have an applicant here for item number 60? Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Yes, Dallas Evans. I'm just here to answer any questions on behalf of the
Any
applicant.
questions for the gentleman? Wait, do we have anybody for public comment on item number 60? I see no one. Do we have anybody online? No. We have motion to close from
Second.
Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Councilman Miranda, read item number 63.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 60, file number VAC 22-5, orders being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, abandoning a portion of 23rd Avenue right-of-way and that certain alleyway located on north of 21st Avenue, south of Melbourne Boulevard, east of 40th Street, west of 44th Street, all within the plat of Highland Pines. I lost my point there. In the city of Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida, more fully described in section 2 thereof, subject to reservation, certain easements and impositions of certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violation, providing for definition, interpretations, and repealing conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Item number 61, yes, sir?
Thank you. Once again, Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Item number 61 is VAC 2319, which is the second reading to vacate the Bay Trail Court right-of-way located near or at 6303 Bayshore Boulevard. On the Elmo, I have an aerial shot of the subject right-of-way to refresh your memory. This item was approved unanimously on September the 21st, and I am available to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Wigington? I see no one. Do we have an applicant for item number 61? Do we have anybody registered online for 61? No. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on 61?
Second.
All right, motion closed from Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Item number 61, Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, and discontinuing and abandoning the Bay Trail right-of-way located north of Shore Breeze Drive, south of Averill Avenue, east of Ellis Drive, and west of Bayshore Boulevard, within a revised map of part of W.A. Switzer Estate in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2 hereof, subject to the reservation of certain easements and imposition of certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Item number 62, do we have anybody presenting? Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, Council. Dennis Fernandez, Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Manager, here on second reading for item number 62, which is a recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission on the landmarking of the Johnson Brothers houses. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments? No? Do we have anybody in the public, or this is an application by the city, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? All right, I see no one. We don't have anybody registered. Motion to close for Councilman Clendenin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Henderson, would you mind reading 62?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
File number HPC 2023-03 and HPC 2023-04, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending the historic Central Avenue area African American Heritage Sites Multiple Properties Group to include the Johnson Brothers houses located at 1248 East Scott Street and 1250 East Scott Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 3 hereof as local historic landmarks, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Item number 63. Yes, sir? Yes? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Evan Johnson, City Planning Department. This is a second reading for Plan Amendment CPA 2308. This was a unanimous approval during our first hearing, and I'm here for any questions. Also, Planning Commission staff is online if you have questions about the case.
Any questions or comments for the gentleman? Nope. Do we have an applicant for item number 63? Mr. Malloy? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, council members. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. Again, not to mess anything up, just to hopefully carry the day.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 63? 63. Do we have anybody registered?
Motion to close.
Second.
No, we have motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, would you mind reading 63?
An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located approximately 150 feet west of the intersection of West Columbus Drive and North Boulevard. Folio number 1-833-550-0005 from residential R20 to community mixed-use CMU 35, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for an severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Item number 64.
Evan Johnson, City Planning Department. This is CPA 2313, which was approved unanimously on first reading, and I'm here for any questions that you might have. And again, Planning Commission staff is also available.
Any questions or comments for the gentleman? No? Do we have an applicant here? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street. Happy to answer any questions, but otherwise respectfully ask for your approval.
Any questions for the applicant? No? I see none. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 64? All right, motion closed from Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, would you mind reading 64?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number TACPA 23-13, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, and ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 5025 East Fowler Avenue from residential 35 R35 and community mixed use 35 CMU 35 to community mixed use 35 CMU 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
All right. Item number 65. Yes, sir.
Evan Johnson, City Planning. We have one last land use amendment in this batch, CPA 2314. And is on Central Avenue near, in East Forest Hills. It was approved unanimously, and Planning Commission staff is available if you have specific questions.
Do you have any questions for the gentleman? Nope. All right. Is there anybody here to speak on item number 65? I see a gentleman online. Is he here for 65? Yes. All right. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Yes, this is Yancey Boone for Spring Engineering, representing the client. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? No? All right. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 65? No? We have motion closed from Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak, would you mind reading 65?
No problem. Thank you. File number TACPA 23-14. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 11300, 11414, 11410, 11408, and 11304 North Central Avenue, and folio numbers 094934-0100 and 094941-0000 from Community Mixed Use 35, CMU 35, and Residential 10, R10, to Community Commercial 35, CC 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All righty, item number 66. Yes, sir.
And one last time, Evan Johnson, City Planning. This is the annual adoption of the updated capital improvements plan into the capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan. Melissa Dickens from the Planning Commission presented this specific case to you all on first reading, which was approved unanimously. If you have any questions?
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, just, I think we asked this last time, but this is not, this is approving putting it in the plan. It's not approving the underlying projects. Those would be each separate votes, correct?
Yes, so this capital improvements plan is just putting it in the comprehensive plan. Any specific approvals that you would need for that would still have to come back to you. This is a kind of a required statutory inclusion into the plan.
Yeah, sorry, we have issues where some staff are saying that we approved things that we didn't approve. And so we're trying to figure out where we supposedly approved them. And so we're gonna be, I think several of us are gonna be asking these questions over and over again.
Understood.
Just to make sure, so it's on the record that we didn't approve them. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, do we have any applicant for this? No, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 66? Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from?
Me, second.
Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, will you read 66?
Item number 66, file number CIP and CIS 2024-2028. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance amending the Tampa Comprehensive Plan Capital Improvement Section by replacing the fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2027 through fiscal year 2027 capital improvement section schedule for a project within the fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2028 capital improvement section schedule of projects, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right.
If I may, Mr. Chair, for item 67, I abstained from voting on this quasi-judicial matter to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest and to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice. If I may, I will hand this to Celine.
All right, may I have a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right, for the next remaining public hearings, they are quasi-judicial. If you are going to speak on anything 67, 8, 9, 70, 71, or 72, please stand up, raise your right hand, and we will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Item number 67.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and Council. Thank you, LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And item 67 is REZ 2355. This item is a rezoning request. This is for the property located at 5210 Bayshore Boulevard. The request was to rezone from RS 60 residential single family to PD plan development to allow for residential single family detached and attached uses. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Dock? Nope. All right, Mr. Mechanic, please state your name.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is David Mechanic, 305 South Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of item 67, just here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? I see no one. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 67? We have nobody registered. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilwoman Henderson, would you mind reading 67?
File number REZ 23-55, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5210 Bayshore Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RS 60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached and attached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira abstaining.
All right, thank you very much. Item number 68.
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 68 is AB 2318. This is for the property located at 2507 South McDill Avenue. This is a request for alcoholic beverage sales. This is for a restaurant designation with consumption on premise only. Revised site plans were required. Those plans have been submitted, certified, and provided to the clerk. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Nope. Yes, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Jim Porter, 401 East Jackson Street. This is the BT Restaurant one. I'm here to answer any questions.
Do we have
Respectfully
any
ask.
questions for the applicant? Nope, we do not. Do we have anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on item 68? Motion to close. Motion to close from Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Vieira, would you mind reading 68?
I do not. Move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, restaurant consumption on premises only, and making lawful sale of beverages, regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor, on the certain lot, plot, tract of land located at 2507 South McDowell Avenue, Tampa, Florida, is more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict or repealing ordinances number 2010-147, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
I'm hitting it, but it won't come on.
It says connecting. Okay, let's do it again. All right.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. 69?
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item 69 is AB 22322. This is for the property located at 5004 North Armenia Avenue. This request is for alcoholic beverage sales, the designation of a restaurant, and this is for consumption on premise only. Revised plans have been submitted, certified, and submitted to the clerk. I'm available if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Dock? I see none. Do you have any applicant for item 69? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Rodolfo Schaefer. I'm here for the restaurant located at 5004, and I'm here to answer any question if it's one.
Any questions for the gentleman? No. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 69? Motion closed from Councilman Clendenin, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Clendenin, would you mind reading 69?
Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, restaurant consumption on premises only, and making lawful for the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor on a certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 5004 North Armenia Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict or repealing ordinance number 2004-291, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item number 70. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you again, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item 70 is REZ 2335. This is for the property located at 2204 East 15th Avenue. This is a request to rezone from RM24 residential multifamily to PD plan development, and it's for the use of residential single-family attached. And revised plans were required. They have been submitted, and the plans are certified and provided to the clerk. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions or comments? All right, applicant, yes, sir.
Steve Michelini, I'm here to answer any questions and respectfully requesting your approval.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 70? Motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Carlson, would you mind reading 70?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 23-35, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, and ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2204 East 15th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential single-family attached, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carries with Henderson and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you, council. It's been an enjoyable day spending here with you. Thank you so
There's
much.
nothing better, sir.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yes. We bring nothing but joy. Thank you very much.
I do appreciate your hard work.
Thank you very much.
It's a real
Listen, we're wasting
dedication.
time. I'm getting older. Let's go.
I'm out of here.
Look who we just called on.
Look what you did.
There we go.
There he is, right there, standing in the red tie.
Coming in for me.
Girl power did not prevail.
All right, because TPD is here, they are witnesses in case number 72, and they're on time constraints. We have to take item 72 before 71. I apologize They are here. So if you are going to speak, I don't know if all the TPD is going to speak on 72. Anybody that's going to speak on 72 or 1, stand up, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 72, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council and Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez with the Legal Department. Item number 72 is an alcoholic beverage permit suspension hearing for property located at 3401 North 15th Street in Tampa, Florida 33605, which is currently operating as an establishment called the Ybor Food Mart. So this is a second suspension hearing for this location. The first suspension hearing was in August 26th of 2021. But issues and circumstances that caused us to initiate that first suspension hearing have continued, and so we're here before you today on a second suspension hearing, and I will get into the details of why that's important a little bit later on. So if I could have the PowerPoint.
Yes, if we can bring it up, there you go.
Thank you. So these are the items that we're going to go through today. We're going to go through the code section that governs suspension hearings for cause, the ownership of the property, the permits that currently exist on the property, the notice that we provided to the property owner, the owner of the establishment, and the owner of the alcoholic beverage license from the state of Florida, code violations that have been in existence since 2021 and remain outstanding today, and then criminal activity on the property, prior notice of property violations to the property owner, and then we have a number of citizens in the audience who will testify to the secondary effects that these activities are having on their neighborhood. So as you can see from this slide, Ybor Grocery, which again is located at the intersection of North 15th Street and East 26th Avenue. You can see it there, kind of the center left of your screen. It's with a yellow marker there on the screen. So the intersection is located about 1 block south of Orange Grove Magnet School, which you can see up there towards the right upper corner of the screen there. It is a middle school with over 400 students that has been in the neighborhood since 1926. It's also less than a block from Next Generation Kids Early Childhood Learning Center on Sanchez Street, which is a pre-K child care center, and less than a block also from Tyre Temple United Methodist Church, which is, you can see it designated there in green just to the south of the Ybor Grocery location. Also off the screen, Reagan Park is about 4 blocks south of this intersection. Most importantly though, even though there are all these landmarks that I just pointed out, as you can see, Ybor Food Mart is located within the middle of a residential neighborhood. You can see the residences to the northeast there and to the south, to the northwest, and also to the southwest. So the property is currently owned by U.S. American Properties, LLC. They've owned the property since March 25th of 2022. In the notebooks that I provided to council at tab A2, there's the property appraiser's record from which we got the property owner name, and then at A3 is the deed showing the conveyance from the prior owner, Rita Gonzalez, to U.S. American Properties, LLC. Mohammed Soba has leased the property. He leased it from the prior owner, Rita Gonzalez, starting in approximately June of 2014, and he has operated a convenience store under various names on the site since that date. He continues to operate his business, Ybor Food Mart, at the location currently today. I'll now ask Eric Cotton, the zoning administrator, to come forward to describe the various alcoholic beverage permits and licenses that are on the property.
Afternoon, Council. Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. I have been sworn. The property was originally, there it is. Thank you. Property was originally under the old wet zoning requirements in August of 1979. There's a 2 APS which allows for beer and wine as package sales only. No consumption is allowed on premise. It does have an active license from the state of Florida. It has a 2 APS from the state. In which expires, it was really issued in 2014 and expires September 30th, 2024. Council have any questions regarding their active alcohol permit?
Any questions? No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. So again, the chapter or the section of the code that authorizes council to consider suspension of an alcoholic beverage permit is Land Development Code Section 23-318. It authorizes the revocation or suspension of alcoholic beverages for cause. And so if you look under Section B of your binders under tab 1, there's the full text of that code section 27-318. And if you've got your binders open and would like to turn to page 3 of 5, you'll find subsection C1, starting at the bottom of the page, that provides that in order for City Council to suspend or revoke an alcoholic beverage license, it must determine that the property owner, the holder of the alcoholic beverage license, the operator of the establishment, or any employee or agent thereof have been found to have violated or have been convicted of any one or more of 14 qualifying criteria that are listed there in subsections A through N. So those go on to continue on to page 4 of 5.
Yeah, wait just a moment. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, can you tell me who the property owner is again?
The property is U.S. American Properties, LLC.
Okay, I have no, because as I'm looking at the picture, I'm going back in my history. I know who built that thing. I know the lady next door is the one that owned it. The parents died, the brother died, and Rita Gonzalez is the only living heir that I know of.
Okay, and she sold the property.
But I have no conflict with anyone.
Okay, thank you. So the criteria, again, A through N, are the bases under which council can consider suspension. And so the three that we're going to focus on today are subsections B, C, and D. So the first one, B, is the maintaining of a nuisance on the property as that term is defined by the code or by common law. C, engaging in or permitting disorderly conduct on or about the property. And then D, operation of the establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary effects on the surrounding property. So, and those can include violations of city code, ordinance, or state law related to noise, parking, or trash and debris after having received reasonable notice to terminate or correct any condition that is in violation of that code, ordinance, or law. So, under B, when we talk about nuisance, again, as the code states, it's as defined under common law or the code. So the code doesn't really define nuisance, but Florida common law has defined it, and it recognizes that a nuisance is pretty much anything that is an identifiable harm, including the impact a particular land use might have on the safety of the public as a whole. And Florida law also recognizes that the determination of what constitutes a nuisance is really a fact-based determination on a case-by-case basis. So this afternoon, we will present evidence and testimony that the property owner, as well as the operator of the establishment, have in fact violated items B, the maintaining of a nuisance on the property, and C, engaging in or permitting disorderly conduct on or about the property, as well as D, operating the establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary impacts on surrounding property. So there is a notice requirement in section 27-318. Under that requirement, under subsection D, which is on page 5 of tab B1, notice of an alcoholic beverage license suspension hearing must be sent via certified mail to both the property owner and the business owner at least 30 days prior to the hearing. The city has complied with that notice requirement. We did send notice to both U.S. American Properties and Mohammed Soba on August 18th, which is 30 days prior to today. And additionally, Corporal Keith Padalero provided hand delivery of the notice of intent to suspend to the property owner and the business owner and the store location. So turning now to the maintenance of a nuisance on the property and negative secondary effects on the surrounding property, I'd like to call Detective Curtis Williams as well as Certified Code Enforcement Officer Crystal Ramos with the Neighborhood Enhancement Department of the city. And they're going to describe to you code enforcement violations. Again, there is a code case that is currently open and outstanding. It's COD 21-000439. Inspector Ramos will go through various slides here in just a moment. And then I will describe to you the order that was issued by the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate.
All right, go ahead. Just state your name.
Crystal Ramos with City of Tampa Code Enforcement. So I initially inspected this property on February 17th of 2021. Upon my inspection, I did determine the property was in violation of Code Section 19237-3, AG floors, walls, ceilings, 19237-3, IJ electrical, 1952 operation of a business where wind regularly carries refuse into the street and fencing requirements, and 5-105.1 buildings permits required. The photo that you're looking at here is a photo of the front of the grocery store. This is the northeast corner of the building where there's several AC units, electrical violations. You can also see on the far east side that there's an addition that was also installed without any permits. Also, you can see the extended roofing as well. This is a close-up shot of the addition that was added as well. As long as the AC, that you can see that the electrical is streamlined to the building. All this was done without permits. Also, this is the entrance of the store behind the front counter where you can see the extensive electrical that's going from the main breaker up into the ceiling. Everything is exposed, unpermitted. This is a cooking station that was installed in the front, behind the front counter, that also was done without a permit. You can see the exposed ceiling as well, along with the electrical that was installed. And this is a close-up of the ceiling. This is the electrical outlet that was installed. This is a outlet, this is a room that, so behind the counter, when you're walking through, this is a walkway to the illegal addition. So back here is where there's an office, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Here you can see the entrance to the kitchen. You can also see the exposed bricks, wires. There's no ceiling. The vents are exposed, and also a cooking station in the back. To the right, this is to the right of that, a photo where you can see a dish area, cleaning area was installed, along with plumbing and other electrical that was unpermitted as well. Here you can see more exposed wires going through the building. Again, everything is exposed. A water heater is installed, all unpermitted. This is another cooking station or prep station for hot foods that they were selling out of the grocery store. This is a deep fryer area where they have the vent. You can also see the ceiling is exposed, the wires are exposed, all without a permit. This is a close-up photo just to show that under the roof, there's no ceiling, there's no insulation, there's plumbing running through there, also electrical running and ventilation running through there. This was a photo that I took on this was on the west side, that you can see where all this plumbing was intertwined on the floor with all this other chemicals and equipment, also done without a permit. Here is another outlet plug coming through the ceiling. Again, no permits. Another plug installed. This was, I believe, near the office area. That there was no permit for this as well. This is the garbage facilities outside of the building. It's at capacity, and this is where the other violation comes into, where all this is blowing into the right-of-way. And this is a rear photo of it that you can see that it's kind of all scattered throughout the parking lot. So as of the hearing date, this was taken and seen in front of the magistrate on July 14th of 2021, and as of that date, it was found guilty for those said violations, and the imposing lien was $75 a day, which is still ongoing as of today's date. Permits were applied for at one point, and as of April of 2023, they were withdrawn by the new owners. So there's no active permits at this time.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Sergeant Curtis Williams, Tampa Police Department, formerly detective with the Environmental Crimes Unit, working in partnership with the East Tampa CRA. Back in August 21, as was stated, we were in these chambers presenting a case against the Ybor Grocery for very similar items that we're going to be here today for, and there was a unanimous decision by the council to suspend at that time. What's changed between now and then is very, very minor. There was a trespass authorization put in place, and the business began to close at 11 o'clock instead of being 24/7. But what that's proven is after closing time, everything's good. All these violations that you're going to hear today take place during open business hours, during the business. So another thing that was stated last time is that the business pointed the finger to another business across the street, the East Side Deli, and put a lot of the blame on them. That business has been closed for about coming up on a year now, and the problem still persists, so that is also mute. You'll hear from community members that are neighborhood association leaders that hear from their community about this, and they'll be able to tell you that. You'll hear from other officers with cases that have gone on. This is one of the smallest convenience stores in East Tampa with the smallest parking lot, and it is the largest problem that we have. There's not an officer that works East Tampa that does not know about this problem. So I just want to point that out, and just to show how frequent and easy it is, just moments before this hearing, officers went out and made an undercover purchase of crack cocaine on the property before we came in today. So I just wanted to show how easy it is at any time that this can go on, and it happened. And there is no argument that the owners and operators are unaware of this.
Let me ask you a question. This undercover crack cocaine purchase was done in the parking lot or inside?
This was done in the parking lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So just concluding with the code enforcement again, the fines remain running, the violations remain since 2021, and the fine as of today is just over $55,000 and will continue to run, and there are no permits that have been applied for to bring the work into compliance with our code. So I will now turn it over to Megan Newcomb, Chief Assistant City Attorney and TPD Legal Advisor, who will bring forth further testimony regarding drug and criminal activity on the property.
Thank you. Sergeant Williams, can I just ask you to come forward? Thank you. For a quick minute, what would you tell City Council would be in terms of nuisance activity? What type of nuisance activity is occurring at this location?
We've got a combination of violent crime and illicit drug sales.
Wait, you can speak closer to the center. It's an invisible microphone that's embedded in there, but we can hear you better.
It's a combination of violent crime and illicit drug sales.
And I have a slide up there. What are we looking at here?
This is actually pretty low volume as far as people that are just loitering in front of the business. As a convenience store, typically, I would expect people to go in and shop and exit and leave. But we commonly get large crowds that just hang out in front of the business, and very, very few calls since the last hearing from the property owner looking back at CAD calls.
So is there a problem currently with loitering in front of the grocery store?
Well, this was just taken just a few days ago. Like I said, this is actually a small volume. I just happened to be driving by, and this was midday.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. I'd now like to ask Corporal Keith Palladero to come forward.
Afternoon, Council.
Corporal, where are you assigned within the Tampa Police Department?
The District 3 Street Anti-Crime Unit.
And is that part of, do you supervise a squad where you all?
Excuse me, can you please state your name, sir?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Corporal Keith Pedalaro.
Thank you very much, even though I heard it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
Could you please explain to City Council what you and your squad is responsible for?
So we're responsible for the day-to-day, the violent crime activity that may occur in East Tampa, specifically the District 3. And that ranges from violent career offender checks, juvenile checks, all the way to warrant service, and a lot to do with the undercover drug operations.
And as part of your job, are you familiar with this store identified as the Ybor Grocery?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just want to talk about a couple incidents. Back on August 25th of this year, did you go to the Ybor Grocery?
I did.
And what was your purpose?
Initially, we utilized an agent of the Tampa Police Department to purchase crack cocaine in an undercover deal. Then we moved in and effected arrest, at which point the subject ran from there, made a big loop around the block, and actually ran into the bathroom of this convenience store and was hiding from police.
So a person sold crack cocaine, was that in the parking lot of the Ybor Grocery?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
They were loitering out front.
And you were able to arrest them after they were hiding inside of the bathroom?
Yes.
And at that time, did you come in contact with someone named Omar Sobi?
Yes, I did.
And who was that person?
So he was the manager, or the clerk rather, that was working behind the counter at the time. My intent was to serve him with some abatement paperwork from the city that was given to me by now Sergeant Curtis Williams.
And did you in fact give him that paperwork as well as speak on the telephone with a gentleman by the name of Mohammed Sobi?
I did. I explained to Mr. Sobi that I was issuing this paperwork, at which point he said he was going to call the owner, identified as Mohammed.
And are there, I want to ask you about two additional drug purchases from the Ybor Grocery, one on April 28th and one on June 23rd. Can you tell City Council about the drug buy on April 28th of 2022?
That one was similar in nature. We utilized an agent to go purchase narcotics from that location from individuals that were loitering out front. Again, the purchase was successful. Narcotics were sold, at which point we moved in afterwards and effected arrest on the subject that was dealing on the property.
Okay. And is this either an undercover officer or an informant that's working with you that actually does the drug purchase?
This particular time, I believe it was an undercover officer, but we do utilize agents as well.
And in that occurrence back in April of 2022, there was approximately 7.8 grams of crack cocaine that was recovered?
That is correct.
Okay, as well as several $100s of money?
That's correct.
Okay, now directing your attention to, let's see, June 23rd, was there another undercover drug purchase that occurred inside of the Ybor Grocery parking lot?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and why is the Ybor Grocery parking lot a location where multiple undercover drug purchases are done by your Tampa police officers?
For years, I've been working now with the city for 12 years, and my whole time there, it's been known as an open air drug market. People loitering out front, not utilizing the business to purchase anything, just standing out front. A lot of our investigations lead back to this location where their offenders are known to locate or be standing. And anyone we ever arrest throughout the city, and we ask them, hey, where's a place to go if I need to go get some drug or narcotics right now? They points back to that location.
And these three drug buys that we're talking about today, those all happened while the store was open?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and do your officers also do something called spot checks in the parking lot and the area surrounding the Ybor Grocery?
Yes, we do.
Can you explain to City Council what that is?
Basically, we go and we just do checks of certain businesses to make sure they're in compliance and the narcotic sales and stuff are not going on. Again, we do checks for people that may have warrants that are loitering up front. A lot of times we find them there. And just any illegal activity. So that's just an area that is on our list of checks.
Okay, and that's something that occurs very frequently?
Yes, every day.
Thank you. I don't have anything else for this corporal unless council has any questions.
Any questions from council? Thank you very much. Do you have any other witnesses to call forth?
Yes, Officer Preston West.
And when you come to the lectern, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Council. Officer Preston West.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Officer, did you back in February of 2022 work in the District 3 area of Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you involved in a case on February 18th of 2022 where a person was arrested for possession of cocaine and for being a felon in possession of a firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that case originate from the Ybor Grocery?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just tell City Council what the general facts are, what happened?
On an unrelated call, one of the concerned citizens asked my partner at the time if we could patrol the area around Ybor Grocery as there's a lot of nefarious activity going on, and he suspected a lot of drug sales. So I said, my partner and I agreed to go spot check it, as Corporal just spoke about earlier. As I was approaching, individual dropped what I believe to be a bag of narcotics. A foot chase took place, and as he was running, he was discarding narcotics and a firearm.
Okay. And as a result of this incident, was crack cocaine recovered from that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a felony amount of marijuana recovered from that person?
Yes, ma'am.
And the firearm, was that firearm found to be stolen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that case essentially initiated from the parking lot of the Ybor Grocery Store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, officer.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd now like to call Officer Jesse Gant.
Officer Jesse Gant, good afternoon.
Officer Gant, do you also work in the District 3 area here in Tampa?
Yes, I do.
And are you familiar with the Ybor Grocery?
Absolutely.
I would like to direct your attention to two specific dates. First, May 10th of 2022, did you come in contact with some folks that were in a vehicle parked in the Ybor Grocery parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell council what happened.
So this vehicle was parked in the parking lot of Ybor Grocery, which again is a no narcotics area, a normal area that we check day to day. As I approached, there was subjects smoking weed or cannabis inside the vehicle. We made contact, we detained the subjects, and cannabis was located. That was placed in individual bags, which is consistent with selling narcotics, and a firearm was also located in the vehicle.
And this is approximately 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you also have a case that occurred on December 20th of 2022 in the Ybor Grocery parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell City Council about that.
Okay, this case here, there was a subject, again, loitering on the outside of the property while they were open. This subject particularly, we seen a baggie inside of his hand with other baggies of cannabis inside. We made contact. I believe he tried to walk away. Let me refer to this really quick, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll talk about this one right here.
Okay, I'm sorry. So yes, this subject had approximately 10 baggies of cannabis on his person. We detained him, which he didn't have legal reason to possess the cannabis, and he was arrested for that, as well as having a scale on his person, which is consistent with selling narcotics.
So having a marijuana package in 10 separate bags and a scale, is that something in your training experience that means a person is usually selling drugs as opposed to personal use?
Absolutely.
Okay. And this also happened while the store was open?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, officer. I don't have anything else. Officer Kendall Harper?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
Officer Kendall Harper.
And Officer Harper, are you also a police officer patrolling in the District 3 area?
I was at the time of this incident.
Okay, and we're talking about an incident that occurred back in July of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and let's see, will you explain to council how you became involved in an incident at the Ybor Grocery Store on July 7th of 2022, and I'm gonna try to go through some slides.
So at the time I was assigned to the District 3 Patrol Division. Ybor Grocery was located in my patrol zone, and it was identified as a problem area. So I tried to figure out a way to try to combat what was going on there. So one of the things I was able to do was get access to the camera system. So if I'm from call to call, if I'm not close to the area, I'm still able to monitor the area from the camera system on my phone. So that's what this video is from.
And this particular day, were you able to view the inside of the grocery store, the surveillance video?
Yes. So on this day, I was viewing the camera system, and I noticed a guy in the white tank top and maroon pants was pulling money from his pockets. Looks like he was counting his money. As far as other things that I observed him doing, his behavior, from my training background experience, told me he could possibly be involved in narcotic sales. So at this time, you'll see the gentleman in the gray walks up to him. As you can see, my guys filling in his pockets. They go outside and conduct what appeared to me to be a narcotics transaction.
I don't know why it paused. Let me. Okay, and so I think we've got some still photos with a red circle. What is that indicating?
So this indicates a hand-to-hand transaction, which basically means the guy in the red or the gray shirt handed my guy money in exchange for narcotics.
And this is occurring inside of the Ybor Grocery Store?
Correct. This is literally right as you walk in the door.
Okay, and I think if I can play the video, yes.
All right, so here, I still got, he's coming in, he's pulling all his money out of his pockets. Like I said, from my training background experience, an individual has this amount of cash on him. It's a telltale sign that he's involved in some type of illegal narcotic sale. because it's not normal to have that much cash, especially with it being at the Ybor Grocery. So that's what made me kind of hone in on this guy and continue to observe him.
I'm gonna let the video play because I think there's some more pertinent facts, but while it plays, can you explain to City Council, did you ultimately come in contact with this individual that we're watching in the white tank top and place them under arrest?
Yes, so I continued to survey him. I made contact with him once I had the probable cause to make the arrest, which was I would have to see narcotics or something, paraphernalia or anything that would give me probable cause to go arrest this guy. Counting money does not give me probable cause to go make the arrest. So I continued my surveillance of him until he actually did do exactly what I needed him to do, and you're gonna see that coming up.
And then when he was ultimately arrested, were there additional narcotics that were recovered that were attributed to this person?
Yes, so upon the arrest, marijuana was located on this person. It was individually bagged, as well as crack cocaine was located on this person. And I believe he also had 1.5 pills which tested for hydrocodones, and he did not have a prescription for those.
And I'm sorry, I guess I have to keep forwarding the video. I want to make sure that I get, here we go.
All right, so here you can see him placing this black deal on the counter. That is a digital scale, and as you see, he just placed marijuana on that scale. This is common for street narcotics dealers to do. They keep these scales on them so they can weigh the amount of narcotics that they're selling, because different amounts cost different prices. So as you'll see, he's gonna take this marijuana out of the bag and he's gonna place it on the scale so he can get an exact count of what it is, and then he's gonna bag that up to prepare it for sale.
And Officer Harper, while this person is weighing and bagging marijuana inside the Ybor Grocery, did there appear to be customers inside, including 2 small children?
Yes, I think the one that really bothered me on this one was as he was doing this, as you can see those 2 babies at the register now with their mom, they walked right through the door. Like I said, the front door's right there. So where she's walking out, that's the front door. So they literally had to walk right by this guy, and he has illegal narcotics, digital scales out just in the open for everybody to see.
And there also appears to be an employee or clerk of the Ybor Grocery that is present while this illegal activity is occurring inside the store?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further of you, Officer Harper. Are these just still photos that are showing a close-up of the actual marijuana weighing and packaging inside the grocery store?
Yes, I took this still shot just to show that he went from one area of the store to another area of the store. So he was on the front counter first is where he first pulled it out, and then he moved to the lottery table so he could weigh out some more to prepare for sale.
Thank you, Officer, I appreciate it. Officer Vanderford?
Good afternoon, Council.
Please state your name.
Yep, Officer Blake Vanderford.
Now, are you also a police officer working in the District 3 area?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And I want to ask you about a couple incidents that occurred in May of this year, May 3rd and May 4th of 2023, specifically regarding the Ybor Grocery. Can you tell City Council about a drug case that you were involved in on May 3rd of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. On May 3rd, my unit, Corporal Keith Padalero was my direct supervisor. So we set up an operation to do some narcotics transactions using an agent from our squad to conduct a narcotics transaction at Ybor Grocery. We got confirmation that a subject sitting on a cooler on the south side of the building was dealing narcotics, and he believed and was believed to have quite a large quantity of crack cocaine. After confirmation, my squad, we moved in to effect arrest. Based on that, subject fled on foot around the building, the backside. Meanwhile, we gave chase. We watched as he discarded narcotics. He was jumping, there's an auto store, he was jumping on hoods to run from the police. Ultimately, he ended up circling back around and running inside the Ybor Grocery store.
Okay, and Officer, I put back the slide that shows the outside of the Ybor Grocery earlier this week. The gentleman that was initially sitting on the cooler, can you tell City Council where exactly that was?
Yeah, so It'd be to the east, so to the right of where it says Ybor Grocery, there's an ice machine. Then the wall kind of jogs south. Then he was sitting on the wall that runs east to west right there.
I see. And ultimately ended up inside of the grocery store.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that case, on May 3rd of this year, you recovered crack cocaine.
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 6 grams we recovered, and we located that subject inside the bathroom of the Ybor Grocery.
Okay. And the next day, May 4th of 2023, was there another drug case that you were involved in at the Ybor Grocery?
Yes, ma'am, there was. My partner and I were doing a spot check just in the area. Several subjects were observed loitering outside. As we exited our car, we observed a subject in a red sweatshirt or hoodie with obvious cannabis, with a big bulge in his front hoodie pocket and cannabis sticking out.
And based upon that, did you come in contact with that individual?
Yes, we ultimately ended up detaining him based on our training experience. We knew that to be cannabis and more than the legal limit. We arrested him, and he was found to have close to 100 grams on him in 20 separate baggies consistent with the sale of narcotics.
Okay. And this was like about noon on May 4th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was around 12:19 p.m.
Thank you, officer. I don't have anything further.
Okay.
Corporal James DeToma.
Good afternoon, Corporal James DeToma.
And Corporal, what is your role in the police department as it relates to the Ybor grocery store?
I'm a corporal of street anti-crimes.
Okay, and are you responsible essentially for officers that work in the area that includes Ybor Grocery?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk to you specifically about a case that occurred on July 3rd of 2023. Were you involved in that case?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and can you just kind of explain, and I'm going to go through some of these slides to City Council, what happened on July 3rd of this year?
On that date, I was assigned to the detective division. A call came out over the radio of a possible subject that was shot. I responded to the area just south of Lake and 15th Street, where a subject was shot numerous times. It was determined that the incident occurred at the Ybor Grocery in the parking lot on the west side. In sum, the victim was selling marijuana from the location. He was approached by the defendant. Ultimately, they have him go next to the truck where the defendant pulls a firearm, kidnaps the victim, and shoots him on the roadway and drags him down the street.
So let me just stop you for a second. So your investigation revealed that the victim, the young man who ultimately ended up getting shot, was prior to that selling drugs in the area of the Ybor grocery store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as a result of that, you said he was kidnapped. Was that what we're looking at in slide number 45 from the parking lot of Ybor grocery?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that going to be by 2 individuals inside of this blue pickup truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was this young man ultimately shot?
Yes.
And where, to the best of your investigation, determine where did that actually occur? Did it spill, I guess my question is, did it spill out into the neighborhood surrounding the Ybor grocery store?
Yes, it starts here, and as they back up, we believe a shooting took place there and then continues down the street.
Okay. What ultimately were the injuries that this young man suffered?
Critical injuries.
And we're watching on this video, does it appear to be some initial struggle and potentially a gunshot actually, right, that we've just seen at the truck?
Yes, it's possible. There are different angles where you can actually see that subject with the gun in his hand. You can see it there. They get in a struggle here. It's believed that a shot takes place here, and then it continues northbound.
And I believe there's actually, were there like Ring or Nest cameras that were recovered from neighbors? And is there audio on this where you could actually hear gunshots?
There is.
Okay. I don't think we have it for council, but on this video that I'm showing in 47, is the purpose, the law enforcement purpose of obtaining this video is what?
To capture the incident from the Ybor grocery.
Okay.
We try to obtain every video we can.
Okay. And in this video, at a certain point, does the blue truck actually drive by?
Yes.
And if you were able to listen to the audio, are there what you can recognize from your training and experience as gunshots happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is a residential area that's adjacent to the Ybor grocery store on North 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me just 1 second, Corporal. Let me see if that's the end of my slides. I think this might be on 48, the video of the,
This is a video, yes.
yeah. See if I can play this for council where you see the truck driving by. There we go. There you go.
That is a gunshot that you just heard.
There's a young man screaming for help.
And these subjects are not known to each other at all, the defendant and or the victim.
So, but your experience was this was essentially a random case where this young man was robbed and shot as a result of him being at the Ybor grocery store?
Yes.
Okay. And that case is currently a pending case?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Corporal. I don't have anything further. Council, that concludes the presentation from the Tampa police officers. If any of you all have any questions. Okay, I didn't know if there were any members of the public that were here that might want to be heard from as well.
All right, so that concludes all the TPD.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Bobby Creighton, 1213 East 33rd Avenue. I'm sickened. We just watched somebody get kidnapped and shot in the street in my neighborhood and sell drugs in front of children in my neighborhood. I don't know in what universe that's acceptable or permissible at all. Public safety. I don't even know if there's anything I have to say. I mean, these videos were shocking. They're alarming. I'm borderline emotional right now because everybody in our neighborhood knows that this is an issue. I serve as vice president of Ybor Heights. Our boundaries are 15th and 26th, so Lake Avenue crosses within that. People often come to me asking what's going on over there. This isn't safe. There's people standing around. If we drive by it, lock the doors and hit the gas because we're not even slowing down through this corner. We think of blight and slum. What are the definition of that? I think we just saw it right here. The whole corner, there's other businesses on that corner. We heard from TPD that they've been closed for a year, and we still have this. I believe that everybody in our society has a social obligation and a contract to uphold the public good. That's part of why I do what I do. This is an abominable failure of that responsibility. I don't think there's any real, I'm curious to know if there's any other way you can look at it, seeing what we saw today and hearing the testimony from these officers, which thank you so much to every one of these officers who protect our community. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. So I'm honestly shocked because I was ready to come up here and talk about my perception, but we just got the reality. And I'll see the rest of my time.
Is there anybody else here for public comment? Ms. Newcomb, is there the property and business owner here to rebut?
Yes. Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. There is one other resident or neighbor that I believe is trying to make her way down here. So I would ask the council when she does arrive if they would hear her at that time. And the property owner is here. At this time, though, if we can just conclude until the neighbor testimony, but We do have in your binder, just to kind of conclude our presentation at tab F1, there is a copy of the prior suspension order from council's determination 2 years ago to suspend. So there is the notice of the 30-day suspension dated August 27th of 2021. And at tab F2, there are also letters dated June 12th of 2023 that were issued by the Tampa Police Department to notify the property owner, as well as the owner of the business and the owner of the alcoholic beverage permit, about the nuisance conditions that were existing on their property and asking them to abate those nuisances. And as you've seen, they continue to persist to this day. So what the city is seeking at this time from council is pursuant to the authority in section 27-318. We are asking that council find a violation of section 27-318 C1, B, C, and D, as I outlined earlier. And because this is a second violation, we are asking council to impose the maximum suspension of their alcoholic beverage permit for the maximum amount of 60 days.
So this is 27-318 C1?
One, yes, sir.
And then subsections, or that's it?
Subsections, I can give those to you for purposes of motion if you would prefer.
Okay,
but,
I'll wait for
it
that.
is B, C, and D. Those are the three bases for.
So at this point, before we go to hearing from the property owner, would you like us to wait for the individual that's making their way down, or can they speak after the property owner?
I think they would be fine to speak after the property
Okay, Councilmember Carlson, then we'll go to the property owner.
Stop me if I can't ask this question, but as one of the officers testified, this property has had problems for years. I think he said 14 years. This property is well-known in the community. How come it's never been shut down and bulldozed before? I mean, why are we just talking about an alcohol license? Is there something else coming after this, or?
There also is a pending public nuisance abatement case against the Ybor Grocery that is going to the Public Nuisance Abatement Board, which is a code board. I believe it's October 25th. So we also are taking action under that as well. Those are the tools that I'm aware of that are at our disposal.
And another legal question. So most of the testimony was about activities in the parking lot. There was video shown of things happening inside. But is there a real or implied accusation that the owners or the proprietors participate in those activities outside, or what is the obligation of a property owner or a proprietor to protect their property? If somebody does something illegal on your property, are you liable for it, or?
Sergeant Curtis Williams. I believe you're asking, are they physically complicit in the activity? And I would say no. I believe that they do have a responsibility and a liability on their property to, they're aware. We've made numerous contacts. We've been here in front of the council, and they know what's gone on. They've taken no real action other than to say it's an entirely a police issue. And we can't do stuff without the community. I've never asked or tried to shut anybody down. We're asking to work together. And the actions that have been taken just really, in my opinion, roll off.
Have there been any related charges against the proprietor or the owner? As I didn't, forgive me if I missed it, but I didn't hear evidence that the person working inside the building participated in that activity that was in the video.
Yes, Councilman, so I don't believe there's any evidence that exists that any of the employees or owners are criminally participating in this activity. It's my belief that it's known because clearly it's happening openly in the parking lot, inside the store, and during the hours. So I'm not aware of, no one's been charged criminally that has an association, either the owner, the manager, and the employee of the Ybor Grocery Store. But what my understanding is, in speaking to the officers, is when the store is closed, there's no issues because then Tampa police officers can enforce the trespassing affidavit. So these issues are happening when the store is open, and there is a responsibility, not necessarily a criminal responsibility, but there's a responsibility for the store owner to provide a safe place for people to shop who are law-abiding citizens, as well as hopefully a civic duty to call the police when people are breaking the law on your property. So that's sort of my analysis of it.
Besides calling the police, are there any other specific responsibilities of a proprietor property owner?
I mean, I think as part of the public nuisance abatement, there can be conditions imposed such as requiring them to have security guards, private security guards, requiring them to have different hours and things like that. Under this, no, all you can do, the biggest thing you can do is suspend the license for 60 days. And there's a procedure that we have to go through to ultimately get it suspended or revoked permanently. So in this hearing, no, but in the Public Nuisance Abatement Board, yes. And that's something that the city is seeking as well, and that will happen at the end of this month.
Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. We do have Ms. Kim Headland, who has just entered council chambers, so I'll ask her to come up and provide her testimony on the negative secondary effects to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
And she has not been sworn in, so Madam
Please
Clerk.
raise your right hand, and then before you begin to speak, state your name.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is true and the truth?
I do. Let me catch my breath. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Headland. I reside at 1023 East 17th Avenue, and quite honestly, for the last 24 years, I've lived in this exact area, and I've served on and off over the last several years, since actually going all the way back to 2007 as a board member, and I can tell you there's been consistent and long-term fear expressed from the community about some of the things that happen at this location. And I must say that from a community standpoint, the fear that it has caused the neighbors in the immediate vicinity is extreme, and nobody should have to live like this. I think you've seen several of the videos, which are absolutely horrendous and terrifying, and to live in close proximity within a couple blocks of that on a day-to-day basis, and the things that you experience and the way it affects you personally is very real. I can say the complaints that I have personally received about that intersection and what can be done, there's been a lot, and it's been consistent for well over a decade. Before moving to my current address, I lived on 24th Avenue, within a block and a half of that address. And that I will tell you that intersection, some of the things that happen at that corner is why we moved away from that corner. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, would the property owner like to rebut? Yes, sir, please come up and state your name.
Hello everyone, my name is Ahmad Hamad. I'm the property owner for Ybor Grocery. What happened with Ybor Grocery? This is a corner store. That corner store has been there for a long time. I don't know, 1990 or how long it's been there for. What happened is I have Muhammad Sobh, and he's my cousin. He has an issue with that with the old property owner because the violation and all this. Let's speak about the violation. The violation I hire two general contractor. I hired the first general contractor to try to fix me those issues with the city of Tampa, and they tried to make it difficult on me. And that guy, he quit and he don't want to do it no more. Now I hired somebody else, and he's almost finished with to get the permit so we could get this straight up. But what happened is with these people, they staying outside, they selling drugs and all this type of stuff. Muhammad Sobh, he cannot control those people because every time he kick them out, they go across the street, and then when he go inside the store, those people, they go back inside because the police, they're not doing the job correctly. Because I know there is another store like it used to be in Central, and they used to have all those problems with the same people, and that store closed down about like a year or 2 years ago, and all those people just moved back to our side, and that's what's causing the problem the whole time. And as we see the cameras, like the camera inside the store, we're willing to work with the police. That's the reason why they have access to our camera. We even show them the cameras and all this. We have the trespass form outside, but we feel like When the police, they go there, they feel like they're scared to talk to those people. As we speak right now, if you guys go there, those folks is outside. The store has nothing to do with those people. Those people, they have guns and they have all this type of stuff. We cannot do much to those people besides we call 911 and we ask them to leave. We ask them to leave, they leave, and then they come back. And that's the problem. So for them to suspend the alcohol license, that's not gonna solve the problems because those people, they're not gonna go nowhere. There's 4 or 5 people in there. All what they need to do, they need to grab those people, put them to jail, and the problem is gonna be solved. The problem is not gonna be solved for you guys just to shut down that store, which is, this is all the only money he have. And yeah, that's all what I could say.
Any questions for the gentleman?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's next, ma'am? Is it Ms. Johnson Velez or code enforcement?
Code Enforcement, Crystal Ramos, City of Tampa. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of what he said about the permits. I did go ahead and make a copy of all the permits that have been applied for through Acela. There's only a total of 4 permits. There was a permit that was applied for and that was recently withdrawn. And the description of work was the miscellaneous repairs for the code violations. April 7th of 2023, let's see who wrote this. Mr. Ahmad Hamad, we would like to cancel, withdraw the permit. So they withdrew the permit back in April. Since then, there's been no new permits on file. There's nothing there. I have current photos of what the property does look like. Again, when I was there, I asked them about a new AC that they installed, no permits. A lot of new work has been done, no permits. So the fact to say that they've been applying for permits, like I said, I can show the record. I don't know how to, there's no active permit at this time.
Councilman Clinton.
I have a question. So this is maybe my naivete. I just have to think that there was some pretty serious looking safety violations and inside of that building, there's public access. I just have to think that if this had happened to me, I would have been shut down a long time ago. How is it that a business is able to operate and accept the public with so many, safety type of violations?
Well, at this point, I don't have the authority to shut them down as far as, I don't know if legal would like to speak on that. We do our process, we take them to the magistrate, we've imposed the fines, and then at that point, we work with the police to do other ways to control things, but at this point.
So when code enforcement tags these folks and they've got this kind of, these like severe electrical and ventilation safety violations, what recourse does the city have to?
Well, Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So the city, at least the administration, is using every avenue available to us to do what we can to address the issues that we are aware of. That's why we're here before you today, as using these as one of the bases for suspension of the alcoholic beverage permit. So, code enforcement, that process is meant to try to incentivize property owners to bring their properties into compliance. And so that's the reason for the fine. As I mentioned, the fine currently, as of today, is over $55,000, and we still have no permits. And so that doesn't seem to be, getting the attention of the property owner at this point. We're still hopeful, though, that at some point there will be permits, and we'll continue to try to, those fines are going to continue to run even after today for each day that any one of those violations remains. So
I know. I guess it's probably not germane to just the issue that's before us today, but since I had the subject matter experts there, I just had to add them. We saw these pictures, and being city council, it seems to be pertinent to us to understand what the city's doing with this. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, so there were 2 other issues that he brought up. One of them, and I'll paraphrase, was that the permitting department was uncooperative with his contractor. Is there anyone to testify to confirm or deny that?
I have the information here that the building department stated that they needed to apply for the correct permit. Property is a commercial store, and this is from John Muncy with the building department. So his contractor did apply for a permit, but they applied for the wrong permit. So the building department told them that they needed to follow, I guess because it's a commercial location, they needed to follow that protocol versus the original permit that they had applied for.
Does it show how many times they went back and forth, or was it just once, or?
There was the one permit that they told them that they needed to get, the correct permit. And then there was a second building permit that was applied for, and that one was actually withdrawn by the owner. And I have a letter showing that they requested in writing to withdraw the permit.
So the other issue he brought up is, why doesn't TPD just arrest the people that are engaged in this activity? And so his argument was that if the TPD would just arrest them, then they wouldn't show up in anybody's front.
Sergeant Curtis Williams, I think we've shown significant arrests that were taking place during the daytime. However, the problem persists. We've proven in other locations. This is the only location that we've brought this for. We work with a lot of locations that have changed their behavior when management gets involved. Not only that, the officers that made these arrests told me before we were here, unfortunately, they've since left, that on numerous occasions when they make this arrest, they have made contact with management and asked, can we trespass them? And they've been denied that from subjects that were arrested. So we can only do what we can do within the confines of the law. They also are, we've checked the CAD calls, they don't call on a regular basis. If somebody was hanging out in front of my house, I would call, but they allow it, and they can see it and they know what's going on.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am, and at this point, can we close the hearing and take a motion, or is there anything else?
Yes, sir, again, and if you would like for me to repeat, what we're asking is that city council find that the property owner and the operator of the establishment have violated section 27-318C1, subsections B, C, and D. B, again, is the maintaining of a nuisance on the property. C is engaging or permitting disorderly conduct on or about the property. And D, operating the establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary effects on the surrounding property.
Yes.
Councilman Miranda, please turn your microphone on.
Before we close, I'd just like to put these 6 notices that the police sent to different individuals in the record. They're all dated June 12th of 2023. One went to Ybor Grocery Stop LLC, and the address is I'm not going to name the address because I don't want somebody to. And the second one, again, June 23rd, 2023, U.S. American Properties LLC in Tampa somewhere. I got the address, but I'm not going to release that right now. And they're all the same letter going to different individuals. June 3rd, 2023, Mohammed Saab, registered agent, title manager in Wesley Chapel, same letter. Mohammed Saab, registered agent, title manager in another location, at the location of the store. Fahad M. Ahmad, registered agent at another location in Tampa, the address. And the last of the 6 is Ahmad A. Hamad, title manager at another location in Temple Terrace, for the record.
Thank you, sir. That's all the city.
We can close the hearing and make the motion?
Yes.
Or we have to make a motion with the hearing open? No? Okay. Before we close and ask for a motion, I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what to say, you know. So, thank you very much. May I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Second. Motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Henderson?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. I'm going to move that we suspend the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to Land Code Section 27-318 for the property located at 3401 North 15th Street for the following reasons, subsection C1, B, C, and D. Let me see, C, 4, B, here it is. Maintaining of a nuisance on property, engaging in or permitting disorderly conduct on or about the property, and the operation of an establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary effects on the surrounding property.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to item number 71. My apologies. I know you've all been very, very patient. Item number 71, I believe everybody has been sworn in. In case you have not been, we'll ask you to be sworn in. 71, I'll be right back. What?
Just want to say one thing.
No. The hearing is already closed.
This is not fair, but whatever they're doing, they're just doing it all together. They think suspend our license, that's gonna solve the problem.
Thank
That's
you.
not gonna solve the problem.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, well, you guys did a good job. I just want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Item number 71.
I'm gonna make a motion.
You always say, "Cut me loose, baby."
Anything else? Please, item number 71. I'm gonna be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and members of the City Council. My name is Dana Crosby Collier, and I'm an Assistant City Attorney in the City Attorney's Office. You have before you today for review Agenda Item Number 71, File Number BLC 23122C. This matter is for property located at 1210 East 18th Avenue in Ybor City. The petitioner in this case is Mr. Michael Rodriguez. On July 25th, 2023, Mr. Rodriguez requested the Barrio Latino Commission, the BLC, to grant a certificate of appropriateness for an after-the-fact demolition of the contributing structure on the property. On July 25th, 2023, the BLC unanimously denied the petitioner's request, finding that the applicant owner had demolished the structure without a certificate of appropriateness or building permit, had intentionally compromised the architectural integrity of the building, and that any economic hardship was self-imposed due to the petitioner intentionally or willfully neglecting the property as described in 27-99 subsection 4 of the code. I've provided counsel and petitioners' counsel with packets containing sections 2761 of the code, the process for the review of board decisions, and section 2799 of the code relating to the certificate of appropriateness. Additionally, I've included the procedures for this hearing and sample motions to assist you at the end of the hearing. City Council will apply a de novo standard of review. This means that you are not limited in your review to the information, documentation, or evidence upon which the BLC's decision was based. The council will follow all applicable ordinances and standards in arriving at its decision and may receive new evidence at this hearing. In a minute, Mr. Ron Vila will provide an overview of the application and the BLC's decision. Following the hearing, City Council may affirm the decision of the BLC. The BLC's decision was to deny the certificate of appropriateness for an after-the-fact demolition of the structure. Could overturn the decision of the BLC and grant the certificate of appropriateness for an after-the-fact demolition of the structure, or remand the matter back to the BLC for further proceedings, but giving them direction if that's the route you take. City Council may impose conditions on its decision today, but those conditions would have to receive the concurrence of the petitioner. So I'm happy to take any questions you have at this time, and if not, I'll turn it over to Mr. Vila.
Any questions?
Okay, I'll be right here.
Mr. Villa.
Good afternoon, Councilor Ron Vila. I'm staff for Historic Preservation. And to provide you with a brief overview of what WILEGO has just provided you, I'd like to start with the Sanborn map. This is a map from 1929 that illustrates the fabric within the historic district. The red lines illustrate the historic district boundaries. Property in question is here. You see the dense fabric. Once again, this is from 1929. The structure in question dates back to 1903. This picture was taken about a year ago. The owner and agent, Mr. Michael Rodriguez, opened a case, BLC 22-113, on March 8th, 2022 for renovations and additions to the primary structure. At that time, he came through, he went through the process and received approval. Upon receiving approval, these are the plans that received approval. This is a floor plan. You see our stamp to the right, which is the primary structure was here. There was addition to the rear. This was the primary structure here on the second floor, and this was a deck off the rear. Just briefly going through the elevations. These are existing and proposed front elevation. There's some language here about, talks about rehabilitation to the primary structure. This is the east elevation, which is a side elevation. This is the front porch. This is the body of the building, existing and proposed. This was to be removed, and then this addition was to be put on. At no time was the roof to be taken off. There was just rehabilitation to the 1903 construction. This is the other elevation. As you look at the side, once again, rehabilitation to the primary structure, roof to remain, addition to the rear, and this is the rear elevation, existing and after rehabilitation that he received approval on. He was issued a permit, the work is started, then we receive a call, I received a call over the weekend, and that was at the end of April, April 30th, that there was work going on at the site that was beyond what was approved. This is how the structure looked at the end of April. You see that the roof was removed and the structure's been compromised. This is looking from the rear. And then upon when our inspector went out on May 1st, the first day back to work, this is what the inspector witnessed on site. Here, just a couple pictures showing that the structure was removed. So the initial approval was for rehabilitation and addition. The work that transpired on the site went beyond, and then this was the final outcome at the beginning of May. Since that time, he was put under violation. There are active violations on the site currently. The owner, the same owner that came in for the addition and the renovations, came forward to, after the fact, put an application in for the demolition of a contributing structure. It went through the process, and the board, the Barrio Latino Commission, at their public hearing on July 25th, 2023, rendered a motion. That motion states that the Barrio Latino Commission reviewed the reference application at the meeting of July 25th, 2023. The BLC denied the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for the following reasons. The agent, although he has satisfied the submission requirements in Chapter 2799, the contributing structure was demolished by the applicant and the owner without a certificate of appropriateness. He never came forward. As I stated, it was after the fact, and never obtained a building permit to do so moving forward. There is a provision on Chapter 2799 that states if it's a self-imposed hardship, if the applicant has compromised the architectural integrity of the building or structure by intentionally or willfully neglecting the property, the Barrio Latino Commission shall deny the application for demolition, which they did. As part of the motion, the BLC Commission will allow staff to authorize the clearance of the site for public safety. We're in the middle of the hurricane season. This debris was there, so the board allowed the owner and agent to move forward to clear the debris in case we had a storm coming through. That is kind of in a brief description of what happened. Just to summarize, at no time did the owner or the agent reach out to the Historic Preservation Commission to shore up the property when it was in a compromised state. After the fact, he put the application in for demolition, and he went forward without approval to the Barrio Latino Commission and/or any permits. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Vila? Yes, ma'am?
This is just a general question because I'm just curious. What happens if we don't allow the destruction? I mean, it's already happened. What happens after this? I guess is my question. Regardless, what can occur? Well, I know, but I just want the public to kind of know what the recourse is. I think it's very interesting.
Yes, it's a pickle. It's a difficult situation that you're in today. there are three things you could do. You could affirm the BLC's decision, and that would result in this not going anywhere. You could, I mean, it would continue in this cycle of not having a certificate of appropriateness
Can you
to
state your name
demolish.
real quick for
Oh,
the
I'm so
record?
sorry. Dana Crosby Collier, City Attorney's Office. Sorry about that. You could overturn the BLC's denial and place conditions on your approval. And the petitioner would have to agree to those conditions, but that's an option as well. You could affirm the BLC's denial saying, yes, but you haven't heard from your petitioner yet, so you do want to hear what he has to say.
My question is more general. Like, this house is gone now.
Right.
If we don't approve this, or if this isn't approved as a general thing, what happens next?
I think we should wait until after we
Okay.
hear from.
Yeah,
the
I would
petitioner.
hear from your petitioner, but there are several options that we can discuss.
Yeah,
when you're-
let's just stop it right there and let's.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's what I was saying, I'm just curious.
Okay, is there a petitioner? So come to the podium and state your name, please.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Christopher Ford.
I'm sorry, the chair has stepped out, so I'm acting. I just want to verify, has everybody been sworn in that's going to testify today?
I'm not sure if my clients were sworn in when you swore in the officers.
Okay, anybody who has not been sworn in that plans on testifying for this hearing, would you please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in?
They've indicated that they were.
They haven't.
sworn
Okay,
in.
very good. Thank you.
And good afternoon. My name is Christopher Fordham. I'm the attorney for the owners, Michael Rodriguez and Johnny Castro. Your Honor, just a quick synopsis. My clients did not intentionally demolish this property. They were presented with a no-win situation. They were attempting to rehabilitate the property. They were engaged in trying to find foundation companies that could shore up the property. There was a storm coming in. The property was leaning. They were called by one of the neighbors, and certainly they'll present testimony to this effect. But they were called by one of the neighbors that the property was leaning further, indicating further movement of the property. They made a decision. We could all look at that in hindsight and say maybe that wasn't the right decision. Maybe it was their only decision. But hindsight, quarterbacking, armchair quarterbacking here doesn't really help the problem. They made a decision. The property ended up collapsing. They did not actually demolish the property themselves. But I would like to call first back for questioning Mr. Vila, because I do have a couple of questions for him.
Mr. Villa, state your name.
Ron Vila with Historic Preservation.
So, Mr. Vila, you indicated that the property owners had intentionally demolished the property. Is that correct?
I don't think I said those words intentionally.
Okay, could you
I stated that he received approval for rehabilitation and an addition on the property. We got notice from the surrounding neighborhood residents there, the condition of the building, which I showed, which was compromised at that time. I believe he could have took different actions to shore up the building, then reach out to preservation that we are moving against what the approval was, and let's find a remedy to move forward. He took it upon himself, and you saw the pictures. It was an erect structure. It was going through rehabilitation, and now the structure's down.
Okay, when you say he took it upon himself, and then you paused, what did he take it upon himself to actually do?
I just know the structure was there, and it's not there now, so I don't know how he removed that structure.
You know that the structure went from being up to being down, is that correct?
I do.
Okay, and it's, I'm not, do not want to imply that somehow you're reaching an improper conclusion, but it is speculation on your part that he did in fact cause that directly himself.
I know that he went beyond the approval. He removed the roof, and that's why I pointed out the roof on the approval. And then in the pictures that I provided, the roof was removed. So that probably led to the demise of the structure.
Okay, but you don't know anything further beyond that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Vila. All right. I will call Mr. Rodriguez, one of the owners of the property. Mr. Rodriguez, if you could come up here, please.
Mr. Rodriguez, if you approach the podium, when you get to the podium, state your name, please.
Can you repeat that?
You come to the podium and then state your full name.
Okay. Good morning, councilmen. My name is Michael Rodriguez, and I'm here to answer any questions that are needed. I've given presentations multiple times, 30 minutes the last two meetings, so if there's any questions, let me know.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you are one of the owners of the property in question here, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and when did you purchase the property?
We purchased the property, I believe, back in October of 2021, and the process of rehabilitating the whole structure, and it was gonna be rehabilitated about 99.9% of it.
Okay. When you purchased the property and you began the process, did you run into any problems with the property?
So after the building plans were approved and the foundation companies came out to go ahead and assess it, they deemed that the property was unrepairable and that the property could not be repaired. As of this property was purchased to rehabilitate, it was the only financial sense to rehabilitate the property. So we had to keep on looking after multiple individuals said the property was unrepairable and it was a safety hazard for the surrounding area and anybody around there.
Okay, how many, so you indicated that you were in talks with foundation companies, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How many, the first foundation company that you went to, who was that?
The first foundation company, I believe, I had the paperwork, I wasn't, the first foundation company that was sent out was in the packet that was submitted to the city council.
Well, if you don't remember the name, do you remember the approximate date that you engaged them?
Yes, the first one was in December of 2022.
What was the result of their inspection?
The result of their inspection, the property is unrepairable, and it was a safety hazard, and it was a no bid. Pretty much, they would not touch the structure.
Did you, after receiving that information, did you attempt to contact another foundation company?
Yes, we contacted another foundation company, and they said the same thing.
Okay, and when did that occur?
That occurred towards the beginning of January 2023.
Okay, and what action did you take after the second foundation company told you they
We
could?
continued to keep on looking for multiple contractors and multiple individuals to go ahead and try to stabilize the foundation, since all the foundation was being repaired because the structure has been compromised for probably 5 to 10 years prior to even my ownership.
Okay. When you looked at the building, and you certainly saw the pictures there, did the building have a visible lean to it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. Vila testify that on or about April 30th, the building fell. Prior to that, were you still engaging in talks with foundation companies?
Yes, we were.
Okay.
We placed multiple orders for special order windows that cost $20,000, $30,000. We even had delivery orders 2 to 3 weeks prior of wood deliveries that are still currently on the lot that now have deteriorated and can't use them at all. So yes, we were still proactively looking because it is the only solution to rehabilitate the structure because of the money we've already put into the property and the price we purchased the property.
So when April 30th comes around, did you receive notification from one of the neighbors?
Yes.
Do you recall which neighbor it was?
Could you repeat that?
Do you recall who the neighbor was?
Could you repeat the date?
It was around April 30th, the day that very close to the day that the property collapsed.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the neighbor?
I don't recall the name of the neighbor off the top of my head.
What did the neighbor tell you?
The neighbor called us and let us know that the structure was leaning backwards and it was about to fall. We went ahead and determined to remove the back part of the second structure, as you see in the pictures, to avoid the whole thing collapsing so it wouldn't fall on the surrounding neighbors or injure somebody.
Right, just to be clear, you get this call from the neighbor, you go out there, right?
Yes.
You see the structure in your own eyes.
I did not go out there.
Oh, who went out there?
One of the individuals who went out to assess the structure.
Was that somebody that worked for you?
No, it was a subcontractor.
Okay, who was a subcontractor?
Johnny Castro knows the name of the subcontractor.
Okay, we'll call him in a
Don't know the
second,
name
that's
of the
fine.
subcontractor.
Did you talk to the subcontractor?
No, at the time I was on vacation.
Okay, Mr. Castro talked to him?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So you were not on site at all on around April 30th, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Did you have any, you indicated that you had a number of material purchases for the building, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had been storing these items somewhere in anticipation of shoring up the foundation and renovating the property, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these items specially ordered specifically for this structure?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Approximately how much money did you lose as a result of the structure collapsing from materials that you could not otherwise use?
Overall, throughout the whole process of going through the permitting, placing special orders that historic requires, about $80,000 in attempting to rehabilitate the structure based on orders.
Have you been able to find any use for these materials in other jobs at all?
No, it's a total loss.
Okay. What is your understanding of why this structure ultimately collapsed?
Could you elaborate?
Right. So you certainly have as the owner of the property, you have an awareness of what happened to the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. What is your understanding of what the subcontractor ended up doing to the property?
The subcontractor ended up reducing the weight on the back end from the whole thing collapsing, removing the top second floor. On the back end,
And the building still collapsed?
correct. The
Okay.
following day, the building still fell back over.
Was it your understanding that the intention of removing the second floor was to remove the amount of weight on the first floor to prevent a collapse?
Yes, that's correct.
That was clearly unsuccessful, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But did you have any personal intent to demolish the building?
No, that's correct. We needed the building because it was the only financial sense to keep the building, and we already had put in so much invested into the property that it is the only solution.
All right. No further questions for Mr. Rodriguez.
Does that conclude the
I'll
entire
just
presentation?
quickly call Johnny Castro, the other owner.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Randall.
And I appreciate it. I'm not questioning your fidelity or everything you said. You stated you had the record, but you haven't presented them to the council regarding what you did, the windows that you bought, and the people that you sent over to do the foundation. I haven't seen any evidence at all.
The presentation was emailed over to the city council and it was submitted. According to the email, it was gonna be presented to city council so you guys can review it. So you should have that information of everything. It should be like 50 pages long.
To the computer, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in Sire.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, you have another gentleman, Mr. Castro? you
Mr.
said?
Castro, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Please come up and state your name, sir.
Hi, my name is Johnny Castor.
All right. Mr. Castro, I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions here. So you heard your partner's testimony?
Yes.
Do you concur with everything that he said?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the dates around April 30th, where he was on vacation. So around that time, did you receive any phone call with regard to the property?
I did receive a phone call from the neighbors too, saying that the structure was leaning back and they were scared that it was damage their property.
Do you happen to recall the name of the neighbor?
I believe it's Francisco, I don't know his last name.
Okay, and is he like one of the adjacent neighbors to the property?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of that call?
I called one of the subs just to go check the property, make sure if it was leaning or not, and he confirmed that it was falling apart. At that time, that's when we said, well, he suggested maybe if we remove the roof, we could reduce the weight and save the building.
Okay. Were you concerned about the safety to anybody else in the neighborhood if the structure were to fall?
Yes, we have multiple issues with that building, that they were using it, the homeless were using that house in and out. So that was another concern we had. We didn't want that building falling on anybody, so.
So after talking with the subcontractor, your intent was to try to at least salvage as much of the building as possible, is that right?
Correct. All this money that we have involved in there, we definitely don't want to take.
And the reasons that you took those actions of removing that portion of the building was in fact to prevent a total collapse of the building, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Now, understanding, of course, that the building still collapsed, of course, we don't know what would have happened had you not removed it either, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that that building had been used by the homeless, is that correct?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I think since the day we purchased that property, we get phone calls from the neighbors and everything.
So your understanding then is that the building had long been a haven for homeless people?
Yes. There were multiple times where they just break in and keep going in. We boarded the house, and nothing works.
Yeah. Was there any indication of any other type of illicit activity on the property?
They were using it for sex.
Did you all find, did you all find evidence of people engaging in sexual acts on the property?
There was condoms, needles, mattresses.
Yeah. So had you been able to ultimately repair this property, and if you're allowed to proceed to repair this property in the future, do you envision that this property will no longer be a haven for criminal activity in the area?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Castro, Your Honor.
Do you have any other witnesses?
We do not.
You do not? Does this conclude your presentation, sir?
If I could just make a brief statement.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think the councilwoman made an extremely important point, right? What do you do with this property at this stage? My clients did not want this property to collapse, right? When they received indication that it was about to fall, you know, we can't say that they took I mean, they may have taken the only option that they had. We don't know whether or not it would have fallen, of course. But, you know, had they not taken any action and had it fallen and had it hurt somebody, they would have been liable, clearly, right? So they were in an extremely difficult place, and they had to make a decision in a relatively short period of time in order to try to save what they could. Mr. Vila would certainly point out, oh, you could have done this, you could have done that. Yeah, maybe they could have, right? But that wasn't they didn't have the time to do that. They didn't, perhaps they didn't make the right decision, but that was what they did. Just really quickly point out that also that the grounds for denying a self-imposed economic hardship by the BLC under section 27-99, this is F4, I believe, self-imposed economic hardship. So if I may just quickly comment on that, they can deny it if the property owner has compromised the architectural integrity of the building or structure by intentionally or willfully neglecting the property.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay?
All right, you'll have, let me see, you'll have rebuttal at the end after.
Okay.
So you have another 5 minutes to speak.
Oh, certainly. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'll take public comment from anybody that we have not heard. Yes, ma'am, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kim Headland, 1023 East 17th Avenue, and I am here on this case on behalf of the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association as this year's president. Our board voted to send a letter with a request. First, this property was an exemplary example of kind of two-story, turn-of-the-century residential structure. It was really important to the fabric of our community. Obviously, it had been through the certificate of appropriate process for an addition, which it clearly shows that the owner was well aware of the process, the importance of the historic structure and the historical integrity, but also the process that one has to go through. On that weekend in April, we watched that structure just systematically be demolished. A roof was removed, walls were removed. I mean, I hear what's being said. I didn't understand it, and I was somebody who called and emailed that weekend expressing concerns because that house was very quickly, overnight, on a Saturday night to a Sunday morning, disappearing. So this has been a hot topic in our community. We've talked a lot about this at the board level and at a recent meeting with Dennis Fernandez. We submitted a letter earlier this week requesting the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association respectfully asking council to take action and require the owner to redevelop the property with a new residential structure that aligns seamlessly in form, mass, scale, and material to what was there originally. We all have to take care of our historic district, and there's no way to get that back. But if we can at least give a nod to what was there in some manner, for our community, that is kind of the best outcome of this incredibly unfortunate and disappointing turn of events for that structure.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else for public comment? All right. Do we have any additional staff comment? I see Councilmember Vieira.
I have a, it's not on the, not on this hearing, it's an item on the agenda that I need to announce to council. We're gonna be moving involving Ms. Moody to November 2nd. I don't think I can make the motion now, but, because we're in the middle of this.
I can make the motion for you.
Is this about the food and grocery?
Yeah, and I can do it as soon as, but just as a courtesy, I didn't want, just for, because it's late. But
Yeah.
All
thank
right,
you,
we'll
ma'am.
make the motion later, but just an
Y'all can
FYI.
go.
Just FYI, thank you. And,
All right.
and the same thing for OSEA, when you can, please, you're fine. Thank
We'll
you,
make the
ma'am.
motion later, but
Just as a courtesy, thank you,
yes.
sir.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak, did you have your?
Yeah,
for a
I had quite a few questions. Which subcontractor told you, so you didn't have a foundation subcontractor, which subcontractor told you to take the roof off to stabilize the structure?
Yeah, that's
My name is Johnny Castro. It was a subcontractor, I don't have the name of the company right now, but,
What
his
did
name-
they do? What was their specialty?
They said they just do general work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, you had more questions?
At what point did you consider, or at all, I didn't hear at all, you talking about reaching out to the city of Tampa to talk about the issue of the foundation before you went to the subcontractor? Did you reach out to the city of Tampa before talking to the subcontractor?
I would like to comment. My name is Michael Rodriguez. So what happened, it was on Friday afternoon. We didn't have time to reach out because the city officials were closed. At the code violation hearing, they said there was an emergency hotline that we could have called. We did call that hotline after, and it doesn't go anywhere. No one answers at all. So I understand they're saying, at what point, why didn't you call us in the code violation hearing?
Okay.
But the hotline does not work and does not exist.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Clendon and Councilmember Miranda.
Let's see, I have a question from the city.
We have rebuttal as well.
Okay.
To their testimony.
Okay, so I'll just save it for your rebuttal?
I just had 2 questions
for mine,
that was it.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Villa? Villa.
Villa Brothers.
Villa.
One of the sons of one of the Villa brothers. Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I knew his father.
I've known him longer than I've known you.
All right.
So question,
Yes, sir.
are you gonna rebut first, or you want my questions first? Okay.
Whatever procedure is.
Questions first. Let me ask a question. So, let's go on the assumption, let's go on the assumption that everything they stated was a fact. That they tried to call a hotline on Friday, that this thing was starting to fall down, it was leaning, that in good faith they removed the roof, to try to, because, to try to take the weight off the building, that, a neighbor was concerned for safety because the building could collapse. We had an impending storm coming in. Boy, this is a whole bunch of things.
Sure.
Coming from a historical preservation standpoint and from a city standpoint, what would you have had the applicant do?
At that point, if he saw that the building was compromised, and I think he was under notice because he talked to 2 companies about the foundation and said that the foundation was a challenge moving forward. At that time, he should have reached out to the department. If he was going to go beyond the approval that was granted for the addition and the renovations to the structure, we could have come up with a path. I think the proper path would have been to secure the site, stabilize the structure, get with the office on Monday upon return. This happened over the weekend, but I believe he was on notice that the building had some challenges prior to that. So in the event that he was gonna move forward and keep the structure, it was probably gonna go in a different direction than with the approval that he already received. So that discussion, in my opinion, should have already taken place.
So if this is like, say, it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday situation and the building is leaning, he probably took an action that maybe you or I may not agree with, following the advice of whatever this person gave advice to about removing the roof. So he was taking action to stabilize the building. It might not have been the action that you wanted or I would have wanted, but he was taking the action over the weekend to stabilize it, which clearly didn't work. And
Well,
I mean,
I'd like to interject there.
is it just a question about whether the action that he took was different than what you and I may have taken?
I don't think he even attempted to stabilize it. I thought that he tried to alleviate the load for some of his professionals providing him guidance. But I still think there were other remedies that could have taken place to keep the building in place into future discussion with staff.
What would that look like over a weekend, though?
Well, he took it down over the weekend. I'm sure he had.
But I mean, stabilization of a structure that was tilting and leaning, what would that look like?
Just members, 2x4s, 4x4s up to keep it in place.
Okay.
Councilman
That's it.
Miranda.
I appreciate everything that's been said. When you see film of something collapsing in a house, why does it collapse? It collapses because the roof goes. When you see a hurricane coming and it hits the eaves of the house, I don't care how new it is, the walls don't cave in. The roof pops up and the walls come in. So that's exactly what happened here. And I don't know if 2x4s would have done it, but it's always difficult to say what if and what up when the action's already happened. But the simplest way would have been to buy some type of inexpensive fencing to put it around the property so that if anything falls, it falls within the property. But that didn't happen either. So that's what that's what. But I know once you take the roof off, the chances of the wall standing up are almost nil, because that's what holds down the movement of the walls. But that's all.
Councilmember Carlson.
I wonder, can I ask a question about legal? So the opposing counsel said, or the representative, the representative's counsel said that that part of the test for this is whether someone did something intentionally. Is there a part of the code that talks about gross negligence or recklessness? Like the owners were just asked a question about what contractor to use, what kind of contractor was it, and it wasn't, at least based on the testimony we just heard, it wasn't a roof specialist or a stability specialist. It was a subcontractor kind of generalist. Is there anything about negligence that is included as a test?
There is a section of the code that I didn't give you, but it is a section of the code relating to the barrio in that chapter 27-102, maintenance and repair of landmarks, landmark sites, and property in historic districts. It also goes into, for the owners of property in the historic districts, in this historic district, it also goes into additional criteria for protecting the contributing structure. So the code has that section as well. With regard to this one, the barrio looked at the evidence before them at the hearing and determined that it was the behavior of the owner by not contacting the city after discovering in December of 2022 there was a foundational issue, by not contacting us in January of 2023, not reaching out, not looking for the city to help. They found that behavior resulted in the intentional or willful negligence of the property.
So we could quote that as evidence in the.
Yeah, that was part of what they considered, was that this had been going, that was a lot of their questioning had to do with, this has been going on a really long time. When did you ever reach out to Ron or Dennis and talk to them about what your options were?
I'd like to go back to the question that my colleague asked and maybe the owner's representative could answer and maybe legal could answer, but what are the next steps if, and how would that be impacted by whatever decision we made today? The neighbor, member of the public said the public would prefer something that is similar in scale and design. Is there a requirement to do that, and how would the future of this be impacted by this decision today?
So you would consider what conditions, if you want to overturn the action of the barrio and grant the certificate of appropriateness for this after-the-fact demolition, you could consider what conditions you want to place on that. A condition could be that it be replaced with a very identical structure, very similar structure. The condition could be that you don't allow the owner to ask for a settlement of the code enforcement fines. There are a lot of conditions you can consider as you move forward in your deliberations on this if you want to go ahead and overturn the BLC's decision, but still make sure that the neighborhood is made as whole as it can be made after this has happened.
Is that decision then binding if we put those?
If the petitioner agrees to your conditions, then yes, sir, they are.
So petitioner's representative, what would you all propose? Would you be okay meeting with the requirements that the neighborhood proposed?
Christopher Fordham for the petitioner. Your Honor, of course, I'm sorry, I'm in court a lot. Councilman, of course I would have to confer and receive the approval of my clients for any specific agreement, but I will say that I agree with the Ybor resident that was up here, right? Something needs to be done with this. It's an unfortunate situation. My clients wanted to rehabilitate this property. They were not happy with the results either. And certainly they share her sadness in how this actually turned out. I believe my clients believe that the only economic value to this piece of property is a residential house. That was what their original intent was. And I do believe that they would be amenable to considering any type of agreement.
And what's the other impact on our vote today? If we vote the other way, then what happens to the property?
Then the property continues to remain vacant. It continues probably to remain a haven for criminal activity. I mean, you know, the hearing before us, you had the gentleman owning that store, and whether he's at fault or not, but shutting him down is not going to stop the criminal activity. The more vacant spaces that you have like this, the more criminal activity that's likely to occur. So I think that allowing the property to continue as simply a vacant lot does not benefit anybody. It doesn't benefit the neighborhood. It certainly does not benefit my clients.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, then
Yeah.
Clinton.
I have a question for our legal staff.
Yes, ma'am, Dana Crosby called you.
And thank you so much. The question I was getting at the very beginning is it seems like basically what happens is we're either stuck in limbo or the petitioner is basically rewarded for bad behavior. And I don't think rewarding for bad behavior by allowing them to build another house is acceptable. So what are the actual things that we could do that would actually be a consequence, a real consequence?
Yes, ma'am, and that's a good question. There are 2 code cases that are on the property at this time that are outstanding because of the lack of a CA for demo. There's a Chapter 5 building code case, and there's a Chapter 27 land development code case. Both were taken to the code special magistrate, as the petitioner explained, and they were both, the correction should have occurred on or before July 19th. It did not occur. There is a fine accruing on this property, $1,000 a day times 2, because there are 2 violations. So as of today, October 19th, that's $92,000 per code case.
So they have
2. He has a Chapter 5 case for
They have
building.
$184,000?
Yes, ma'am. So if you frequently, as you know, people who have big code violations like that do try to move to settle with the city for a lesser amount. You could restrict, he would have to agree, but you could restrict his ability to solicit the city to reduce the fine. You could also require ask if he would redevelop the property in a way that's consistent with what the neighborhood has asked for. I think it is true, and we've talked a lot amongst ourselves about this situation, that it's not good, for the neighborhood to have this empty lot. Thankfully, I believe it was the city that ended up securing it after the building fell, but it may have been the owner, I'm not sure. But we need to, we agree with you that it would be good to move on, but we don't want to reward this type of thing.
So we could also do, we could require them to pay the fine in full and require them to follow the plans that were already drawn.
They would come back to the BLC and with a new plan, because the other plans were for additions to a house.
Yes, but in having to stay with that footprint, that is also, I mean, they can't make it any bigger, they can't go any further. That's what I'm looking for, because what I feel like is that they could get more, and that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for basically a replication of what existed, and we can put those.
As long as the petitioner agrees with your conditions, you can condition
Okay,
your
so-
approval.
There's the verbiage right there.
Okay, no, I mean, I want exact plans, so yeah, thank you.
Sir?
Okay, so, we're stuck in a situation where we have an empty lot now. So we have an empty lot. The building's gone. I'm having a hard time, based on what I've heard today. I can't sit there with a straight face and say that these folks intentionally or willfully neglecting the property. I'm all for historic preservation. I live in the historic district. I think it's very important. But it just seems difficult to look at somebody and say they intentionally did it based on what we've heard today, or willfully. So, I think that we have some wiggle room to kind of have a lose-win situation where we're able to, do the best that we can with what we've been given. Are y'all finished with your presentations?
I'll defer to Ron if he has anything further to add in his rebuttal. I believe we had an issue of the securing of the site, or we could.
Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. Just to touch upon some of the key issues that were raised today. He received approval for an addition and renovations to the primary house on May of 2022. The project was moving forward. He went beyond the scope of the work already. So by removing the roof, some of the siding, and it continued to, undermine the structure itself. This is a contributing structure that dates back to 1903. This is some of the earlier fabric that we have. If you look at the vernacular of the structure, with a heavily pitched roof, with a minimal overhangs, this type of architecture is not around anymore. There are very few examples of this, so it's important to keep this. There is a path to move forward. I go back to shoring up. I believe that he could have went in a different direction. If he was, under the gun, that's, he made the call. Was that willfully? I don't know. That's for y'all to decide. But I think there was other paths to move down as well. For demolition, there's a path. So he could have shored it up. There's a path. He could have made application while the building was secure in place by his professionals, his engineer. He could have made application, come through the process, went to the board and said, look, upon further research, we dissected the house and now it's compromised. We found things that we didn't find initially when we came forward. So I think there were other avenues that could have been sought after. And along those same lines, maybe a perimeter fence. If he was concerned about the homeless taking refuge there, could have put up a construction fence. If he was worried about the structure falling and somebody getting hurt or coming onto the site, I believe a perimeter fence could have helped out in that situation as well. That's all I have to say, and I'm here to answer any questions.
More? Yes, sir?
Yeah, we'll hear what the final rebuttal is, but I'm very in favor of historic preservation, and I want to protect buildings, but it seems like the best path for the neighborhood would be to rebuild the same kind of building in place. We have Mr. Fernandez here also, who is a historic, right? We've got a couple of you here. If you all could help us with the criteria, my proposal, which you all can shoot down in your rebuttals, but would be that we have very tight guidelines on what could go there and under what conditions I forgot the kind of architecture you just mentioned, but we can be very specific about it. And then to the point about the fines, I don't know how much this property costs. $180,000 is a huge amount. I think half of that is a great punishment by itself, but some combination of restricting a full reduction of the fines plus requiring somebody to build in place the same kind of building seems to be the best option for the neighborhood, and it would allow the owners to move forward. But I'll let you all rebut that.
I've been here 20 years plus with the city. We've never lost a contributing structure in this fashion. It is a tough situation for y'all to deliberate and create a motion. The way it sits doesn't benefit anybody. I agree with that. I think there needs to look at this, use it as an example, that this is not an option for somebody else that has a contributing structure to go down that route if they don't like the structure. I think limiting it to the square footage and the prior approval that was there, that I believe we all agree upon, he came forward with that request, is a path worth seeking.
But we could also restrict, can we restrict the type of materials, the width of the slatting, the width of it was like 2.5 inches instead of 5 or whatever it usually is. And then, and what was the style of architecture you mentioned?
It's early vernacular, it's a wood frame Florida vernacular, early 1900s.
I mean, I don't know how specific we can get, but if we can be very precise about what we want to go there, that for the neighborhood is as close as possible to what was there originally.
I'm hearing from legal that if you want to delegate the footprint, the vernacular, the form in a motion, and then let the Barrio Latino Commission worry about the
And for
materials.
example, that it would be wood siding, not vinyl or whatever.
Correct. That could be handled under new construction by the Barrio Latino
Well,
Commission.
it falls under the barrio. Yeah.
I guess that was my question. I would want this to follow the footprint exactly. My big concern, though, is that it doesn't seem like they were doing a great job with the construction as it was. Don't understand which contractors are doing what. I'm concerned about how this house is then going to be built. What kind of structures will be in place to monitor them more closely, to make sure this actually gets built the way it's supposed to be, since they clearly did not follow the plans that were approved.
Well, the process is that they provide us with design drawings at the level that the Barrio Latino Commission will look at it. Then once they receive approval, they work on their construction drawings, their CDs. Those are permitted drawings. As it goes through the process, that gets approved. Then we have an inspector, preservation has an inspector, and then the building department has inspectors to make sure that those plans are followed.
Okay. And that's normally what's done. It just seems that since they weren't able to follow it to begin with, that we would have some type of tighter control. But no, it doesn't work that way.
I'd let him, I think they came upon some issues that they were not ready with the structure, and it became compromised. But regardless, we're here today. The building was compromised. They went beyond their approval, and, there is a process for that moving forward. So if you put them back in the process, well, it'll have, their eyes on it.
I have one more question for Ms. Collier. Cosby Collier, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Dana Crosby Collier, City Attorney's Office.
Thank you. Referencing what Mr. Carlson said, I understand the possibility to not pay the fine in full. Is there a way that we could impose the full fine but move it to half if they actually build what they're supposed to build?
So,
It's sort of like a carrot.
do you want to explain? Can I have the code enforcement attorney explain how
Sure.
the settlement works?
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
think that would help you understand better how it's something that is done outside of this venue. Although you could cap, in your conditions, you could cap or make a minimum cap, you know, 100,000 or whatever. You could add a minimum cap. But let me-
Kamaria Pettisnackle from the legal department. It's the pleasure of council on what you would like
Just
this.
one second. Y'all, if you want to talk, please go. I'm sorry, I just cannot hear when other people are talking around me. Go on.
I'm sorry, it's the pleasure of council on how you want to, if you want to put a condition regarding the code enforcement fines, it's the pleasure of council how you want to order that condition with the understanding that the property owner would have to agree to it. So if it's city council's pleasure to condition any approval or of a certificate of appropriateness, if the property owner pays X amount of the fine, if that's the pleasure of council, the city will address that.
Well, what I'm basically saying is, okay, it's 184,000 right now. So if it just stays there, they build this house and it's done the way it's supposed to, following all the rules in the barrio, and it actually goes up the way it's supposed to, then it gets knocked down to 92. But it has to be done correctly first.
It has to be, so for the property to be in compliance, it has to be built according to whatever is approved from the Barrio Latino Commission. That has to take place.
Yes.
If it's the pleasure of council that if it's built according to how the Barrio Latino Commission approves it, and then you want it to be reduced based on that approval, if that's the pleasure of council, then you would have to put that in your motion.
But we can do it. I mean, do you understand what I'm
I
wanting
understand
to
what you're
do?
saying.
Yeah.
I
So
understand what
we'll
you're-
keep the fine until they actually build it the way the Barrio Latino wants it done, and if they can do that, then their fine is reduced.
Right, so I understand what you're saying.
It seems like a carrot, not a stick.
The fine will continue to run if they
Oh.
are not in compliance with their certificate of appropriateness and with the code. So,
But that's gonna then run constantly.
correct, and you're giving, based on your discussion, Councilwoman Hurtak, you're trying to provide an incentive
Yeah.
for them to become into compliance with the code.
Yes.
I understand what you're.
Yeah, and so I'm wanting to basically stop the clock and say, don't continue with the fines, because it's gonna obviously take like over a year to build this. So we can't have the fines accruing at the same time.
You can continue to have that is how code enforcement works, the fines associated with code enforcement. It does not stop until a property owner is in compliance with the code.
Okay, so the compliance in this case is just cleaning up the property?
The compliance in this case is depending on the motion of city council. If city council overturns the decision of the Barrio Latino Commission and authorizes them to demolish, or, to approves the after the fact demolition, then they will proceed with contacting historic preservation to redevelop the property. But that's one aspect. But they won't be in compliance with the code, with chapter 27 of that 27 until they obtain a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, so basically, the clock's gonna continue to run, and then what would, so it's on them to quickly get that done. So if
Correct.
they decide to just roll with it, it's just gonna keep going.
It's gonna keep.
So they need to then be like on top of it, get things going, move things forward. So yeah, it's really difficult to say. I mean, I guess we could then just, but my fear about capping the fine is that then they'll just be like, yeah, we can do whatever, and we only have to pay this much. So I'm concerned about that.
Miranda Henderson, Clendenin Carlson.
I don't know these two young guys and the attorney halfway young. That's what I could say, you know. I can't say it the other way, make you look old. So halfway young is my way of saying that. I never met them, but I'm listening very, very closely what's happening, and what happens if they don't do anything? It keeps mounting up, and it gets to a point where the lot is worth zero because the fines are greater than the lots in theory. However, there has been cases where the legal department handles the fines based on what we want. What are we looking for? We're looking to replication of what was there. If the developer, the owners or the developers, if they want to make a contract with the city that they're going to build a house just like it was there, the same square footage, meets the criteria of the design of the Barrio Latino, and they want to pay, and the legal department says, here's what we have in time, here's, pay this, not the 182. The 182 can run forever, and who's going to say that you want it back when you have $400,000 when the lot costs you maybe $400,000 in Ybor City? I don't know. But what I'm saying is that it's got to be some compromise where the city comes, all right, the Barrio Latino is satisfied because they go before them and they built the structure, and the people who are building at least can get out by paying what they owe. But I don't think it can be 182,000, half of that, $90,000 or whatever it is in fines, and he's going up 1,000 a day or whatever it is. I mean, that's more money than somebody, I can't say in Congress, but stole. But anyway, so what we're getting at is that it's got to be something that's fair to the city, to the neighborhood, and to the owner. Did he do this in right or wrong? I don't know. Is he experienced in doing this? I don't know. But from what I heard so far, it's the first time this has happened that I know of in all my years of service in Ybor City and West Tampa and the whole area of city, that something like this so unique has come before us that has 100 moving parts all at the same time. If the roof wasn't on, more likely it would, maybe it wouldn't fall. Who knows? So what I'm saying is it's got to come to some compromise today in the next 10 minutes or so, because we still got other things we have to do that are listening here since a long time today, to make sure that the neighborhood, the Barrio Latino, the integrity of the area that we set as historical remains. I don't want a house built like McDonald Training, McDonald Hamburgers. I don't want one to build like, you know, your Wendy's or something. I want something that compromises, and I'm not an expert at that. They are. So I think it's just, I'm just throwing it out, see if the council members want to agree to something. As far as the fine, let them worry with the legal department, say what the fine's going to be. Whatever city investment has in it and time, and that should be enough, but I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that the fine runs $1,000 a day. Somewhere along the line, and you're getting very close to that, it's not worth building anything. Just walk away and write off the money that you have in the lot. That's what I think. Because I'm trying to be very realistic and saying this is the only way it can work. It ain't gonna work, you building a house, having the fine, and selling the house, and losing. You're not gonna do that. It's not you, and no one will do that. So there's something that has to be worked out between now and the time this hearing closes.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Henderson, Clendenin, Carlson.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. When the property was purchased in 2021, what was the condition based on the inspection at the time of purchase is one of my curious things that I want to know about. And also, it's very hard for me to put my head around the fact that a contractor told you to take the roof off, but you're not able to say exactly who that person is. That's such a major decision that you can't come up with the name of the person that told you to do that. It kind of puts me in the mindset of is that decision was just solely made by you all individually without, talking to anyone, because you're not able to say who.
If I may just quickly comment, Christopher Fordham, attorney
The
for the city.
condition of the home at the time of purchase first.
The condition of the home, the whole foundation was gonna be replaced, and it was on the building plans. The whole house was gonna be redone, the siding, the foundation, the beams. I just thought that you guys would read the whole packet that was emailed over, because on the email they said that the city council will review it, so I wasn't gonna give you a presentation today. But on the presentation, it has pictures of all the foundations. The house was a complete shell on the inside, did not have anything inside of it. So I know they're portraying it like it was a beautiful structure. That picture that he showed was 3 years ago. We owned the property about 2 years ago. The structure, all the siding was falling down. There was no white fence. I know the gentleman mentioned that we could have secured the front of the structure. The whole structure had fence chain link all around the structure. Everything was secure. The homelessness and the people would constantly break in. And in the package I sent you, it has TPD calls with dates of everything that's been recorded on how many times TPD came out.
So you had that little green sign?
Yes, we had the green sign, we had everything. I've been in this business about 5 years rehabilitating houses. I know what it needs to be done, but this house, the whole thing was going to be redone. So I know they're portraying it like it was pristine. There was nothing inside of the house. All there was rotten joists and rotten 2x4s. The whole house had to be redone from the top to bottom since it didn't meet building code. But that is in the packet. It's my mistake thinking that you guys would review it. I apologize. I should have given you a presentation from the beginning. It's kind of hard sitting back, letting you guys not have all the information, all the facts, without seeing it today, to actually know what condition and what the structure was. Because most of the information they're saying, they're not giving the whole information. But bottom line, the structure was going to be completely redone, and it was a complete shell inside. The property was secure with fencing all around it. The structure is 30 feet tall. I know you mentioned that. Hey, if they had the front structure fenced in, it could provide security. We did. They would break in. There's a homeless issue in that area, and there's a grocery store right on that corner that brings in homelessness around there. So I wish I would have given you guys a presentation of everything that I had that I've given to the last two meetings, because it was really efficient and really good, so you can actually understand everything what's going on with this house. But I apologize for not giving one, because I have a representative that was challenging the code that was applied of negligence. Was negligence did not occur because we were being proactive. We were not taking no for an answer. We were going ahead and trying to make repairs to a structure that was unrepairable, because it was the only financial option that we could do, because we were so into the property. And so I know you mentioned that, oh, building a new house is beneficial. It's not beneficial to us. The only person that's beneficial is to you guys and the neighbors in the back. On the packet, I had the financials included. We're all in the house like $380,000. I don't know if you guys are familiar with construction costs nowadays, but it costs about $280 to build a house. If you guys do the numbers, we're underwater no matter what if we build a house and sell it. So bottom line, the community benefits and you guys benefit. We don't benefit anything. The second we lost the structure, we lost everything. And that's what I repeated the last two meetings to code enforcement and to the Latino Barrio Commission. And you know, if you have any other questions or anything, I know time is limited to these hearings. I know they're not limited to the other hearings. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. But hopefully you review that package so you can see all the information to make a decision, because there's a lot of information that they're not telling you today, and that we're not able to present because there's a limited amount of time.
Right. What would be helpful for me in making a decision is knowing what contractor told you to take the roof off.
What contractor?
Yeah, the subcontractor that recommended that you.
I was in Costa Rica at the time over the weekend. I was not in Tampa. I was out of the country. So anything that was going on, Johnny knows what was going on. The structure has had foundation issues, and it's been tilting back for prior to ownership. They're acting like it just started tilting back. We did not even touch the structure. We didn't get to work on the structure because we were trying to find people to work on it. We were trying to find somebody to work on it, but we couldn't. And he mentioned, why didn't they call? Because it wasn't an option for us. The only option was to rehabilitate it.
Well, Johnny said that he called someone and they recommended that he take off the roof.
He recommended taking off the
He's
back
right
end of
behind
the
you.
structure
You can
to
answer
reduce
the
the weight.
question under testimony. Who told you
Yeah.
to take off the roof?
So right now I just know his first name, Luis. This was an emergency. We call our general contractor that has the plans that was dealing with the house. He wasn't available. When I got the call, it was basically from one of the neighbors. I called Mike. That's when I found out Mike wasn't in the area. I wasn't in the area either. So this was all by phone.
To who?
I'm sorry?
To who?
No, I'm saying, when this whole situation was happening, it was all through the phones. I wasn't there physically to see the property falling. We got a phone call saying, your property is leaning back, it's gonna fall into our house. I called Michael. Michael says, I'm not in the area. I wasn't in the area either. We called our general contractor.
Who is that?
His name is Vladimir. What's his name?
I don't know.
We can get you the name of the general contract. But the thing is, this was happening within minutes. So I called another subcontractor. I said, can you go to the property and tell us if the property is leaning back or it looks like it's falling? He went to there and he says, yes, Johnny, the property is falling right now. That's when I asked, what can we do?
What's that person's name?
Luis.
Luis.
Unfortunately, I just deal with first names, I don't get their last names. He wasn't in charge of the house, so that's why I don't have his details. But
Councilmember Clendenin, then Councilmember Carlson.
Hello.
I'm so sorry if I may. Due to another city event, I need to leave here in about like 15 minutes just to have 6 council members, just FYI for.
Okay. A question for you all. Would you be willing to, would you agree if this council was to overturn that decision, reapply for a demolition permit, and redevelop the property in a manner that aligns with the original structure that was previously on the site and the design guidelines for the district as governed by the Barrio Latino Commission?
By design structure, depends on what you're referring to.
In other
So-
words, you basically build the house that fell down, as request, and working with the Barrio Latino Commission to basically replicate the house that was demolished and that you had a permit to build or to renovate.
By replicating, are you talking about the front elevation, the west elevation?
The entire house, including, I guess, the additional square foot that you had requested, because you'd asked for additional square footage, right?
Correct.
For
It was
addition, so
everything.
with the additional square footage, so the original house, basically, if this thing had not fallen down and you had followed your permits to build, if all this had not happened, and we were here looking today, seeing the house that you would have built, can you replicate that? Would you be willing to replicate that as a council condition?
We would replicate it. The only difference would be the back-end addition to it being an actual full house, because as you view in the elevations, it was almost like a 90-degree boat on the back end with the deck porch, so we would make it complete flush.
And Mr. Villa, is that something that would be would conforming with the Barrio Latino Commission?
The overall vernacular would meet the scale, massing, rhythm, alignment of our criteria for new construction. But I wanted to illustrate here, he should not, get any advances. He's talking about, this is the front porch, this is the body of the building, this is the L that I believe he's talking about. I think he wants to add on top of this. That is giving him a bonus to what the approval had stated.
Is that what you just stated you wanted to do, add more square footage?
No, we already have the top square footage. The only thing we have is the railing. We would like to go ahead and make it completely flush. So if the square footage of the complete structure is 2,000, so pretty much if the complete structure is 2,000 square feet, we'll go ahead and make this half and make it flush complete. We don't want this back end. It's hideous. It's ugly. We were to only adding an addition to make the structure work to rehabilitate it. So the square footage would be the same. The only difference is we'll go ahead and close it off completely.
I mean, I'm not an architect. Mr. Villa, can
We'll
you?
move the addition, the other half on top, so the square footage will be the same, so.
So you're gonna cut the addition in half and
Correct.
stack it instead of
Correct.
having the extension at the end?
Correct.
And Mr. Villa, is that something that would be, that the Barrio Latino Commission could accept?
I think that's a vernacular we could work with, yes, sir.
Okay, so, I mean, if we're ready, I would like to make the motion to.
Wait,
to
Councilmember
the-
Carlson hasn't spoken.
Yeah, and then we have to close the hearing, they have to.
Right.
pass
Yeah,
the
my,
time.
what I was gonna ask, the owners to tell us how much the burden was gonna be to rebuild it, and he told us the numbers, I could guess similar numbers. Building they've already, as he said, they've already lost the cost of what they
Right.
put in, and then they're gonna pay the fine, and they've gotta build a new building. My concern is if we put too big of a burden, they're not gonna be able to
No, I
afford to do
agree.
anything.
I agree.
And what I would suggest, based on the fact that the fine is continuing, if staff would allow us, I would like to put, maybe we could word it as a carrot, but put that it's a maximum dollar amount, like maximum $100,000 or something.
It's already 184.
If-
Yeah,
if
but,
for- if
no,
for
but what,
failure to build.
in a negotiation, so that, I mean, it's gonna be 300 or 400,000 by the time they're able to finish building this thing. So, I would like, what I'm suggesting is that if we charge them 300 or 400,000, there's no way they're gonna be able to build the building, so.
I agree.
So, somehow, I had originally proposed 50%, but if it was capped at a dollar amount, that would be a little bit of, enough punishment, but
How
they're
about
already being punished by
100,000?
removal.
Well, honestly, I don't think that's something that's appropriate for us to do
Well,
with
that's,
this.
no, it is our.
Well, but,
that's our job.
but
They said we
here's the
can.
problem is that you can't make it so, I agree with Councilman Carlson, you can't make it so burdensome that he can't do. So I think maybe the carrot and stick thing is that failure to meet council condition would reimpose the fine. But I think that's probably where we should be. Because, and my last, and I didn't finish my questions. My last question was, do you have the technical and experience of building an architecturally significant home? Do you have, are you have the capability of doing that?
Yes, we submitted the packet, and in the packet it shows an example of a structure that's completely deteriorated, and we were able to redo it all. That's why it was so important for you guys to review it, that I sent over to
And by the way, I
one of the
did read it.
representatives.
I did read
Yeah.
it.
So
Oh,
did I.
okay,
Yeah.
perfect. But yes, we do have the ability to redo it. I know you guys are mentioning fines. We are all in the property at 350 plus another 280 to build it. We wouldn't even be interested in the fines because it would be, at that point, there's a max in Ybor which you can sell at. If you go on the other side where Tampa Heights is, it's a complete different story. The max sold in Ybor is around $450,000.
Well, I
So
mean-
if you do the math, we're already underwater, and on top of that, you want to tack on fines, we wouldn't be interested in that because it wouldn't. We would,
But you already have $184,000 of fines.
correct, but we're not putting anything else into it right now. We're stuck because we're waiting on approval from a department to get a demolition order.
Yeah, I
But
think that's a really
But
far
if your
stretch to have no
but if your
fines.
intention is to build it, and we have a council condition that you build this, and if you build it, we say there's no fines. If you actually build it,
Yeah.
so then you'd be able to accomplish this?
Yes, we'd be able to accomplish the build because we've built houses before.
Right.
But it just depends. Obviously, he mentioned other things that are involving character to the structure that he didn't go into detail of what it is. So I don't know exactly what he's talking about,
I'm sure
like
it's a
wood
lot.
siding. There's certain stuff that Latino Barrio doesn't require for new construction. This structure as well met all guidelines to even be removed, but it was not an option to be removed for us, as I stated in the presentation that I submitted to you guys. So by adding all those extra costs of having wood siding and all this additional stuff, that would pretty much, I would say, increase our cost another 30% of the 280. So at that point, you just do the math, we're at like at 400. I mean, just for windows in this house, we spent like 25,000. Like windows normally cost like max, the amount of windows, probably like 5 to 6 on material. So everything that you were speaking with them, you can kind of times that by 30% more.
So legal staff, what happens to the fines if the property is sold?
Yeah.
Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the legal department. The fines will continue to run because the property is not in compliance with the code.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hurtak quickly, Councilmember Miranda.
So what you're saying is you would not be willing to build the house following the footprint that we talked about, making it just a rectangle, but also following all the requirements for older construction of the Barrio Latino, and that's something that's very important to at least me. So you wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't say that you would do the wood and all of that.
Whatever guidelines are required for new construction in
No, I'm
Latino
not
Barrio,
looking for new construction.
that's
I'm
what we would
looking
follow.
for No, I'm looking for you to follow what would make it a more historical property. So no vinyl siding, the 3-inch, the following the actual what it would have looked like if it hadn't been.
because our costs will be 30% more, so.
Barrio, so it'll actually be, it'll be the materials that are appropriate and.
Okay.
Yes, that'd be
Right.
according to the
Correct.
Barrio Latino.
Of new construction.
rules. Right.
Okay.
Correct.
But I'm still gonna say that I mean, I'm sorry, you're not gonna make money on this, it seems, and that's, neither here nor there, but there still needs to be a fine. What happened, you've accrued $184,000 worth of fine. There's no way that we're gonna put that at zero. There's just no way. I think the $100,000, which is half of what you owe today, and that will continue to accrue, is a reasonable amount.
I don't see where the $100,000 see if there's a reasonable amount in all the costs that we're in to even put up a structure.
So you would not agree to that condition?
No, the burden is already putting something on the lot.
Okay, well then, what do we do if they don't agree to the condition that we want? Cause I'm not willing to give you a 0 fine. It's like not even close.
I'm willing to say 0 if he builds it.
No, because then we're allowing people to do this.
The property met all the
And
guidelines.
I didn't ask you. It's still my time. I'm asking her.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, your options, you would you would affirm the BLC's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness. There is an executive order in place that does allow the mayor the administration to reduce fines. That's what we were talking about earlier. It's a process that he would have to request. That's your other recourse. You could still put conditions on the site development if they would accept those, but bear in mind that they're going to have to go back to the barrio for a new certificate of appropriateness, because everything they have approved right now is gone. So the barrio will look at the structure and won't allow vinyl siding and things of that nature. So that is their next step, is to go back to the barrio if you do overturn the denial of application, allow them their certificate of appropriateness, and now they're gonna move forward with a new building, they have to go back to the barrio.
So going back to what I said before, putting the fine back and then taking half of it off if they actually complete the structure, would you be willing to do that?
As I repeated, it would not, we already all in the property X amount. By tacking on a fine, we would not.
So then would you be willing to sell the property at a
The
loss?
property cannot be sold, it has violations on there. And we are all in at 350, the dirt is only worth 70 grand anymore.
Yeah, then I'm not quite sure what we do, because I will absolutely.
I know what we did.
I wouldn't vote for something that didn't, I mean, why would you say, okay, we're gonna reward you?
We're not getting rewarded.
No, I'm sorry, sir, but you put money into a property, that's not our problem. Our problem here is we have to fix the problem we're in. The fact that you've lost money, I'm sorry, but you did that yourselves. That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at the issue of how do we move forward? But if you're not willing to even accept the possibility of a fine, then we're gonna be at a stalemate.
Councilman Miranda.
I'm just going from what I heard in the past from being here, that Walls talk to me once in a while. The amount of fine is not the reason to collect the fine. The fines are given so that you comply with the laws of the city of Tampa and bring it into conformity. The fine is usually worked out, and I haven't heard 2 or 3 hearings here where we say we're gonna give you 50,000. This is not an auction. But what they do is they go to the legal department, finds out how much time they have, all the departments how much time they have, and usually they work out a number, not on behalf of them, but it's about the neighborhood and that lot being vacant for the next 5 years. It makes no difference to me which way we go, but I can tell you from historical, the fine is not about money. The fine is about bringing that property or this property or whatever property into conformity so that the city of Tampa laws are abided by. That's what the fine is for. Not to collect money, but to make sure that we're whole, that the taxpayers are whole on the time that this council, that these attorneys, that the attorneys in the past, that the people in code enforcement have received their money back for the time they spent on this one project. That's what the fines are for. It ain't about making money. It's about making the property in conformity with the law. That's what it's about. Now, we can talk this over through in the face, and it makes no difference to me which happens. But I'm just telling you what I've heard in the past, and maybe the legal department can get in it, maybe not.
And I don't
What I'd like to see is someone make a motion.
I'm
we
ready.
vote on it.
I'm ready.
We
and see where
can't,
it
because
goes.
we have to let them have a rebuttal. We have to
Yeah.
We
agree
can make a
on it.
motion.
But we're not
we-
allowing them to the rebuttal.
But we
so-
can't make a motion until they all agree on what we're gonna make a motion
No,
on.
they agreed on what I said.
Yeah, but, I mean,
But you can vote no on it, but let me make the motion. Let's take the vote, let's take the vote.
But we can't take the vote, because they have to.
I'm sorry to interrupt. what you have before you is you have a decision of the Barrio Latino Commission. And if they don't agree to something, you can't continue to barter from the dais until somebody agrees to something.
No, they did.
Because ultimately,
They did, to what I had proposed. So I said, let's take a vote on what I had proposed.
We give them rebuttal, we close the hearing, and then we make a motion.
Okay.
well, but I don't know whether that is acceptable.
No, it's not acceptable.
Well, let's take a
to
vote,
me.
and then if it doesn't
So why
prevail,
don't
then we can pivot.
Well, again, though, this is not a normal structure. This is a historic structure. And we're saying, hey, if you just let the historic structure fall, we're not going to punish you at all.
Well, now you're just arguing the point. Let's move on.
And I should, by the way, before you become to any determinations, you're taking in the evidence. You have the opportunity for rebuttal. Is there anything that staff needs to add in addition, or anything that the city legal needs to before rebuttal to clarify? Then you have rebuttal. And then what happens is, as a collective body, you make specific findings of fact as part of your motion. Because right now I've heard assertions, but ultimately in the record now, individual council members have been making assertions, but there have been no findings of fact as a body upon which you base your determination. And that's going to have to be what your motion is, and that should be part of your motion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Would you like rebuttal? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councilman. Willful, intentional neglect, right? Ms. Hurtak here has characterized my clients through her questioning, right? Maybe not intentionally, but as bad actors. My clients were not bad actors, right? Did they make a bad decision? Yeah, I mean, sure they did. Of course, it may not have been a good decision to make. We don't really know. But certainly to characterize them as bad actors is inaccurate, and that's something that we would dispute. Neglect. There's been no neglect here. Yes, bad decisions. Yes, the property was falling down. Yes, the property did collapse. Yes, they tried to correct that. Neglect is no action at all, right? Failure, neglect, the core of that concept is the failure to act. They were clearly acting to try to rehabilitate this structure. Nobody disputes that. The only dispute is, did they do all that they could? And again, they had to make a decision at a very short period of time while they were both out of the area, and they had to rely on the representations of a contractor that they could get out there. The other assertion that Ms. Hurtak has made is that my clients did bad work. My clients didn't do any work on that property. They were trying to get the foundation done first. They weren't in there trying to work. They did not hire that general contractor to go in and work on the property. They got the subcontractor out there when they received the call from the neighbor that the building was falling down. Not before that. That guy was not, nobody testified that guy was out there working on the property. Again, they were taking actions under very limited time frame, under exceptional circumstances, and they were trying to save their property, they were trying to save their investment, and they were trying to make sure that their property did not harm somebody else. Again, they were not successful. But does that warrant punishment? Well, no. And Mr. Miranda's point here, I believe, is absolutely correct. Fines are to seek compliance. They're not a revenue-generating source, right? They're intended to get people to comply. After the building fell down, yeah, fines started to accrue because the building fell down. My clients, since that date, have been trying to get the demolition permit to come into compliance. So the idea that they should be fined something like $180,000 to date while they're trying to bring it into compliance certainly does not meet the goal of the fines to begin with. So, right now, you have the option to, Mr. Rodriguez seemed to indicate, and we'll certainly need his confirmation, but he seems to indicate that he would agree to Mr. Clendenson, my apologies if I mispronounced your name.
It's good enough.
He seems to be agreeing to his proposal. Let them restore the building, bring it back to what it would have looked like before. Certainly, he's indicated that they may need to make some minor changes to it. Certainly, it would be under the auspices of the Barrio Latino Commission anyway, and they would have control over how that process was done. And let them bring the neighborhood back into compliance. And they're still losing money. right, in this whole deal. So they're not being rewarded, right? So this whole idea of reward is, I think, misplaced. All right, my clients have already suffered a loss. They're trying to make the best of it. They're trying to restore the property to where it was, and they're trying to get out of it, right? And to allow them to do so is beneficial to the neighborhood. It's the best option for them, despite the fact that they've already taken a loss. And it's ultimately a benefit to the city, right? But to leave it the way it is, right, and continue litigation, you know, go to court, try to figure all that stuff out, is going to do nothing but leave this property vacant and a magnet for undesirable activity. So I'll see the rest of my time.
Would you like to make a motion to
I
close,
would.
therefore making your motion?
Make a motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin.
Second.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, you're recognized if you'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Yeah, and I think the points that were well taken by Councilman Carlson and Councilman Miranda about this property, the goal of the city is to do the best that we can to get a structure that is as close to the contributing structure that would have been. And I think that's in the best interest of the residents of the city of Tampa. So I make a motion to overturn the BLC's denial of the application for and after the fact demolition of the structure located at 1210 East 18th Avenue, requested in application number BLC 23-122 as a condition of City Council's decision. To overturn the BLC's decision, the property owner must apply for the after the fact demo permit and redevelop the property in a manner that aligns with the original structure that was previously on the site and the design guidelines in the district, with the discussion that we had with the representative from the Barrio Latino Commission about the addition, the two-story addition. And they must work with the Barrio Latino Commission to ensure that this structure is built in accordance with their guidelines and regulations. If the owner fails to redevelop the property in this manner, all fines accrued on the property from the date that they started until that such a time is determined that the construction is either not made in compliance or not permitted, shall continue to be accrued and paid for by the owner.
You guys agree to that?
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. We have a second from Councilmember Carlson. We have Mr. Shelby's hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have no findings of
Finding the
fact.
fact, I'm sorry. I find, I'd say, the owner, these are the additional facts that I find, so in addition to the motion I just made, that that the architectural integrity of the building, of the structure, clearly was failing, but not intentional or willful neglect of the property by the owner.
I was with you till that.
Go ahead, Mr. Shelby.
Even though the record is closed, we still have the petitioner's representative here, and for the purposes of the record, you've heard the motion. And the question then is, does the owner and the agent agree to those conditions as stated by the maker of the motion?
The owners have indicated that they will agree to those conditions.
Thank you.
Do we have to reopen it for that response, Mr. Shelby?
If council
Motion
wishes
to reopen.
Motion to reopen from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sir?
And the reason I didn't, it's not additional evidence, but I just wanted this clarification for the record.
Do you
Counselor.
agree to the motion and the stipulations and the findings of fact?
On behalf of my clients, we do agree.
Motion to close.
We have a motion close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson, I think. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Councilmember Clendenin has made a motion. Councilmember Carlson has seconded the motion. And Councilmember Hurtak would like to speak.
Yes, you know, I was actually with you until you said that it wasn't their fault. Because I really do believe that when they've owned it since March of 2022 and they've had plenty of time. So I could have gone with you, especially with when you put the fines back in, but because
remember, the goal is to get this house built.
But because you put that finding of fact in, which I do not believe, I cannot but support you.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Oh, no, I'm just ready to vote.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, a second from Councilmember Carlson, and a roll call vote, please.
Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
No.
Vieira, Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak and Henderson voting no and Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have to go back to item number 72, correct, Mr. Shelby?
Mr. Chairman?
Me too.
No, if we can, just for the purposes of the record,
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. Counsel, I just wanted to clarify the motion that was made on that case. The code allows council to suspend the alcoholic beverage permit for up to 60
Yes, I want
days.
to amend that.
Okay, and so I just wanted to clarify the amount of time
Yes,
that you
60
wanted.
days.
if you can, I'm sorry, the gentleman, the petitioner, I just want to make sure that this is the item that we're talking about now. Number 72, if we, just for the purpose of the record, again.
Correct.
It's file number E2023-A, Chapter 27, regarding 3401 North 15th Street. We're recalling that for clarification and to amend the motion to clarify the intent of the motion. Ms. Johnson Velez, you were saying.
Yes, ma'am. So, again, for a second violation, which is what we have in this case, the code authorizes council to suspend the alcoholic beverage permit for up to 60 days. And so I just wanted to clarify the amount of time and also the commencement date of the suspension.
Correct.
So could you state for council then, as the maker of the motion, unless you need additional information, you know what the motion? You wanna
Yes,
make a
I
mo-
know what it is.
So you'll make a motion to amend then?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move to amend the motion for file number E2023-8, Chapter 27, to suspend the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to Land Code Section 27-318 for the property located at 3401 North 15th Street, with the amended motion being effective for 60 days, effective Friday, October the 20th
October the 20th of what year?
of 2023 at 315 East Kennedy Road.
No,
That part,
no,
no?
no.
Okay,
And
yes,
so-
October 20th, 2023.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department, and so the 60 days would then run from October 20th, 2023 through December 19th,
Yes.
2023.
We have
Through
a-
December 19th,
And also-
2023.
Thank you. And there was a second on the motion?
Well,
Yes.
Councilwoman Henderson made a motion, and
To amend,
Councilmember Clendenin seconded the motion
To amend.
to amend.
Yeah. And
And a roll-
if I can,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but just for the purpose of the record, just so that it's clear, that both gentlemen representing the property owner and the other gentleman who testified are present now in the chambers as we're having this discussion. I just wanted that clear, so that they are as well on notice as this taking place.
Roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Viera, Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
With Viera being absent at vote.
All right, now we go to the pulled items. I'm going to start with 12, 13, and 14. These were pulled by Councilmember Carlson. Would you like to kick off the discussion, or do we have a representative here?
Yeah, the only, I just want to vote no on these. That's the main thing. And I will just say, I talked to Chief Burke all this morning to give him a heads up, and I told him I don't need to have a long conversation about it. But based on the data we got a year ago, I won't get the numbers exactly right, but based on the number we got a year ago, there were about, the vendor said that this caused about, this brought in about 90%, about 90% of the calls were not called in to 911, but out of about 500 calls, only about 100 and something were investigated, and out of those, only about 25 were resulted in any charges. There was one case that was mentioned that apparently was not called in, but the person was deceased already, and probably that would have been called in the next day. And so the problem I have with this, the biggest problem is that the police officers on the street say that it's a waste of time if you have to respond to 500 and something calls that take hours to investigate, sometimes pulling partners away from each other, pulling people off other active crimes, and most of the time they don't find anything. Sometimes they find shells, and then you also bring in the forensics people that spend hours on it. I think this technology is not accurate enough to warrant bringing it in. It's free because we're getting a grant, but it doesn't matter because we don't have enough police officers on the street, and it doesn't make sense to pull them into 475 investigations that lead to nothing when we could have them on the street preventing crime. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Thank you. I also, same as last year, I had a real problem with this last year, mainly because they won't share how they do it and what kinds of sounds they get from it. For me, not sharing the data, not knowing what sounds are actually made is a huge problem. I do have a question though. It seems very specific, gunshot detection technology grant. How else could we spend that money? What other gunshot detection technology is out there for us to spend the money on?
Yeah.
Council, hello, I'm Travis Moss. I'm a captain with the Criminal Investigations Division of the Police Department. To answer your question, the grant or the state appropriation funding was specifically written for ShotSpotter with in mind. We've had ShotSpotter since about 2019, and what we did was we applied for conditions and circumstances because we already have the infrastructure of the microphones and the receivers and whatnot through that 4-mile area of the city. So that's the biggest reason is the upfront cost of why we have it. That's why we asked to keep going with it, and then we applied for the state appropriation funding that we were approved.
And this has nothing to do with us, but I'm just shocked that there's a state grant that goes directly to one company. I want in on that. That's insane. I mean, no, I know, and that's for technology that we don't even know works. That's shocking to me that the state would allow that, where we couldn't use it for anything else but ShotSpotter?
Well, we specifically applied for that, ma'am.
I know, but it has nothing to do with us. I'm just saying, I can't believe the state has a grant that can only be spent with one provider. That just seems wrong on a million levels. But again, the data's not here. I hear the same thing Councilman Carlson does, that officers don't like it because it wastes time. So I'm not voting for this. So thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Yes, have you gotten that feedback from the officers, and if so, in what amount of people are complaining about this?
Ma'am, I haven't done any specific polling of the officers, whether they like it or not. I was a shift commander in District 3 where this was. I do believe that there is value in the program. It has solved murders. It has, bigger than that, we have found people that did not have a corresponding 911 call, that had we not found them, they probably would have died as a result of this, by sending officers there. I can talk about it, a couple different cases in the last few years where that's happened. We have saved people's lives. So from that standpoint, I think there is value if you're gonna put a price tag on somebody's life. I do believe that it works. I do believe that. And to answer your question, I don't really know whether the officers like it or dislike it. I know from what I've seen value in it, and it adds value to our toolbox that goes into our Crime Gun Intelligence Center, because we do find shell casings on the road that may or may not lead to a shooting, but we put those into our NIBIN system, and then what that does is that links to other crime guns, and we're able to link other crimes together as a result of finding those shell casings in the middle of the road. And what that does is that helps us determine this gun was shooting over here, and well, this gun is probably going to belong to this group over here, and then we're able to, this gun shooting here, shooting at this group over here, now we kind of know what groups are shooting at each other, and that helps us for our intelligence gathering.
I appreciate that. And for legal matters, can you use this in testimony?
Absolutely. So we had a murder a couple years ago, back in 2021, and they actually provide expert testimony to come in. And probably the best feature of it, from our homicide guys, what they like the most about it is the pinpoint time frame that it provides. So when what happens is we'll have somebody get shot, well, it puts it on a map. So what happens is if somebody says, hey, they shot at me first, if we can put where they're at on the map, we can show which bullets were shot first and subsequent. So we've been able to create and give people qualified defenses for, hey, they were defending themselves, or we've been able to refute that. So, but in the one murder that comes to mind the most is, had we not gotten a ShotSpotter, that person was found 2 blocks away. They ran from the scene. We never would have known where the original scene was if that happened. and there happened to be video where the scene was in an alleyway, and that person that went to trial earlier this year, and they were found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, and ShotSpotter sent the team to explain the technology behind it. We're not, I mean, you're talking, a lot of technology here, but they bring the experts in there to explain the acoustics and what it picks up and whatnot.
Okay, and last question. Can you state the impact that this has on District 3 using this technology? Which is my district.
Yes, ma'am.
District 3 is the whole city, that's my
No,
district.
that's District 3, District 5.
Yes.
District 3 Police Station.
Yes, ma'am.
District 3 is what I was talking about. Thank you, Councilwoman Hurte.
So, I mean, that's a pretty, open-ended question.
Yeah,
I would
just a
say that
general response.
if you look in that area, the reason we put that there is because of the historical gun violence. If you look at that area, the ShotSpotter activations have gone down almost 40% since 2021. If you look at the numbers of the activations we get, I think the residents, because again, just like Councilman Carlson said, it's about a 25% of the time that there's a corresponding 911 call that goes with those. The other 75%, there isn't. So I think the residents know they don't need to call the police. If they're in that area, if there's gunshots outside, they don't need to get involved. They don't need to, the police are coming. They're gonna come there, and it might be as simple as they drive through, there's nothing there, maybe there's a pile of shell casings in the road, or maybe there's somebody who's been shot in the middle of the road, and we're gonna, again, render aid that somebody may or may not have called about.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you want to say something from a legal perspective? Okay, thank you.
Council Member Miranda.
I guess this is Miami, CSI in Tampa. I mean, I watch that program at night once in a while, and everything is solved in the laboratory of that department where they look at a strand of hair and they find a thumb and they find a casing a block and a half away, and they come back and they can match it with some other fingerprint that may or may not be the same. Then they match all those together and they find out who did the shooting. So these are the things that not that I don't watch TV that much, but when I'm shifting channels, I like to watch that because it's interesting to me how they do those things, and it's amazing how technology can do things that you thought would never be done. And I'm not saying this is one of them, but it looks like it is, but what you just said, Captain.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate, and I appreciate if you ask your squad leaders what they feel about it so we can get more information. I'd appreciate if you ask them and bring us back some information.
So I can say this, part of the original CJIT
No, I
grant,
understand.
USF was our research partner, and we are waiting for them to come back, because that was part of on the agenda, was to take a control group of, officers who believed in it, officers who didn't believe with it, and they were supposed to do an entire thing. COVID happened, and I don't know where USF is in with that research, but part of the grant, part of the CJIT grant, which we were given 2 CJIT grants, which is typically unheard of, on a national level. And just so again, it's one part of our CJIT toolbox that we use. But we have become a nationally recognized crime gun intelligence center that other agencies throughout the country look to Tampa. I've personally gone to other agencies and briefed on what we use here in Tampa, because when you look at our crime numbers based upon other cities our size, we really have good crime numbers compared to other cities our size. And not, I mean, I could go on, and on about that, but that's, USF is supposed to give us a study based upon what it is that you're asking.
Well, how do we find out what USF is doing? Can you ask them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate if you do that.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Carlson.
I mean, I'm glad to hear that where people are coming, but there are plenty of cities that have stopped using ShotSpotter because of its unreliability. So I really hope they're not coming here because of that. I hope they're coming here because of our excellent police work, which I think is it. I don't want that to be what is the reason for I hope it's not, because like I said, other cities have stopped using this technology. And so I don't think we should ascribe it to part of why our force is so good at that. Because I believe that our officers are really amazing. I see it on the street when I work with them. A lot of them just have that instinct. The ones I've worked with at least have phenomenal instinct. And I just think that if we were going to go for a grant, I would like that $280,000 to be spent on 3 more officers. I think that also helps, but that's, again, neither here nor there.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, there's a lot that I can say about this technology and why it's bad, but we've discussed this all before, and we're out of time tonight. And there's so many problems with this technology. But to the point you just made, I would encourage my colleagues, go to the FBI statistics and look at violent crime rate for the city of Tampa. From 2015 to 2021, the chart went like this. And whatever was happening did not reduce violent crime. In 2022, it went down by 2%, but we're not even, it went from the peak to here, and it's not nowhere close to where 2015 was. And now anecdotally, I hear about it shooting, we're getting the PIO reports, are getting a shooting almost every day. And so how is this a deterrent? I know that the Chief Burkhall and the Chief of Staff and the Mayor have been working on changing the structure and everything, but the point is that this does not correlate at all with the reduction of violent crime, because our violent crime rate has shot up. If anything, we should blame this for it. I don't think this is the cause of it, but what it is doing. I'm going to just end with this. With all the other arguments against it, I have to trust the police on the street. They tell us what's going on. They don't like this, and it's not 2, it's not 1, it's a bunch of police that say this. It's a waste of their time. And one of the reasons that it could correlate with the increase in violent crime is that they're busy going to look at gun shells or nothing because this thing is reading the wrong way instead of solving actual crimes. So I don't care if I'm the only one voting against it, but there's no way in good conscience I'm going to waste the police officers' time in chasing this bad technology. Thank you.
Can we continue this till we have more quantitative data? And, I mean, somebody needs to come back and kind of justify.
So to that point, we were not prepared today to present statistics. I don't think that, Councilman Carlson, what you said is completely accurate in terms of violent crime. So if you would like to have us present statistics about violent crime from 2015 to current, that's something that we can be prepared to do. Today, this is just talking about ShotSpotter, that is just one tool in a multitude of tools that Captain Moss is talking about in the crime intelligence arena. So we're talking about one small piece of the tools that we use to fight crime here in the city of Tampa. So we don't have that information for you right now. I'm not aware of other cities that have stopped using this because it's inaccurate. So those are all claims that we can address, but we're not prepared to address those today.
I can forward you all the emails. When I did Tampa Scorecard, I forwarded the emails. There are 2 sets of statistics that the TPD reports to nationally. One of them is the FBI, and one of them is like the Association of Police Chiefs, and they measure differently. But it's all self-reported, by the way, so there could be some inaccuracies in that. But I sent the charts and the links to Chief Burkhall, and he confirmed that those are the accurate charts. Right. And you can look at them yourselves on FBI.gov, or you can look at them at Tampa Scorecard. It absolutely is correct.
Well, and it's just back to my point about continuing this, because I mean, I'm kind of inclined to go in that direction, but I don't want to do it based on just my feeling. I want to have something more substantive.
No, I appreciate that, because last year we had representatives from ShotSpotter actually come down and give a long presentation to council prior to you and Councilwoman Henderson being here, that explained the entire process. We and Captain Moss had a PowerPoint presentation where we've gone back to 2019 to talk about everything. So if that's something that you all would like to hear, we're more than happy to do that.
I understand the program. What I would like to see is, again, to kind of measure, I want to see quantitative data to measure effectiveness. So I want to see, instead of just, things arbitrarily thrown out, before I was to vote to say we're going to continue this program, let's see let's justify continuing the program. I don't want to just do it based on opinion or feelings or the fact that it's free money.
We're happy to do that. We're just not prepared to do that.
So I mean, I'd like to make a motion to continue this to the next city council meeting.
That's November 2nd, sir.
And that's the one that's full?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
And
We
by
have
the way,
November
just a
16th.
just a reminder, November 16th is the one before Thanksgiving. How's that looking?
November 16th?
November 16th is okay.
I'd like to make
November 16th.
a motion to
Is that okay?
continue this to November
Second.
16th.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Anybody want to interrupt?
Yes, I will. Thank
Yes,
you.
you do? Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you. That's 12, 13, and 14?
Yes,
3 items.
as a group. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
This is just for the continuance.
Yep,
That's
yeah,
fine.
I don't wanna continue.
No, I don't
We
either.
should just
Let's
vote
do
on
it.
So could you announce the vote then?
I understand that, I don't want
Motion carried with Hurtak and Henderson voting no, and Viera being absent at vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you on the 16th.
Thank you.
All right. Other pulled items that we have, that concludes Councilmember Carlson's pulled items because item 23 will be heard with 74 through 77 from Ms. Osea Nguyen. Ma'am? Yes.
Yeah, just same thing, we can spend as long or as little as we want on this. You all know I'm a huge investor personally and professionally in the arts. I helped start the Tampa Arts Alliance, I started Arts Group in Ybor. I've been very involved in the arts in St. Pete for 30 years and other places. I'm a huge supporter of the arts and I don't want to diminish the arts in any way. This to me is an issue of transparency. 2 weeks ago, the agenda, because of some technical issues, was posted late, about 6 o'clock on a Friday night. The way I first found out about these art objects was that we started getting emails around 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. And they continued through the weekend and on and on. We have more people than ever, because of the budget fiasco, we have more people than ever looking at our agenda. And they expect us to understand what is in the agenda. I had no idea that this was coming forward. The first I saw it was when the public was posting about it. On Monday, I called staff to ask about it, and I requested more transparency. The charter does not require staff to give us transparency as to when RFPs are going or what the decision is of it. But I said in particular, when you all choose artists, we need, because these can be very controversial regardless of their price, but price is one of the things. We need to see it so that we can talk about it to people before we get up to the final vote. Even after that conversation 2 weeks ago, we got it in an email yesterday at like 4:15 in the afternoon. And as of last night, the pictures were still not on SIRE. The public had no ability to look at it. And so everything needs to have transparency to city council and the public. But if we're being asked to approve something and the public hasn't seen it until now, and it's not even on SIRE, I just think that I am going to vote against this, not because I'm against public art. I'm against the lack of transparency. Thank you.
Well, is that the same thing? Can we continue until we have more information so that the public has more information?
Sir,
We have the information now, but the public hasn't had a chance to look at it. What I want to do is change the process because we shouldn't be blindsided by this.
I agree with you.
So, Ms. Nguyen, I sit on the board and I see Robin Nye here, and there were other board members in the audience. I see one other member. I've seen these projects because I've sat on the board, and as a board, we've gone through this. However, my colleagues have not seen it. You have seen this?
Yes.
You have seen all of it?
I've seen it too.
I saw it at 4:15 yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it when we got it yesterday, but again,
But I
that's not
think-
enough time for the public.
Yeah, I think his concern is public notifications.
Yeah,
But I think this is a systemic problem that goes beyond
Yeah.
art.
Yeah.
I think this is an issue between this council and administration, and we have a procedural issue, so I think this is just the issue that's before us today. But I think Councilman Carlson's point is well taken, that when we talk about these RFPs and stuff, that I think that transparency needs to be there. But I mean, in full disclosure, I'm gonna support this, but I think that we do have a systemic issue that we have to resolve.
I think, what I think my colleagues are trying to say is we need more time than just, the afternoon before, a month before, a couple weeks before, so the public can see it, my colleagues can see it. It's a big, you see how busy this agenda is. Many of our agendas are busy. We have a lot of issues. And again, as was mentioned with the budget, that was a very complicated budget, a very complicated process. And stuff like this is gonna be scrutinized, and I understand the concern. But, the folks up here, I've seen it, and that's fine, that's me, I'm one person. But the rest of the board and then the public, because people look at our agendas, people pull up through SIRE, and they wanna know, when we see, I added up these 23, 74, 75, 76, 77, about $1.4 million. So anyways, Ms. Nguyen.
Do you want me to present or not? I mean, are you gonna, if we're gonna continue it,
I
Yeah.
need you to call on the people who had their
Yeah.
lights on so they can speak. Yeah.
Should, I mean,
What-
should, well, let me, is there a
Point of
consensus?
order,
Should we,
Chair.
should we, is
Sir,
there a
I need
consensus to
I need
continue?
ask. Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Like, give some order to this so we.
Thank you. I'm a huge lover of public art as well, and my concern with this isn't that, but it is that. I mean, we didn't know about this, but always having the art in is a very important thing. But the bigger thing, no, that's, the bigger thing to me is that this is a lot of money for art that the public is saying they want local artists to do. And I understand that international or national artists have a place, but what we've heard from the public over and over again is they would like local artists. And I have spoken to some of you about the problem of bringing local artists. And so for me, that's what, if we were to bring this forward and wait so the public has a chance to look at it, what I would love is something that really encourages how we try to get local artists to apply for this, whether it be more frequent guidance for applying for this. And I'm going to use the mural at Wayne C. Pappy as an example. As a former neighborhood leader for Old Seminole Heights, we did a lot of murals. We got murals on buildings in that neighborhood from $3,000 to $5,000. Why does it cost $30,000 to put it on a city building when we can do it in the neighborhood for basically the same kind of wall for $3,000 to $5,000? And that's a financial issue. So that I have a lot of questions that go beyond just the contracts of why are we spending so much money when it's proven that we can do it. I mean, we could double that and still, it could be a $10,000 mural and it would still be less. So I have real concerns about how we're spending the money.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, let me just say that this was an outstanding presentation in terms of just reading it on my own, because I learned so much about how art is selected. The process with the committee and how it's done is impressive because that is transparent. You don't know who the artist is. You're looking at the work. That is how it starts with the committee of community members. A city council member is already sitting on this committee, and public and staff is involved. It is a percentage of the construction cost. Really, what we need to do is just inform the public of how these decisions are made, and that there is an opportunity for local artists to participate. And all of the art is not about just paintings. There are statues, there are different types of things where maybe a local artist may or may not have the skill set. But how the artist is picked is extremely transparent because the people deciding on the artwork do not know who the artist is. It cannot get any better than that. If there are some things where we decide, well, you know what, this particular art will go to a local artist, if that's a change that we need to make on certain types of artwork that we're looking for, maybe that could be a change. But I really, just looking at this yesterday, I really could appreciate this presentation because I'm able to communicate with the public how we go about selecting art and why it costs the amount that it costs. So I do appreciate that aspect of it, and I don't want to hold it up. I think moving forward, we can inform the public, they'll have an opportunity to see this. We can direct them to see that. The emails that we got, they did come in, but it's not significant enough for us to start the process of what the committee has done. I do trust that work just based on this presentation that you did put in, Sire. So I just want you to know that I appreciate that, and that's where I stand on it. And I want it to move forward tonight because the work has already been done. We don't need to go back and try to change artists because they've already been selected through a very, very transparent process, for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Miranda. Yes, ma'am. Oh, council, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Andrea Zellman, city attorney. I just felt compelled, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I want to make a couple of things clear. The process by which public art is selected is a process that was created by a prior city council through the legislative process. There is transparency built into it. The Public Arts Committee, on which a member of council has always sat, is a sunshine board. They meet in the sunshine. The public has the opportunity to attend those meetings. That is a very transparent process, and that is a process that was created by city council, not by the administration, by city council. If this city council doesn't like the process, this city council, as the legislative body, can amend the code and change the process by which public art is selected. That's your purview. It's legislation, but I just want to make it clear, I don't like these implications that there's some lack of transparency and city council's being left out of the process. City council created the process. And again, Sunshine Committee, transparent.
And I will tell you, we have the meetings, we have public comment, and then we have discussions on the art, because I've been critical about at least one project, an overseas artist that had proposed, I believe it was a sculpture that I was totally against, and that artist wasn't even willing to travel here. It was complicated, but it's just like, why are we awarding so much money to somebody that's not even gonna get on a plane, you know, for the amount of money that was being spent? I don't know if it was $500,000 or $1 million. It was a big sculpture. What's a $1,000 plane ticket for them to come up when they're making that much money? And I go, their heart is not into it. Let's select somebody else. They're very transparent meetings, I think. Maybe the public doesn't know that they're taking place. Maybe we're not advertising it enough, because we do get people from public comment.
We do.
I've seen
We got
them,
one,
so.
yeah, we do.
Miss Nye.
I'm Robin
I'm
Nye.
sorry, Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, a couple of things before you speak. I'm sorry, Ms. Nye. I think there's maybe a disconnect between what Ms. Zellman said and what, at least from what I was presenting as far as transparency. I felt that what the lack of communication wasn't amongst the process, but it was about how the notification of the citizenry through SIRE or whatever the next generation of that's going to be. You know, so they have advance notice, because we did get these emails kind of arbitrarily, you know, opposing art, which was kind of crazy. I think that, again, I'm stating my position. I support public art. I'm actually, again, if this vote was held tonight, I'm supporting this. But I recognize what Councilman Carlson said about giving people advance notice. I've seen that several times come before council. That some of the public disclosure stuff, maybe we don't have a much timely notification, and the full picture is not published so that people can actually see it. So maybe we could answer some of those questions so we don't get those emails on Saturday morning, you know, opposing things, which seem kind of interesting to me that people would oppose these projects. So I think that's part of that problem, you know. And I think something that Councilman Hurtak said, I do know, because I've talked to Ms. Nye, that she's actually going to do a seminar and she's had a lot of outreach with local artists, and she's going to do one. It's coming up relatively soon, doing outreach to talk to local artists about how they can participate in this process and be competitive and be part of this. But I do know that art has a place, and place is a place for art. That we have, this is something that's, and especially in these type of buildings, you look at the airport, we've got Phoebe, the flamingo. I mean, what a tremendous impact that has had. It was one little piece of art has become a signature piece for the city of Tampa. And I mean, honestly, I think in another couple of years, it's going to be worldwide renowned. People will see that darn flamingo, you know, with the reflecting pool in the ceiling, and they'll instantly come up with Tampa. And I think when we look at the convention center, again, one of the jewels of the city of Tampa, despite its coral color, but you know, we've got this place where literally hundreds of thousands of people from across the globe flow through. They're not going to remember that ugly coral building. I hope they don't. But what they'll remember is how they feel about where they are in that building. So they're going to come to Tampa. They're going to go to this convention center, and they're going to remember how they feel. And public art is all about that. It's about how somebody feels. And I think that's part of the marketing for the city of Tampa and what makes us distinctive. And I know Councilman Carlson likes to talk about St. Petersburg and look at what they've done over there with art and public art. You know, I think that's one of the things that we've lagged behind, where St. Petersburg has excelled at for the scale, you know, a city that's half the size of us. You know, granted, they have a world-renowned artist in a museum that's second to none outside of Spain. But they've also got a lot of other art, you know, public art spaces. They value art, and I think that's part of why St. Petersburg has become such a livable city. So I don't want to do anything as a council that really gets in the way of that. I do want to make a note, and I'm going to have Councilman Carlson's back every single time on this, is that we do need to do better as a city as far as notifications, transparency, keeping these things out in front of people. I think we can do better. But that being said, this is still good projects. I think it was public notice, the input. We have committees that make these determinations, a process that was created by councils gone by, and I'd like to see this move forward.
Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Carlson, Ms. Nye.
I agree with you on Phoebe, but that's not public money. And
Well, it is.
it
It is public money.
in a different way. It's not City of Tampa money.
But it's still public money. It's still
Yeah.
taxpayer money.
$890,000 for art for the convention center is a lot of money. And I know that we say we put a percentage, but a percentage when this policy was put in is wildly different than the percentage now because of the cost of construction.
But when do we cap it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. And that's what the public is asking us to do. They're saying $890,000 for art for a place that, by and large, our public doesn't go into. Our people don't use the convention center who live here. I'm just saying, it is not necessarily as public as people would like to think. So folks are asking us to be better stewards of their dollars and reconsider spending the amount of money we're spending on money that's not going to stay in our community with local artists. I understand the process. I barely got to look through this because it came late. So I can't support this amount of money for art because the public is telling us they don't want it.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, and I just mainly want to respond to Ms. Zellman's comments. My brain's fried. I'm not talking about whether the meetings of the committee were noticed or not. And yeah, we probably do need to change this process of city council credit. What I'm talking about is that 2 weeks ago, this was on the agenda, but this presentation was on the agenda. There's no pictures on the agenda. And then because of the controversy, I guess, it was continued for a couple weeks. And then we got this presentation at 4:15 yesterday. And so I think the public, I think as of 8 or 9 o'clock last night, this presentation was not on SIRE, which it should.
It's not. I just want to make that.
And so I think the public's concerned about the price. They need to have been able to see what it was. And so here we are without any public input, having to vote on something the public hasn't seen. And you know, a lot of times the public doesn't like art anyway, and so we can listen to that and we can still make whatever decision we want, but they at least have a right to see it. We didn't see it. And so besides letting the public see it on SIRE, I think that Ms. Nye needs to be given permission to call us and give us a heads up that these things are happening. We need to have some line of sight into this. Unless I happen to see the notice of this public meeting, I wouldn't know anything about it, and I certainly wouldn't know what the pictures look like. And so I think we need to be given a heads up about it. If something is particularly expensive or it's going somewhere, we need to know. What you mentioned, the airport has great art, and they just spent, what is it, $2.5 million or something again. They have a lot of great art there. But another piece of art there is, I don't know how many it is, but it's like 50 ladders. And for a lot of people, walking under a ladder is superstitious. But just before you get on a plane, you're going to walk underneath 50 ladders. To me, that's a really bad decision. In this case, I mean, imagine you're about to get on a plane and there's a big number 13 that's a piece of art. Would you get on that plane?
Yes. That's my lucky number.
I walk around that every time I walk.
Especially if you're the pilot.
And I'm your traffic controller.
And you're the traffic controller. We're in trouble.
Do you all remember the controversy? What was it? Mosey wanted to bring the Widya, that turned out to be a former slave ship, and we had to change the name of Gasparilla, and we have people that every year want to take down the Columbus statue, and one of these is the sales of a ship during colonial times. I don't know how the public's going to react to that. We have constituents who may be very upset about it, but we have no idea because they haven't seen it yet, because we haven't shown the slide. And I think the public has a right. We at least need to do a negative check to find out how the public is going to react to some of these things. They're reacting to the cost of it. And so the other thing we need to do is show the business case. I talked to Ms. Travis the other day, and I said, somebody from, when you all present this kind of thing, somebody from Convention Center, maybe they're here, should be here to say, and maybe even Santiago Corrado should be here to say, the Convention Center is, to explain to the public, Convention Center is a huge economic engine. It brings X amount of people and money in a year. The renovation of this building is Y amount. And we know that the environment that people demand to keep us competitive requires art. And we also look at it as an opportunity to create an experience or brand for the city of Tampa. And here's the larger economic impact of the Convention Center and tourism. And because of that, in the context of all this here and whatever city ordinance, here's what we're going to spend. And so I think we need to be more communicative about all of this so that we don't run into more problems. We've seen in every other area of the city, and it's not just an area of public art tonight, I'm highlighting this, but in every other area the public has asked us for transparency, and we've asked the departments for transparency. It happens that this is the first public art proposal that has ended up with a lot of controversy.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay, thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak. I'm not sure where to start because there's a ton to respond to what you guys have said. For one thing I want to say, and I'll try to be linear and I'll try to stay focused. First of all, we absolutely want 100%, our preference is local artists. Of course it is. It's easier for us from a very selfish perspective, but also we can't, not all artists locally are capable of the type of work that we need. They don't want to do it, they don't apply. And it's bad for our city in terms of best practices with how, at least in my industry, with public art, if you have all local artists, then they're going to have a hard time getting a job in other cities because of, say, and that actually happened a few years ago in LA. Quick little dialogue. I couldn't find the year because I was trying to find that research so that I could bring it into you and not have it seem so anecdotal. But LA tried that, and so, only giving artwork or commissions to LA artists because there's a lot of LA artists there that are very capable. But what happened, the fallout of that is that they didn't, LA artists couldn't get jobs in Phoenix. So there's those kind of things. We have a very good relationship within the state with our, and with local artists. We have all of our calls, when we do our calls to artists go out to at least 100,000. We did 6 calls to artists last year. In 2023, or 2022, 2023, 85% of our commissions were local artists. I mean, we do a really good job. Our numbers are great. I'm very, very proud of the work that we do. And those artists that are out of town that come in, like Kip Kayobashi with the Convention Center, it's being fabricated locally. 90% of the money stays here when these artists are working or come in from out of town. And of course, that's not always the case. Sometimes there are a little, there's variances to that. And something else I also want to mention is two things. The reason you don't see the images, that we don't put that out, is because by council you vote on the contract. You're voting on the expenditure of funds. The committee, we've moved through best practices where they have approved it, and it's not always a final design. Most of the things that you see, or that's the other reason, is to manage expectations when we have something that it's gonna shift. There's things that we don't know. And when you go into that contract and you look, we don't know, is it gonna hang up this way? Is it gonna hang out that? There's a lot that we still have to figure out with most of those projects. And the other thing I wanna say, I also wanna mention some anecdotal stuff that happens. The artwork that's at the, Wayne Pappy. That artist, she is from DeLand. There was a local artist who applied. She didn't get the gig. But you know what? They have met because she came in and she was working with the kids, and they've met and they're going to be working together. That's the kind of stuff that really is kind of magical that happens. There's a lot of exchange that goes on. It's not just the one way with the artist, with the community, but the community with the artist. And that feeds and changes the artwork a lot. So I'm always very nervous. I mean, I really stick very closely. I walk that line as tight as I can with best practices and still get everything what everybody wants to see. It makes me very, very concerned. I get real nervous, Cindy, and it's not because it's just because it's going to change. I don't know how to manage expectations. If I give you something and it's blue and then it comes back and the artist has made a field change decision and it's red, I don't, those are the kind of things that I have to navigate. So I try real hard, we all do, to make sure that that's cognizant. And as far as the cost, at the convention center, of course, it's a convention center, and Councilman Carlson, you've got all those numbers. You just mentioned all the activities that happen there. And Santiago Corrado, because of the tourism, he was on the committee. He was on the selection committee. I'm not sure, let's see, the other one thing I do want to mention also is just a quick, and I know I'm kind of splurting this out, but I just want to make sure I get the points covered. In 1985, 200,000, which was the cap, those dollars today are $572,000. So actually, then the KIP Kayabashi's right in line with what the ordinance would have been in the first place. And if you look at it, today I sort of playing and moved back on the reciprocal thing. So okay, if we keep it at 200,000, you're going to get the equivalent of a $70,000 artwork in 1985. So it's the ordinance is dated, yes. But it is. We do have in 2000, Councilman Miranda, I believe you were on the committee then. We do have guidelines that keep us up in best practice. We stay connected. We love what we do. So I'm sorry I'm kind of go off like that. But and the thing is because of that, and there's little things that are starting to happen when you talk about some of these grants. Like we'll be working with Stormwater. They got a $50,000 grant. I don't. It's not my grant, so I got to. Anyway, they got it, and to work on no trash and drains. Well, what that does, what I think they were thinking is there's no trash and drains, but it's with artwork. So they called about getting artists. It's such an awesome exchange because then we can bring in. That's community building. That's community building. What happens there when you have an artist working with the community, and let's get a scientist in there. I love that stuff. I mean, that's how you make a difference in a neighborhood. So our practices, like I said, you have one of the best programs in the state. I'm very proud of the work we do. You got one of the best programs in the state. We're great. We're awesome. Can we improve? Of course we can improve. Is our ordinance out of date? Yes, sorry.
I think that's good.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson, this is your committee. Would you like to make a motion to move item number 23? Yes. I need to get to the Dollar Tree before they close tonight.
So may I just make a comment?
Yes, please.
And I don't want to take over council's duties, but it's 23, 74, 75.
No, this is just for 23.
Oh, 23.
Since this was her committee, it was separate.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Henderson, I saw your hand. I'm sorry, her time.
I'm trying to figure out which one was
This is the one for
23.
Hannah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Again, the reason I can't support any of these is because we got this at 4:15 yesterday. There's a rule that SIRE stuff has to be in 2 weeks ahead of time. I do all of my work on the weekends. I don't have time to go through things when they're late. And the public hasn't had a chance to see it. I really believe that when it comes to art is something that the public needs to see. again, I think this presentation would have been wonderful if it had been up earlier so that people would have had a chance to look at it sooner, develop their questions, have comments, bring it to us in a timely manner. This was not brought in a timely manner, and that is the reason, among others, because I'm still concerned about costs, that I'm not going to vote for any of these.
Mr. Shelby.
Just a clarification, counsel, just to let you know that just because you have it does not mean that it's in Sire. Because depending on when it is delivered to you is whether or not it gets uploaded to Sire. So because this came in after the addendum, if it were on an addendum, it would have been uploaded to Sire, and we could ask the clerk to clarify anything that I'm saying if it's not accurate. But depending on when it comes in is whether when under Sire, the clerk is able to and does upload it. So as you sit here right now, it is not in Sire, even though you have it.
Yeah.
So I guess, and I don't know how that's going to work after Sire gets replaced by whatever it is, but that's part of, but that, I just want you to be clear that you have an assumption that the public sees what you see, but that's not necessarily the case.
Mr. Shelby, what if I asked that we continue 23 and then the others in the 74, 5, whatever they were, to November 16th? Just to, I mean, I don't think it makes a difference, but just, I can't make the motion, but just for the public to have the opportunity.
We'll have to amend the contract.
The question would be, if I could answer the question actually is properly set and directed to staff to see if there's any implications.
What happens if that motion were to be made? Would we have to amend the contract?
Yeah, Carl Brody from Legal Department. Yeah, for each of these, there's a time value to money for us because of the materials that are being used. It's not just paint. These aren't just murals that are going up. These are highly technical pieces of art in many cases. So there is a change that we had to make to our contract in terms of the costs that are incurred. And just to clarify, three of these were set to go in October 5th. So we're already talking about.
And they weren't loaded in Sire.
No, they weren't.
They're still not in Sire.
The contracts were, yeah. The contracts were in. Yeah. They were on the agenda for October 5th.
This is a problem of staff, not us. And so, can I just say, if you all do not put the pictures in, the public absolutely has the right to see the pictures. If you don't put the pictures in, I'm not only going to vote against everyone in the future, but I'm going to rally the community. I'm going to rally the art community to insist that the public has the right to see these.
To clarify,
absolutely. Some of my friends are in the back, and they're probably mad at me at this point. But the public has not even seen these because we haven't even shown the slides. And if you're talking about a $2,000 painting, that's fine. But if you're talking about $1 million in art and the public can't even see it and give an input, that's crazy.
Okay, just to clarify that we did have we had a McKay Bay agreement that was before council in August and was pushed back to October 5th. Also, we had the 3 convention center agreements that were set for October 5th that were moved back to the 19th. Just to clarify that the public was aware that we did have art projects going through, and the value of those projects was clearly known because that's set out in the Sire item. Now, it has historically, the department has not provided the images ahead of time because of what was explained earlier. They're not final. We don't know what they're going to be exactly in the end, but we just give you an idea. So we don't want to falsely represent what's being brought forth for approval by council. So that kind of hopefully addresses the fact that there's clearly no attempt to slide these under the rug because they've been before council 2 to 3 times in the last couple of months. And there's clearly no attempt to try to avoid providing the public access because each meeting of the Public Arts Committee is open to the public and actually we've allowed the public to even participate virtually if they were able to get in on a Teams meeting. So there's no attempt to avoid being straightforward with the public and I'm not going to go into all that goes into pulling one of these together, but also remember there is a time value to the money. So the longer we wait to get this approved, the higher the price on each of these projects will be.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes, I move file number 20, consent agenda item number 23, file number PRC 23-84485.
Do you have a second? Second. Second from Councilmember Clendenin. Any discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak?
Yes, again, it's not our fault that this wasn't in Sire. This is something that has to be in Sire. We talked about it with the art at the waste to energy facility. I had to ask to get that, I finally got that. They showed it at the actual event, and that's when we decided to pause. Going forward, I don't know what to say, but if stuff isn't in Sire, I'm just not gonna vote on it anymore. I'm not sure, I mean, you have procedures that you have. All of us work all week long on these things. I don't have time to go back and research. That's what I have to spend my weekends doing. I spend 4 to 5 hours going over our regular agenda. I read everything. When you bring me stuff later, I'm not prepared. And I'm over this. And to say that the public doesn't have the ability to see it because it might change somewhat is not acceptable. It's over $1 million. That is not okay.
If I may, I think we're conflating the issues. As Carl explained, the process that was followed, the entries into Sire were what the council has historically done since the public art amendment was passed by council in 1985. They brought the contract to council. The process of selecting the artwork was done by committee. It was that council's decision that the elected body wouldn't approve the artwork. A committee of people with some expertise in the arts would select the artwork. At a Sunshine meeting, again, lots of opportunity for the public. The step that comes to council is just approving the contract. Never before, and Robin explained her reasons, whether, we like them or not, never before was renderings of the artwork brought to a city council when the contract was approved. So what the staff did in this instance is what they've always done and what's consistent with the ordinance. I think the presentation that was added late was basically just to give you that background. This is how the ordinance works, this is how the committee works, this is how these particular pieces were selected. But you're not voting on the artwork, you're voting on the contract. There is a committee in place that picks the artwork. Again, if you want to change the code to say city council gets to pick the artwork, that's your prerogative. Robin may have a heart attack if you do it, but that's your prerogative. But the system that's in place is that the artwork is already picked. So you're not voting on the artwork. So it was never, that's another reason that in the past, the artwork was never brought to you. You're not reopening that and deciding whether you like the artwork or not. That's done by a committee per the code. If you don't like it, you need to change the code.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson, Clendenin.
Yeah, I mean, you're conflating issues here as well. I'm not talking about city council or the public choosing the artwork. I'm talking about having transparency of the public, which includes what it looks like. We approved tens of millions of dollars of contracts today. We're not engineers, we're not architects, we're not water experts, but we approve contracts and those things all the time, and they show pictures. And if the architect showed a picture of the renovation of the convention center, I'm certain there's somewhere on there's a caveat that says it might not exactly look like this in the end. But we're presented with these things all the time. Hiding the look of it for the public, I don't understand that. And I mean, is there a rule in 1985 that says you shall not show the city council what it looks like? You shall not show the public what it looks like? If not, I don't understand why there's a problem. And yes, we need to change it going forward, and I hope we can work together collaboratively, but I don't know how we could vote on something that the public still hasn't seen. It's not on Sire, and we haven't shown the slides.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, that's where you kind of lose me, Councilman Carlson, because I think that the process, because we have these committees set up, and we've got these subject matter experts, and of course, Mr. Stile here, Chairman Maniscalco on the committee. If you've seen his Prada shoes, I don't know, Gucci shoes or whatever they are.
No Gucci
Not
here.
today. I think that's where we have to kind of like let it go a little bit and like say this is a contract that's come before us. I don't want Councilman Miranda picking artwork. Everything we'll have in the city of Tampa be horses.
No, it'll be legal.
They'll all be horses. Everything will be a horse. You know, it's like, it's like, you know, so I mean, I think those very wise people before us, you know, created a process of establishing our work. My concern is you build comfort level up, and I've seen this in several things that are brought, so I agree with you on these things, is that I've seen several of these things we get tripped up on ourselves because, you know, a little bit more information in advance, you know, is better, so I think that's part of where I go with you on how this artwork is chosen. Yeah, I think we have a good art established. That being said, I'd move to close or whatever.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Let's get a roll call. This is for 23.
Correct. Henderson?
Yes.
Beers absent. Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson? Hurtak?
No.
Clendenin?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson and Hurtak voting no and Villar being absent at vote.
All right, Ms. Wynn, we have 74, 5, 6, and 7. Same discussion, same everything.
Yes, sir.
Council can we take them all as a group?
Yes.
May I have a motion for 74,
moved.
5, 6, and 7?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. Roll call vote. Accept
Consent.
74,
75.
5, 6, and 7.
Beers absent. Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson? Henderson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
No.
Clendenin?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson and Hurtak voting no and Villar being absent at vote.
If I'm correct, we are now at item 79, Madam Clerk. And that was no staff present, but I don't think did we?
We can move 79 to 82 because we did not want staff again.
Okay.
And you could,
We have a motion from Councilmember
Second.
Clendenin, a second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Any opposed? That's 79, 80, 81, and 82. 83 was taken care of. 84 was taken care of. Now we have 85 regarding a PowerPoint for Villa Brothers Park, naming the dog park after Sandy Diego Sanchez. If I remember correctly, did she want Sandy Diego only?
No, so we've confirmed with her, sorry, Michelle Van Loan Real
When did you
Estate.
speak with her?
She wrote us an email and wrote out exactly how she
Okay.
wanted it. So we've gotten it directly. We contact all of the honorees directly, including whether it's the Cosentino family or Mr. Urbanski with or without middle initials. So we confirm that with
Does
all
the
of the
Urbanski
honorees.
family know that the item today was continued to November 2nd due to a technicality because the mayor and the?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
very good.
Yeah, so everyone's
Okay.
aware of that also.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so we're always in contact with the honorees, and we always check with them before we actually get to the point of what's in the ordinance and what's in some of the graphics we provide you from either mobility or from Parks and Rec.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we can have the PowerPoint, we'll start with Miss Sandra De Diego Sanchez. And we had a motion that requested that staff look at renaming, or actually naming, the dog park at Villa Brothers Park. And we have reviewed her bio and her background and eligibility, and we have worked with the Parks Department, and the Parks Department is recommending the naming. Miss De Diego Sanchez's family has been in West Tampa for more than 80 years. And during her tenure living in Armory Gardens, she has served on the West Tampa CAC, and she has also served on the Citizens Advisory Committee. Ms. De Diego Sanchez was instrumental in establishing the Neighborhood Watch and the Armory Garden Civics Association for her neighborhood. She has won grants for improving the quality of life in her neighborhood. Under her leadership, the Armory Garden Civic Association supported and assisted with funding for aesthetic renovations at the Villa Brothers Park. And due to all of the hard work and her commitment to that area and to Armory Gardens, the Parks and Rec Administration is recommending the dog park be named the Sandra De Diego Sanchez Dog Park.
So let me just say, thank you for the presentation. Second, some of the best people that I've gotten to know in politics actually went to Jefferson High School and University of Tampa. I know, And it's true. So Sandy is another person to add to that. But when we look at Vila Brothers Park, we know Martha Vila, and we know all her efforts. But if it wasn't for Sandy Sanchez, I don't think we wouldn't get to where we were.
It'd be delayed a couple of years.
Yes, and number two, she's my appointee to the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. She works tirelessly, and when I say tirelessly, it's she has dedicated so much time to the community, and you know, we appreciate that because she does it for free. You know, she's doing this as a volunteer, but you see where her heart is at, and her heart is in the neighborhood that she's from and the community that she loves. So I'm really happy to see this.
When we come back with the first reading of the ordinance and we give you all the postings, we post all of these on our website per the ordinance you adopted, and for Ms. Cosentino, for the Cosentino family, and for Ms. De Diego Sanchez, it's the first time we've been getting comments on our web submission form. There's 20 and 30, within 20 to 30 for each of the two honorees. And as you stated, tirelessly is one of the words that repeatedly keeps coming up in the comments we are getting about Sandy.
Councilman Miranda.
Can we move 85?
Wait, we have more to the presentation for Constantino, correct?
Yes, your motion was for both of them, and so there's, and again, I go quick. So if there's
Yes, ma'am.
nothing, go ahead.
I just have one comment, and Sandy is, Ms. Sanchez is well deserving of this, and I honestly can't think of a higher honor than to get a dog park named after me. I'm a huge dog person, and so to me, that's the biggest honor one can get, I really think. When I saw this, I'm supremely jealous, but there's no one who deserves it more.
So when I'm dead and gone, can you name a dog park after me?
Yeah, I mean, it's the coolest thing ever, and it's perfect for her.
Yes, ma'am. Then you have Fran.
For the Cosentino family, the motion was to rename the East Ybor Park for the Cosentino family. And regarding their background, in 1906, the Cosentino family arrived from Sicily and became one of the early settlers in East Ybor. Mr. Cosentino, through his business and his personal endeavors, worked tirelessly to serve the East Ybor community. The Cosentino Monument Company provided most of the tombstones that are in our Ybor cemeteries. Because of Mr. Cosentino's work and charity in East Ybor, especially during some of the depressed times, and we've seen those cycles of economic boom and bust for East Ybor, especially the East Ybor area, he was chosen to be included in the Adamo Mural Public Art Project that you see. His face is up there. Following in her father's example of commitment to community, Ms. Fran Cosentino spent her adult life fighting for a better quality of life for East Ybor residents. Ms. Fran has served on 18 organizations, including the Barrio Latino Commission, particularly focusing on East Ybor. She fought against the trend of demolition through neglect, and has been, one of the comments we received is she's an Ybor warrior in preservation of our history. She worked for 3 years for the expansion of the Ybor City Historic District to protect the aging historic homes of cigar workers. And while Western Ybor was thriving, Eastern Ybor was always kind of lagging behind, and it was through her efforts and tenacity that the East Ybor Park was actually established in East Ybor and is a park east of 21st and 22nd Street. Therefore, Parks and Recreation is very happy to recommend the naming of East Ybor Park to be renamed Cosentino Park.
So I will say about Fran Constantino especially, specifically, because I did not know her father or her brother, but another wonderful human being, as you mentioned, served on 18 organizations? When I knew her, it was like I serve on 14 boards or something crazy. But I've sat in the audience with her as a private citizen before getting elected. I've worked with her through the Ybor City Lions Club. She was one of the people that inspired me or pushed me to be better as a candidate, to be on city council and whatnot early on, because she would say, well, what boards do you serve on? And she inspired me because I go, here's an individual that, again, dedicates her time for free as a volunteer because they love their community. And I think this is very, very well-deserved, just like Ms. Sanchez. So we're honoring two very important people, and this is Constantino Park, which is her family, which you've already mentioned the contributions of her father. And Fran, what's interesting is, lived in West Tampa, lived on Bayshore, and now lives back in Ybor City. So when we talk about somebody that loves and cares about their roots, I don't know of a better example than her going back to the neighborhood, back to, to the place where her family contributed so much. So I'm very excited.
So we're requesting to set first reading for both of these as separate readings for November 16th, so that we can make our on-base deadline, which is already passed for November 2nd. So on-base. So we are requesting for it to be set for first reading on November 16th.
Can we get a motion? Motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor?
Aye.
And this is Constantino and Sanchez.
Yes, and
All
if
right.
I've done my job, you all are just a little bit lighter than some of this afternoon has been. So I thought I've done my job here. Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything involving dog parks. Cat cafes.
We already did 36. Just to be safe, because I scratched it out, can we
I
get a
scratched
motion?
36 out.
36. It was pulled by Councilman Carlson, but he said he was fine. Can I get a motion just to be safe? Motion from Councilman, you got it? All right. We go to item number 86 now. Well, before we do, item number 87 and 88, Councilmember Vieira was going to continue these. He's not here. Can we choose? I know November 16th, we're adding
No,
stuff to it.
actually, he's requested, before he left, he asked me that council, set this for November 2nd.
Okay.
These two
And
items.
we can, but,
And we also have presentations that day, too.
yep.
Let's just do November 16th. I mean, it's not a
Well,
time certain.
I don't know if you could do a time certain.
Well, the only thing about, yeah,
Well, I just want to share with you that he did request November 2nd.
And
He said
the-
it to me 3 times.
and the only reason the 88 is important is because we've gotten a big grant.
Oh, no, I'm ready to go. You said
For-
it was full.
For
I was
USDA, so
compromised.
that's what I'm saying. I think he just kind of wants to talk about it because we want to be able to get that grant going. I don't know if
If
that
it's any
requires us.
consolation, I don't think it'll probably go any later than 7:30.
That's fine.
Well, then why don't we put it on the 2nd, and if
All
we
right,
have to
so
move
may I have a
stuff, we
motion
can-
to move 87 and 88 for November 2nd? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, this is under staff reports. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor?
Aye.
I believe this is the last item of the night. The last item of the night? And then new bit, whoa. 86, yes, sir.
Yes.
Can we?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we continue this at a later date? Not it's, they did present it in, memo format, but I think it just had so many nuances. And, because it involves purchasing now that the report has come out, purchasing Parks and Rec, the attorney, contract. So I just think that maybe we should have a meeting.
Would you like November 16th?
Do you want to do it at a workshop?
When you said meeting, did you mean a meeting with staff, or did you mean a continuance?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it needs to necessarily be it should probably be a workshop.
Do you want to meet with them first?
I want to meet with them first.
If I could make a suggestion.
I want to meet with them, go ahead. Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
And
why
you
don't we
can
do
meet
that?
with him in the meantime.
Yeah,
Yes.
November
How about-
30th.
Evening, Council, Tony
Either
Mulkey,
that, or
Parks
you
and
No,
Rec.
just-
Tony, don't talk.
The other
We're trying to
option,
go home.
the other option, Councilwoman, is to not set it, but you can talk with them
Yes.
and then bring it back on the 2nd to see if you want it on the 30th.
Yeah, you have plenty of time.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
All right, I'm sorry you canceled all your plans for
I'm
tonight.
sorry. It's just,
I didn't know.
we're at the very end and it's just taken so long and,
You haven't seen my new business yet. We're not.
yeah,
So
let's
we'll
just,
motion for this to come back November 2nd?
No, she's going to receive
She
and file.
receive and file.
And then
Thank
meet with the staff, and then.
and I will meet with staff.
Right.
All right, motion to receive and file from Councilwoman Henderson, second from
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Hurtak, all in favor? Aye. So it is time for new business. I'm gonna go first because it'll be quick. First,
But you're the chair.
I know, but
No, it's not
it's
now.
been a day. It's been a day.
Okay, you know he wanted it. Go ahead.
First, I want to extend my sincerest condolences to the Rometta family. Captain Rometta's with the Tampa Fire Rescue. His son passed away tragically the other day, 7 years old.
Oh, my God.
I would see this family at church every Sunday. Beautiful family, beautiful little boy. And the funeral is tomorrow at Sacred Heart at 10 o'clock. I'm going to stop by early. It's very tragic, so that's that. And my condolences to the family. And then I'd like to make a motion.
There's also a GoFundMe.
Yes, there is. There is a GoFundMe online, which is searchable through the Tampa Firefighters Museum. On Facebook, you'll see the link. And I don't think it's been made a motion, but we talked about a budget analyst. It is on the agenda? Okay, I was gonna.
Because we're not gonna be here.
Okay, I want to make sure that that discussion doesn't go away, but it's there, so.
It's November 30th.
Okay, good. I speak to a group tomorrow, and I'd like to bring that up in the discussion, so. All right, any birthdays? No, I'm good. All right, Councilmember Miranda. Councilwoman Henderson.
Nothing.
Councilmember Clendenin.
4 scores and 7 years ago. No, nothing.
Councilwoman Hurtak. Councilmember Carlson.
Sorry to break the record. Could I just real fast? A couple weeks ago, I mentioned that we're about to miss the capital window on housing, and in the dense areas like Channel District, Midtown, West Shore, there are projects that have not filed applications, but the city process is so long, developers are worried they're going to miss the capital market. Already, they're telling me that they have to put up 40% capital, and they have to be a down payment and be a prior client of a bank to get funding. And so we're going to lose a window where we need to add thousands of units. And so the November 30th workshop has one item which I might end up having to move. But I would like to make a motion to have a discussion on November 30th to discuss any emergency changes council can make to accelerate developments in dense areas within the next 6 months.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. Do we have a second? Councilmember Moreno with the second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes.
That's it.
Motion to receive and file.
We have a motion to receive and file from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.